I've entitled this video under the cost of living. I could have called it, global social engineering or something else. I might retitle the video when it's all said and done. Basically, I want people to know that the suggestions that I give for a brighter future for humanity are given under serious prayer and meditation and lifelong experience. Um, when I when you hear the phrase cost of living, modern civilization has a very real price people pay to stay alive. In other words, so long as we're living in a so-called civilized world, it's under a monetary system, whether you want to believe it or not, that is increasingly becoming global in scope. In other words, if the globalists have their way, um, national boundaries will be done away with in order to achieve the consolidation of wealth and power that they ultimately seek, which is, I mean, total control, basically the enslavement of the rest of humanity under people with um, unbelievable delusions of grandeur. Basically, they're ruled by the spirit of air, as the Bible puts it, the spirit of the devil, the Antichrist. In other words, if you're for oppressing humanity, maltreating your fellow men, imagining that you're all superior to the rest of us, you are definitely presently under control of the spirit of Antichrist, and the Lord rebuke every one of you. If you don't um, learn to love God and all the rest of us, um, then you're destined for the lake of fire. It's not, in other words, your end will not be as you imagine it to be. Nothing in this world is worth um, losing your soul. There is most definitely a ruling creator who will judge your soul. That is a fact. Now, I've seen him, I know him, I've died and come back, so to speak, and had a life of revelations from him. So when I make these suggestions, I'm making these suggestions not based on anything you've been brainwashed by the globalists to believe in. In other words, I suppose I'm asking you to throw out what you imagine as knowledge in your head, because most of it just isn't. Most of it's just brainwashed garbage they put into your head in the place of what should be sound knowledge. Okay, so the globalists actually are in control of the World Bank. This is reality as it is today, and it's getting worse as long as you leave these families in power. They actually generate the credits that everybody else on Earth works for. The Rothschilds, I'll just name them because they're the most well-known of the greedy globalists. Um, with their control of global finance, the World Bank and everything, have socially engineered this economic system on Earth. Everything that you see today, stocks, all that, um, only exists because it serves their purposes. It fulfills their agendas. When you invest, when you throw money at the multinationals, you get whatever dividends. You might even ride on the curtails of the globalist wealth, and it might make you seemingly somewhat rich down here by kissing their butts. But you're investing actually in the enslavement and maltreatment of humanity when you invest in these multinationals. The multinationals have created corporations and subdivisions to make you think that this world is all full of, how do you say, a free market with with individual competition and so on and so forth, but not so much. No, not really. And ultimately, the wealth of the world is in the hands of very few people. And when you see whole nations starving and so on and so forth, it's because it's in their agenda to make sure that that nation, whatever, falls economically, or the people in it suffer, or whatever. In other words, somehow, some way, that nation either has resources that they want, and so they just economically cause a collapse in which they can take over the financial situation of that nation and thereby take over the nation, the governance and everything. And it's happened all over the world, including our own country, the United States of America. Now, with the creation of the Federal Reserve in 1913 came also the income tax. That's when Americans manifestly stopped being free citizens. That's when Americans became enslaved by the globalists. That's when it began. Now, it began prior to that, but what I'm getting at is our nation was founded by patriots that fought to be free of the bankers and of the so-called ruling elite of the day, the empire on earth. Now, through London and the Rothschild Bank and so on and so forth, that family has been in power for generations now. And their takeover of the central banks of nations underneath the World Bank is what's controlling primarily almost everything taking place on Earth. All the false flags that lead to wars. Now, I'm not saying we don't have our own personal vices that lead to wars, like racism, just culture clashes. All kinds of things lead to conflict. The ultimate conflict on earth that takes place in every nation is between God and the devil. In other words, between good and evil, between those that are choosing to live a righteous, moral life and those that are not. That's the ultimate conflict taking place worldwide. But in this world, while that conflict between good and evil is taking over, those that worship money, in other words, the greediest, have taken control of global finance and are oppressing the rest of us to the point where they're enslaving and they're committing open crimes against humanity. They're enslaving us, they're oppressing us, and imprisoning us, and worse and worse and worse. And it's just getting worse. The as the rest of us try to fight for survival, we have among us other greedy people that are buying up all the real estate and acting like there's nothing wrong with trading real estate like it's as if it's a monopoly game, while people are being crushed to death under their greed and turned out homeless. So this is what I suggest needs to take place. A socially engineered world needs to recognize that it has been socially engineered, and you need to unite against their agendas. Their agendas of global enslavement for humanity, you really need to recognize are in practice and in play, and well underway. Anything they're funding as far as R&D is for the purpose of global enslavement, oppression, and the destruction of many souls. In other words, these families want to rule the world, but they want to rule the world according to their own delusions of grandeur, and they deem they only need so many enslaved minions, and all the rest of humanity is expendable. So they want to create. They want to basically what their agenda is at this point is to bring about massive death and destruction for humanity in a variety of ways: diseases, wars, droughts, famines, economic collapses, etc., etc., etc. And they're achieving all that. They've practiced all of it, and they know they can get away with it because the rest of humanity is letting them get away with it. Now, I'm only one man, and I am aware of what's taking place, and believe me, I am praying that God either changes their hearts and souls radically for the better. In other words, the wealthiest people on earth need to start really caring about all the rest of us as if it was their own lives, or he needs to remove them from power permanently. In other words, if the wealthiest, greediest people on earth at this point that are causing so many of us to suffer, and they are, they have been, let's take COVID for example. They have been genetically researching COVID. Let's just say that patents go back decades into genetically modifying COVID. Now the patents may be on an existing disease, whether it's HIV/AIDS, whether it's COVID, whether it's any one of a number of genetically modified microbiological weapons these days. Now, the biological warfare is very real. Chemical warfare is very real. It's been used and implemented in the past, and it's still being implemented today. The globalists do all kinds of things that are harming the health of mass millions, if not billions, of souls today on Earth, and we're letting them get away with it. When you know that they're genetically modifying an existing viral strain, and then it's suddenly, while coincidentally, while they're genetically modifying an avian flu strain or a strain that's contagious to other animals on Earth, but hasn't crossed over into humans yet, and then suddenly it is. When those coincidences keep happening, like AIDS and like COVID, it's no coincidence. In other words, it starts to defy the laws of rational reasoning to think that these people who are genetically meddling with existing diseases on Earth, and especially when they patent and acknowledge that they've made them more contagious, that kind of thing should result in the arrest of everybody involved in that. Everybody financing it, everybody actually doing it. In other words, that kind of thing should be shut down by the rest of humanity. What I'm getting at is the globalists are creating all kinds of methods of what they consider to be plausibly deniable ways to decrease the surplus population. Only from my perspective, it's so dang obvious at this point that they should all be arrested, and all their multinationals and corporations and R&D involved in all these WMDs, biological weapons that can't be controlled, genetic modification of anything. All those companies and all those people should be under arrest. Should be. And what we need to do is create a socially engineered society worldwide that values life instead of death and destruction. When the globalists are investing in methods of death and destruction, in methods of altering existing life forms to make them more harmful, like diseases more contagious, anybody doing that should be under immediate arrest anywhere on this planet. Under immediate arrest. The fact that they're not means that we do not either have informed leadership or sane leadership. It means that the people in power are too interested in kissing the coat strings, to put it politely, of the wealthy globalists. In other words, if humanity wants a better life for itself now and into the future, you have got to arrest the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers of the world, the wealthy globalists, for their deliberate enslavement and oppression of humanity, at the very least. And if you're wondering what to charge them with, just grab everything they manufacture off the shelves today, and note all the chemical carcinogens that are being sold to us for food, for drink, for hygiene product, for cosmetics, for medications, etc. In other words, there's poisons in virtually everything that's manufactured by them now. And when you wonder why the so-called Western civilized world is developing more and more chronic ailments, it's not just the pollution in the air and the meddling with our water supplies. It's the fact that we've got toxins, chemical toxins that are harmful to our health in virtually everything they manufacture for us to ingest, whether it's food or beverages, in virtually everything that we put on our skin, whether it's cleaning products, laundry detergent, hygiene products, cosmetics. In other words, the evidence for crimes against humanity is ubiquitous and overwhelming at this point. The entire process of corporate monocultures, genetically modified monocultures, is actually provably an invasive species that is destructive to the ecosystem of Earth, that uses an abundance of herbicides and pesticides, highly toxic chemicals that are now seeping down into our water supplies, aquifers, etc., that are interfering with the natural process of regenerative life on Earth by killing off insects that are involved in pollination, by putting so many herbicides and pesticides just out in nature, and by genetically modifying plants that can actually crossbreed into organic divine designs, to the point where those are now being corrupted and genetically modified themselves, just through cross pollination, wind, and the natural species that are involved in pollination and regeneration of life on Earth. So any genetic modification of anything is actually provably harmful to the entire ecosystem of Earth. In other words, Monsanto and any companies like it need to be shut down permanently. Everything that I write about in my notes, which I'll cite under these videos, I give solutions to. In other words, I'm not just complaining about the way things are, I give viable solutions to remedy these issues. One of the issues that is a most serious issue is economic warfare. And it's not just between nations, it's between the global wealthy elite primarily and the whole rest of humanity. In other words, jobs that pay a livable wage, and by that I mean are current with the cost of living, are few and far between. Jobs that pay slave wages, in other words, you're working 40 hours or more per week and you still can't pay your bills, those are slave wages. If it weren't for charities and other assistance, the people that are working are paid such pitiful wages they would be homeless, and some of them are, and dying prematurely, and some of them are. Those are slave wages. Those are crimes against humanity, and the multinationals, with all of their corporations underneath them and subdivisions underneath them, are guilty. In other words, the wealthiest people on Earth are guilty of enslaving, oppressing, creating the largest prison population in the history of the world, etc. In other words, economic warfare against humanity. The cost of living is too high, wages are too low. How do you solve this issue? You have to declare as a right, if you're going to have a civilized society, a civilized world that doesn't revert to just outright brutality, survival of the fittest type thing, law of the jungle. If you want to create a stable global civilization, you have to provide a bare minimum economic solvency to each and every individual. And I suggest that that's done first and foremost by creating a law that declares affordable housing as an absolute right lifelong. And I say this for two reasons. One, because home ownership is the number one factor in individual solvency worldwide. In other words, owning your own land and your own home, at least your very own dwelling, an apartment, something that is yours, and your safe and secure dwelling that protects you from the elements and from crime and from other factors that impair a person's ability to stay alive. The poor, the oppressed, and the homeless statistically die anywhere from 10 to 30 years, as much as 30 years sooner than the housed population. Even the housed population has a disparity between the ultra wealthy that live on average 10 to 20 years longer than those that struggle to pay their bills even if they are housed. In other words, economics plays a part in quality of life and longevity of life. Statistically, it's a fact. So, if we're going to have a socially engineered civilization that's sane, that has morals and ethics built into it, in other words, cares about life in general, especially each individual, then each individual has to have, by law, a bare minimum of that portion of economics that is the price people pay to stay alive. In other words, they have to have access to that cost of living. Slave wages are not access to the cost of living; they're access to enslavement. You're still going to die prematurely under lifelong pitiful poor wages. And from somebody who knows, I'm saying if you make affordable housing an absolute right, in other words, it doesn't matter what a person's being paid or what their monthly income is, that dwelling will never cost them more than 30% of whatever that is. That's the first step in making sure everybody that is participating in civilization lawfully actually is able to keep up with the cost of living. Is absolute regulation of affordable housing lifelong. Laws need to be passed that nobody can ever be evicted, foreclosed on, kicked out of their home, their dwelling, for injury, illness, whether it's chronic, temporary, or terminal. In other words, at any age, you cannot be kicked out of your home for any reason. Nobody can do that. Don't give that power. Don't give that power to anybody. To be able to turn innocent citizens out of their safe and secure dwelling. Now, it's one thing if the government, for whatever reason, needs to create a thoroughfare and access way for the whole rest of your society, your civilization, a necessary improvement or something like that, to grant them the power of eminent domain, but in so granting, it cannot just be whatever they stipulate unilaterally monetarily. It has to be agreed that whatever residents are being displaced get to move into another dwelling that they approve of, each and every one of them approve of. In other words, no more this unilateral dictating to people you will accept, a certain figure that is below the current cost of whatever housing is at that time. In other words, wealthy people have too much power. They've concentrated wealth so much that all the lawyers are on their side. Excuse me. So wealth concentration and wealth consolidation is creating a disparity of actual real power to the point where innocent citizens are suffering. And more and more. And to the point where they're disdaining our lives. They're disrespecting us, paying us slave wages, enslaving anybody that's so desperate to commit crimes in modern big business prisons. It's all corporate run. It's all run, again, by the wealthy. The wealthy are enslaving and oppressing the poor. So to do away with what they're doing, one, if it was up to me, all of them would be under arrest for open and notorious crimes against humanity at this point. It's so bad. But it's not up to me. So I'm just a man of speaking his conscience. I'm so angry with all of them that I can't think of a sufficient punishment to mete out to them for their crimes. In other words, they're that bad in my opinion. But they deserve to be arrested for sure. And furthermore, I am absolutely calling for the arrests of the wealthy globalists to stay on Earth. My name is Michael Swenson. I am openly calling for the arrests of the wealthiest people on Earth at this point for their crimes against humanity. and I document them well in my notes, sufficiently enough to arrest them all, arrest their politician puppets, all of them. We need to completely shatter their socially engineered global agendas at this point, and to do that, you've got to arrest them. You've got to physically stop them. You can't let them remain loose and in power at this point. Not unless you want massive death and destruction in the future of humanity. More enslavement and oppression. They all need to be arrested. The wealthiest people on earth at this point all need to be arrested. Those consenting to privatize national finance of central banks, in other words, to put the financial solvency of nations under a few wealthy individuals instead of at control of the people of that nation, is a form of enslavement underneath the wealthiest people that are doing it. So everybody that's in charge at this point of the central banks of nations underneath the World Bank, that entire structure needs to be arrested. Now, I'm not saying that you do away with banks. I'm saying you do away with who's in control of them right now, because they have taken over nations and are enslaving the hard-working masses by their economic takeover of nations. In other words, after you arrest them, you should have governing officials elected that represent the interests of the people of that nation. Your currency is for your nation, and it doesn't have to be based on goods, products, or services. No, it doesn't. It can be completely fiat. In fact, ultimately, money is just that. It's just a uniform means of trade that people agree has value. If your nation agrees that your currency has value, then it has value, just by agreement. It doesn't need to be based on gold, oil, any other commodity, product, or service. You just have to have agreement of your nation that your currency holds value in order to use it as a uniform means of trade, a tool that facilitates trade. Basically is what money is. And it's minted by who's ever in power. Now, if you are a free people and your nation is actually governed by the people, like our nation is supposed to be, then that means that your nation cannot be in debt. Do you understand that? It means that you, the people, have the power to mint whatever currency is necessary for national solvency, so you cannot be in debt to anyone. The only time your nation can be in debt to anyone is if your nation is relying upon goods and services that the people of your nation are not providing, and you're relying upon goods and services, resources from other people who are charging you for those goods and services. Well, then your nation can be in debt. But if all the nations of the world are in debt, what that means is that either there is a deficit of goods and services and resources on Earth, or it means that we're being lied to by the wealthiest people on Earth, who imagine that they own the world and all the rest of us have no say in it whatsoever. Now, this planet was not created by them, so anybody laying claim to ownership of God's green earth is doing so against the Almighty and against His divine commandments and providence. In other words, they're enemies of Almighty God and the free people of the world. Now, if you do not consent to be a slave for anybody, then you should not be letting anybody enslave you. If you are being given pitiful wages, so pitiful that you cannot pay your bills when you're an honest working citizen, then you are being enslaved. You're being maltreated. Your life is actually under attack. So for the rest of the world to just put up with that and be all right with that um, is totally unacceptable. You need to value your lives and that of your children enough to stand up for them. Now, when my own life came under attack, it was by surprise and left me so disabled that I did not have the physical strength and health, and I still don't to this day, to go after the people that injured me. I tried to get them arrested for public safety's sake. I failed, and just because there's just so much corruption, apathy, and vice these days almost everywhere, let alone in law enforcement and government. Sadly for me, I found out that a certain amount of doctors and nurses are operating underneath very evil agendas, not just within our own United States government, but underneath the deep state, and they're getting away with crimes against humanity. Certain crimes against humanity are occurring worldwide at this point. Illegal organ harvesting is one of those crimes. If you go into a hospital, you should always make sure that somebody who cares is at your side at all times, and try to have some type of legal representation, um, basically supervising whatever medical procedures are done. What I'm getting at is the poor masses are still subject to basic crimes against humanity, including human experimentation, illegal organ harvesting, hospital homicides, where they just flat out just kill people just because they can. In other words, there's doctors and nurses that evil on earth, and they routinely lie about your cause of death, and they routinely get away with it, and they've been getting away with it for so long, for so many decades, that as far as I can tell, governments actually have allowed that to be taking place on earth on purpose. In other words, a certain amount of the population ends up prematurely dead at the hands of doctors and nurses, and they lie about the cause of death routinely. And there's basically no law enforcement investigating. If you think about it, ground floor law enforcement, lots of them are not required to be highly educated, highly trained professionals. And I'm not trying to down beat cops. I'm just trying to say reality. Reality is the wealthiest people on earth have engineered a society and civilization that is getting away with crimes against humanity routinely now. Their control of the mainstream media, etc., etc., etc. So, what I'm getting at is the way to end this great disparity is for a global economic correction to occur, in which everybody becomes homeowners first and foremost. Secondly, wages for all honorable work at 40 hours a week are enough to pay your bills, to put away savings for your future, for your retirement, for whatever, a vacation, calamities, anything. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, Social Security should be that. In other words, everybody who works, who's able to work and is working, should pay into a secure social future for themselves. In other words, Social Security needs to be enough to absolutely retire on when you reach retirement age. We cannot think that after finding out for decades now that most Americans, by the time they're of retirement age, are not financially sound. In fact, I think the statistics are less than 10% of Americans are financially sound by the time they reach retirement age. In other words, the vast majority of us, because we've had pitiful wages our whole life, have not achieved a savings account and a fund for our retirement, and then we're given below poverty level income to try to survive on, in which case most people cannot, and they die prematurely. So our socially engineered system is enslaving and crushing people to death, and that's provable by all the statistics that have been kept now for many decades. So I'm not making false accusations here. I'm just stating reality. And I'm trying to say that if you want reality to change for the better, it has to be one that um, ensures um, that cost of living is something people can actually meet day in and day out, lifelong. Otherwise, they're dying. So everybody becomes a homeowner. Now, yes, there are disabled people, mentally, physically, and everything, that cannot maintain their own property, their own grounds, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't be a homeowner. In other words, it doesn't mean they shouldn't have the right to life. So arrest the globalists for their crimes against humanity. Again, their takeover of the airways, their takeover of public indoctrination, brainwashing and deceiving children. It's all documented in my notes. So there's so many crimes that they're committing. And again, if you don't think so, just research patents on all these issues. But from the takeover of the airways, only the wealthy are controlling the mainstream media. So we're not getting, how do you say, unbiased, objective news anymore. If so, we would be told that, COVID is not some natural pandemic that just sprung up, but rather as a result of genetically modified an existing disease, COVID strains, to the point where they crossed over from the avian flu into contagions for us humans. No genetic modification of anything should be going on at all worldwide. And I'm saying that because mankind does not know better than God. God, the one true God, actually provably exists. So I've had it with people denying the existence of the Almighty. You and your denial is endangering yourself and everybody on earth. In other words, the more you convince yourselves that God doesn't exist in order for you to do whatever you feel like and disobey His commandments in the Holy Bible, is an endangerment, provable endangerment to life on earth, yourself and everybody around you. You're a danger because you're willfully ignorant and self-deluded. You're not just deceived. In other words, most people that believe there's no God have been deceived by lies such as like the theory of evolution, and they jump up and down. It's a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact. And yet, not one of them can point to anything evolving right in front of our eyes where we can see, oh, that thing is evolving. That turtle is becoming a dog. In other words, they've never seen it, and yet jump up and down at saying that it's an adamant fact, that it's provable, and it's not. It's just wishful thinking in their head. It's something they believe in because they've been brainwashed through coerced indoctrination to believe in it. The entire evolutionary paradigm is provably not scientific, and I explain in my 5-part series on it why it's not scientific. So anybody believing that crap should read with an eye towards being deprogrammed from your cultic beliefs. That series, because it explains very clearly why the entire evolutionary paradigm as taught currently in our public education system is absolute the worst kind. I'm being polite about how I feel about that too. Brainwashing divine creations, innocent little children that come from the Almighty, into believing that they came from pawn scum and monkeys is evil. It's cruel. And it's just plain not true, and provably so. Provably so. As such, anybody believing that garbage has been successfully brainwashed. In other words, those are more crimes that are openly being committed against humanity at this point. People are paying for a public education, and what they're getting is brainwashing with political agendas instead of sound knowledge. and that at this point needs to be corrected. And I'm saying that everybody that's still in their right minds needs to unite and make it happen. We've got to arrest these evil people. They might not think of themselves as evil, but they're evil. Teaching little kids that they came from pawn scum and monkeys is evil. It's not true. It has no basis in reality whatsoever. And provably so. In other words, I've heard all these evolutionists say that all kinds of fields of sciences confirm that the theory of evolution and so on and so forth is scientific fact. And I'm like, that's what you've been brainwashed to believe, but it's not true. It's not fundamentally true. It's just something you've been brainwashed to believe. What is occurring these days is genetic modification. Mankind meddling with divine designs and altering them. That's true. That is true. But whales turning into dogs, dogs turning into whales, any of that crap is definitely not true. No. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Genetics, what they do have is common factors, and the reason they have common factors is because the entire ecosystem of Earth is designed to regenerate life from generation to generation. So it has to have certain common factors like hydrocarbons in plants and animals and so on and so forth. So you have certain commonalities in all genetics, or we wouldn't be able to ingest and derive energy and then die and then decompose and then regenerate new plant growth and that that new animals feed on from generation to generation to generation. So the entire ecosystem of Earth is genetically designed to replenish life from generation to generation. Any interruption in that design, any introduction into that design that is harmful to life on Earth, like anything genetically modified, is harming the entire ecosystem of life on Earth and is a crime against humanity. And again, my notes go into the details further on everything I'm speaking on. But it all relates to the cost of living, and it all relates to and by that I mean we have to focus on life instead of death and destruction. And if we're going to have a basis for a monetary cost of living, everybody needs to have access to a bare minimum of that, whatever that is, in order for them to stay alive, or we're killing them. And we become murderers, participating in genocides against the economically challenged on Earth. So in addition to making sure everybody is meeting the cost of living, or we're killing them, that's straight up. I mean, the cost of living is people need to understand this. It's a very real price people pay to stay alive in modern civilization. So if you're not meeting the cost of living, you're dying. Unless you're just going to allow people to revert to the old ways and go, homestead right off into whatever available land they can find. If we're going to have a global modern civilization in which billions of people exist, we have to make affordable housing an absolute right lifelong, or we're killing people by exposure. Affordable housing as a right lifelong ensures a bare minimum of real value assets are allocated to each individual. In other words, that's part of the way that we ensure everybody is meeting the cost of living. Then we also have to carefully examine the cost of food, water. In modern civilization, we don't want people going around naked, so clothing, at least basic clothing. The very basic things that are needed for survival, to facilitate survival in life, has to be closely watched, and wages have to be sufficient on no more than 40 hours of work per week to meet those basic costs. Housing is affordable by regulating no matter what people make. No more than 30% of their monthly income goes to pay their monthly housing cost, and that's lifelong. If they pay it off early, well, then their earnings can go to other things, saving for a better form of shelter or nicer clothes or things that are not a necessity of life, like whatever automobiles, transit, etc., etc. Now, in other words, personal luxuries. Um, Everybody needs something for morale, so part of everybody's income is somewhat of a budget for whatever is called entertainment or what people um, pay time, energy, and money for in order to keep their morale up. In other words, life is more than just food, drink, and the bare necessities. People need to be loved and appreciated, and one of the ways that they know that they're loved and appreciated is receiving a wage that is more than meets just life's necessities, but enables people to grow um, and feel loved and appreciated. In other words, that 40 hours of work needs to pay all of their necessities and save for a brighter tomorrow. And that's for everybody. And there, people will have to come up with some kind of minimum. I think no less than 10% of their earnings per month should go to that brighter future, to maintaining morale, entertainment, something that keeps their spirits up. Whatever we do pay into, and I think it needs to be formalized based on the fact that 90% of people are not financially sound by the time they retire. Um, it needs to be formalized that we as a global enlightened civilization that is moral and ethical, um, create a bare minimum standard that when people have worked honorably and honestly at whatever they've done, I don't care if it's pushing a broom their entire life, whatever they've done that's honorable and ethical work should result in a retirement that um, has bare minimum standards. When people reach that age, if they reach that age, if they, and have worked their entire life, and they're finally at a retirement age where um, basically your body at the age of retirement, unless you're extremely fortunate, especially if you've been doing manual labor, is hurting in some respects. I mean, I don't want to bum young people out, but these bodies are temporary. They're designed by God to actually die. The dying process typically is not painless. It's actually painful to varying degrees. Now, some people are able, by good nutrition and exercise, by being smart, maintaining their weight, etc., etc., maintain a high level of good health lifelong, in which case they don't suffer as much until their very final years, when the body just begins to expire. In other words, what that means is your blood deteriorates, your organs deteriorate, your cells deteriorate, and that deterioration process leads to lower and lower functioning of your physical body. And that lowering of the functioning of your physical body results in varying degrees of worse and worse health. In other words, you start to develop chronic and terminal conditions the older you get, with rare exceptions. So the bottom line is that your failing health actually causes pain and suffering, which means, since that's pretty much ubiquitous for everyone, um, we should have a bare minimum standard of retirement communities, in my opinion. No matter who you are, if you reach that retirement age and have worked honorably, paid your bills, did the best you could, you should have a minimum standard that addresses your pain and suffering in your old age and dying moments. I think that all retirement communities, rich and poor alike, should be equipped with spas, walk-in tubs, etc., etc. In other words, Understand what it's like to be an old person that is suffering and dying after you have done your best to live honorably. Now, some people get injured, wars, natural disasters, crime, and their suffering is even worse. And it is a crying shame that through no fault of your own, you can get attacked and have no financial remedy whatsoever. Either the people that attack you somehow escape justice, so and you're not able to either pursue them criminally or civilly. So you were injured, but you still get no justice or restitution, kind of like myself, and especially if you're injured by crimes of state. Those are extremely hard to prove because the state is busy covering up their own crimes. And who do you go to arrest them? Who do you go to get investigations? If the guilty persons are the police and your government, who do you go to for remedy? Lawyers won't touch it. They're scared. They're scared of crimes of state and crimes by police or government governing officials. So who do you go to for justice? You can do like I've done. Just tell the whole world, hey, look, our government and other governments all over this world are guilty of covering up crimes at this point, like illegal organ harvesting, hospital homicides, human experimentation, deaths due to geoengineering, deaths due to toxins in food and drugs, and they've taken over education to the point where basically even your medical professionals are no more than their lackeys. I'm not saying that everybody's brainwashed. I'm saying that our entire system has been rigged by the wealthiest people on earth to generally be doing harm to us, such that even medical care is actually harmful these days. The best type of medical treatment you can get at this point, if you're not ultra wealthy, is to take matters into your own hands. Give yourself the very best nutrition you can find that's not filled with herbicides and pesticides or genetically modified. Give yourself the best rest and relaxation you can get, to give your body every chance to recuperate. Give yourself clean air and clean water as best as you can find on planet Earth. Now, sadly, they're pumping crap into the stratosphere and our atmosphere for geoengineering purposes. And again, this is all done without our permission. Now, the nanoparticulates that they are using for geoengineering are in fact harmful to our health. To every living creature that breathes the air, it's harmful to our health. Yes, it is. Just like pollution's harmful to our health. These are pollutants. Now, I don't care what their reasons are for geoengineering and weather warfare and weather management, all that, so on and so forth. But the bottom line is, it's harmful to life on Earth, provably. So geoengineering, weather warfare, stratospheric spraying, fluoridation of water supplies, all these things are evil that's being done blatantly, ubiquitously, for which there should be accountability. It should end. It should come to an end. We can, with 21st century technology, refit the entire infrastructure with shark line pipes that are naturally bacterial resistant and so on and so forth, new filtration systems, new oxidation systems, new revitalization systems, so that all of our white water at our faucets are the best and purest quality, not chemical filled, not fluoridated, and disease free. The technology exists. It's just that the wealthiest people on earth don't want to spend it on our health because they're too busy killing us, making us sick and dying, and profiting from it by their control of food, drugs, primarily big pharma and the FDA. It's all one big organization, make everybody sick, profit from insurance and medical and everything that all the wealthiest people on earth are in control of, while the poor suffer and die. It's so evil, folks. Our socially engineered system is so incredibly evil, and it's so blatantly obvious that sadly, most of us are so busy working. We're born into the system. We're told you have to go to school, where they indoctrinate you with whatever crap they want to fill your heads with, and they control the mainstream media, so that reinforces whatever crap they're trying to fill your heads with, to the point where you think it's, by the time you're an adult, you think it's actually something commendable to have abortions, which is actually premeditated murder of your own children. If you think about that, that is objectively some of the most serious evil that's ever been done under the sun. To actually brainwash people into thinking that it's A, acceptable at all, and B, maybe something even commendable to kill your own children. Now, I don't care how immoral a society has degraded itself down to, that level of evil is the kind of evil that most definitely will bring the wrath of the Almighty sooner or later down upon your heads. In other words, every nation that continues in that crap is going to lie in ashen rubble and ruins. I can virtually guarantee it. Don't be that evil. In other words, abortion has to come to an end, folks. You got to stop killing your own children. As I see it, the lesser evil for your sexual or immoral ways, because it is sexual immorality primarily, that's the leading cause of abortion. That even that should come to an end if you really value your lives. The diseases that are coming on the scene now include flesh-eating bacteria. In other words, do you want to encounter a disease that actually eats your private parts right off your body? Because that's now coming on the scenes. Flesh-eating bacteria as a sexually transmitted disease. In other words, you better be very careful. I understand. I'm not saying that sexual intimacy isn't pleasurable. I'm saying that you have to bring it in line with God's commandments. It has to be done between man and woman in holy matrimony, or you're facing dire consequences. But this thing about killing babies has got to stop, folks. Really, for your own good, it has to stop. I'm telling you, you're bringing divine wrath upon yourselves, and it's the kind of wrath that was like the days of Noah's flood wrath. Massive destruction is looming. In other words, cities that lie in total rubble and ruin, complete decimation. If you don't want that, you've got to stop being this evil. You've got to elect righteous leaders, godly leaders again, that put an end to this crap. Seriously. That put an end to such evil. Part of the reason why you're killing your children is because they've made it so financially difficult to even have a child and raise a child. Everything associated with raising a baby, especially in modern civilization, all the way up into adulthood, including higher learning, is so unbelievably expensive compared to average wages. So people, out of survival, are doing things that are just awful, like killing their own babies. I'm saying humanity should face the fact that people really like sex, and B, that means they should understand that if they're going to engage in something they really like, that there are built into it divine consequences. In other words, if you engage in sex apart from holy matrimony, the consequences are written in Deuteronomy 28 for sexual immorality. You're gonna be bringing diseases, destruction, deaths, sorrow, poverty, all kinds of things upon yourself. curses. So you really actually have to embrace getting with the program. You have to understand that we do live in a divine creation under divine rule, and it's His rules, and you can't escape the rewards or the consequences. They're impossible to escape. They're built into creation. So disobeying Him is bringing sorrow, suffering, death, and destruction in a myriad of ways upon yourself. And obeying Him brings, all kinds of blessings, prosperity, health, all kinds of good things. So, in other words, really, everybody really needs to return to God soul by soul. And it's the God of the Holy Bible. He's the one true God. And His rules, and including the rewards and consequences, are what govern mankind, whether they like it or not. So no matter what you do to change laws down here, it doesn't matter. His law remains forever. His rule endures forever. You just can't escape that fact. God has all power and all authority. That's just the way it is. So if you want to live a good and righteous life, in other words, blessed, you have to learn His rules and obey Him. Straight up. That's just straight up. But between killing your own babies and still thinking you can get away with some kind of sexual immorality, you can't. But it's a lesser evil to make contraception just free. Again, it can be paid for because money is minted upon demand by who's ever in power. So if your central bank is under control of the people, and your government is of the people, by the people, and for the people, then you mint whatever currency is necessary for whatever the nation deems is important. And between slaughtering innocent babes and making contraception free, making contraception free is a lesser evil. You're still engaging in evil, because most of the time, if you're making contraception free, you're actually promoting forms of sexual immorality, because most of the time, if couples are married and are trying to obey God, well, then they're going to have children. Now, again, if it's just one husband and one wife, lifelong, God knows how many children to send to each generation. In other words, that detail of living is not really up to mankind. Now, we have the knowledge of contraception, and maybe some people, and again, if you really think about it, it typically comes down to financial reasons as to why some couples, married couples, choose to have maybe only one or two children. It's all about the money. In other words, families are not being paid enough to keep up with the cost of living on purpose, because the globalists are dedicated to reducing the global population. So they've made life worse. In other words, wages are lower, the cost of living is higher on purpose. It's to reduce the global population. Now, if mankind would just understand that and work with that knowledge, then maybe we can raise the quality of life for everyone. So really what's limiting some people from having babies is, again, the cost of living is so high compared to wages. So the globalists are actually trying to act like they're God. And just that is an evil thing. Nobody can take the place of the Almighty. The Almighty knows who to send and when to send each and every soul that He sends. Nobody should be killing those souls that He sends, because He sends them at a given time and a given moment on purpose. So you shouldn't be killing any babies, is my point. And what you should be doing is telling young people what the present challenges that they're facing are, um, even at a very young age, even in primary and secondary age. You don't want to you don't want to overburden children to make them overwhelmed during their emotional development years. But at the same time, you do want to give them a realistic look about what the world is in which they exist, so that they can think about it. In other words, it needs to be presented. This is what humanity is facing right now. We have some people that imagine that the world is overpopulated, and these people are very powerful and very influential, and they're promoting things like abortion, and they're promoting other methods of death and destruction on Earth that are harmful to innocent people and life in general. They actually are guilty of crimes against humanity. And promoting the slaughter of infants is thoroughly evil, folks. Any leaders doing that, in my opinion, are completely unfit for any office of any power or influence, not just government, but any position of influence whatsoever. In my opinion, people that evil belong behind bars. In other words, proponents of abortion belong behind bars, in my opinion. I don't think you're in your right minds. Straight up. You're advocating destroying what God Himself creates and makes. You're the epitome of the enemy of the Almighty if you're for attacking innocent infants that can't defend themselves. I mean, killing them. I'm sorry, man. There is no rational, reasonable justification for abortion whatsoever. None. Okay. Rapists, biblically, are put to death. Our culture has strayed so far away from right and wrong behavior, and the world in general has to return to God and His divine commandments. Has to. Straight up. Now, I'm not talking about misinterpreting His divine commandments. He said, justice without mercy will be given to everybody that shows justice without mercy. So, all of His law that results in capital punishment has to be seriously weighed out, and that's why some civilizations have done away with capital punishment altogether, because I suppose because maybe that country or people have become so unrighteous that they feel like they just simply cannot put even those that are worthy of death to death. I don't know what the full reasons why capital punishment is being done away with when in some cases it is most definitely deserved. Now, I cannot think of anybody on death row that is more deserving of death than the globalists at this point. They are oppressing billions of souls on Earth at this point. Factually, truly. If you were in control of generating currency, in other words, if you were in control of the World Bank or the central bank of your nation, would you be letting people suffer and die homeless in the streets? Seriously. Would you be letting veterans that went to fight in one of your wars of your own making? Because pretty much the wealthy are the ones that orchestrate the wars on Earth. Yes, they are. 9/11, for example. Okay, now, some people believe that it was orchestrated by foreigners and so on and so forth. I'm not saying yes or no to that. I'm saying that for everything to have happened that happened in 9/11 had to have a certain inside conditions, and that were openly admitted. For instance, the owner of the towers buying the insurance policies before, telling the world point blank he made the decision to pull some of the other buildings that weren't hit by the planes, and so on and so forth. all during that whole catastrophe. In other words, it was basically, a remodeling opportunity for them instead. But then to allow Hamas, in other words, to have a foreign ideology, Islam, involved with the attacks on the towers, and then to allow them to construct a mosque at Ground Zero was basically admitting that Islam has conquered um, um, New York City, one of the icons of America. It was an act of submission to Islam. It was thoroughly evil, and something I don't think any honest American patriot is okay with. In other words, if I was in power, um, and something as obvious as 911 went down, every mosque in this country would have been, and and then it wouldn't even have to be 911. It's just the fact that Islam is that evil. I'm a proponent for raising every single mosque in this country coast to coast, for banning publications of the Quran, for never allowing anything as evil as Islam to openly operate in our country. I'm sorry. I'm not speaking that from a place of hatred. I'm speaking that from a place of just pure knowledge. Islam, from its inception, has been nothing but a violent cult on earth, attacking innocent people. It's a criminal organization by doctrine and practice, historically and to this day. Factually, truly has generated more violent terrorist organizations than any other cult in the history of the world. So, nothing as evil as Islam, and anybody practicing it should be setting foot in our countries. Or, as far as I'm concerned, should be allowed to operate anywhere on earth. Somebody with guts and the presence of mind needs to say so clearly and plainly. I have examined Islam. I've examined it historically and in doctrine and practice, and under examination, it is despicable, disgusting, and totally unacceptable. Unfortunately, there are so many innocent people that are brainwashed into thinking otherwise about it that it takes the rest of the world to educate themselves and become aware of what Islam really is in order to tell people that are trapped in it, in other words, born in Islamic dominated countries and are forced into that cult from birth, just in order to tell them that it is totally unacceptable, that it is in fact criminal by definition in doctrine and practice, because it factually is, provably so. In other words, I can take the doctrines straight out of the Quran and compare them to any sane, decent laws worldwide and show you that in doctrine and practice, Islam is factually a criminal organization, and in fact, a very despicable one, a perverse cult, sexually immoral cult. Um, Plainly. In fact, other people already have. Ann Barnhart does a presentation on YouTube about Islamic sexuality and how evil it is, and quotes right out of the Quran, quotes right from imams and the Ayatollah, and all kinds of sexual deviant decrees by them. And it is unbelievably perverse, nasty, totally disgusting, totally unacceptable, and totally evil. I mean, in other words, if I were to point to anything on earth that the devil has most definitely planted, I would point to Islam, like lickety frigging split. Now that I've examined it, in other words, as far as I can tell, it's the very definition of an anti-Christian demonic cult. And I'm not saying that from a place of hatred. I'm just saying that factually, truly, it meets those definitions. Provably so. In other words, soberly, sanely, intellectually, objectively, it's a criminal organization. It shouldn't be allowed to operate on earth. Nobody practicing Islam should be loose, in my frank opinion. In other words, I believe all Muslims are either deluded about what Islam is, in other words, don't know what their own cult teaches, because to practice Islam is to be a criminal, If you obey the doctrines of Islam, you are a criminal. In other words, a sex offender, a robber, a slaver, a murderer, um, serious criminal. Now, there's obviously, many that are practicing Islam that are not committing um, the most serious offenses that Islam encourages. But the fact that they're in an organization that does encourage those crimes openly, in black and white, and what makes them so serious is that they believe that God is encouraging them to commit criminal acts. That's what makes it so serious and so dangerous. They believe that the creator of the heavens and the earth is actually encouraging them to do the very evil he tells people not to do in the Holy Bible. So Islam and the biblical worldview are diametrically opposed. Islam is like I said, if if you could point to something the devil himself founded on earth, it would be that. It's basically you're obeying the devil. Allah is the devil. It's not God. And Muslims don't understand that. At least all the Muslims I've ever communicated with. They think that anybody that tells them like what I'm telling them is somehow hating on them and their cult. I'm just telling them the truth. And it's what I really believe. I believe they're deceived and or brainwashed and or self-deluded, and dangerously so. In other words, I've never found a Muslim acknowledge just plain facts of history even. For instance, Islam was founded late, well, some people say mid six, um, some some people think in the 600s AD, but that's the 7th century. But really, it didn't start its warmongering ways. In other words, it hadn't grown enough until about the 8th century AD, somewhere in the 700s. About 712, the battles started to take off, and then it's just battle after battle after battle to this day, violent attack after violent attack after violent attack by Muslims against innocent people. It is a warmongering cult. Its doctrines teach Muslims to be at non-stop war until they conquer the world. So allowing them to construct a mosque anywhere, in their mind, they're succeeding. And that's why I'm a proponent for raising every single mosque in America coast to coast, and as far as I'm concerned, kicking every single Muslim out of our country permanently. I don't want anything that evil practiced here. I have examined it. I am not speaking hatefully or prejudicially. I'm speaking from a point of sane, sound knowledge. Islam is thoroughly evil. Nobody in their right mind, in my opinion, would practice it. Anybody that is practicing it is either deceiving or deluding themselves as to what Islam really is and teaches, or they, again, are not righteous people. They're criminals. I don't mean to go on and on and on. I'm trying to stick with the cost of living. But part of the reason why the cost of living is out of control is we've been pouring money into oil-rich Islamic nations, and we're subjecting ourselves under undue evil influence thereby, to the point where um, oil-rich Islamic nations are influencing our own and Western culture now by giving donations to universities, buying airtime. They're actively committing jihad in different ways. since they can't just overtly, start gunning down all infidels without alerting the whole world to the fact that they're a warmongering cult. They're trying to slowly but surely creep into Western civilization and change our biblical worldview into a very evil one. And the anti-Christian globalists are known, like Epstein and so on and so forth, for sexual predation upon minors. And the cult of Islam is also known for that. So it just so happened during one of the most immoral times in our nation's history that suddenly our country was all chummy-like with Islam, especially under the infiltrator Obama. Now, I call him an infiltrator. I don't believe he was American-born. In other words, I don't believe the grandmother from Kenya was lying, because she would have had to have been lying. She said he was born in Kenya. Now, I don't know, maybe she was senile or something. In other words, maybe she just thought he was born in Kenya. But there were other people that testified he was born in Kenya. And he traveled abroad, and he was at least under his father in Indonesia, reportedly a Muslim. So, in my opinion, Obama was an un-American, illegal infiltrator that somehow wound up in office of the president. And under his watch, tens of thousands of Muslims were flown into our country, and he was all chummy-like with Islam immediately following 9/11. So something very sinister occurred in America here, to allow an anti-Christian cult as obvious as Islam free sway and entrance into our country. And it happened also during that same time period into Europe. Rapes skyrocketed. So what I'm getting at is why we're being economically oppressed. Enemies are coming in. And all this is occurring under my watch and knowledge of Deuteronomy 28, which tells us about the blessings and cursings. In other words, obeying or disobeying God individually and nationally, and what consequences come. And if you read the consequences, the cursings, you'll see that our nation is suffering those consequences verbatim. Because we as a nation are departing from the one true God, because we've allowed Antichrist to take over A, our central bank, and B, our public education system, brainwashing them with the theory of evolution, removing the Bible and prayer out of public schools, and trampling upon our American Christian heritage, getting people to hate America within while you're still living in America, to hate your own country. It's planned demoralization. It's all kinds of enemy activity that has infiltrated our country. Russia even admits it. Russia admits they planted communists within our nation that infiltrated our universities to demoralize young minds and people against our own country, to how do you say, to conquer from within by corruption and demoralization. And that is absolutely what's going on with America. What made America strong was we were united under God, the one true God. Our American Christian heritage is what made America strong. He was blessing and prospering our country, and now we're going downhill fast. And where this ends, if we continue to depart from the Almighty, is ashes, rubble, and ruin. Our America and its cities on fire, devastated, death and destruction. If we don't turn it around, if we don't return to God and our American Christian heritage. Straight up. So the cost of living will never be met under the oppressors and under enemies infiltrating our country and destroying it from within. We have to take back control of our government. In other words, we as Americans, American patriots, have to be free from the globalists and their oppressive evil schemes. We have to arrest the Antichrist in our midst. The Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Federal Reserve, privately controlled bankers that are just enslaving and crushing our economy. We have to tell children the truth that they are divine creations, that they should pray to the living God to find out what their divine purpose is, and encourage honorable living by making sure all jobs pay livable wages instead of slave wages. We do not encourage honorable living when we're paying slave wages. What that encourages is crime and suicidal depression, frustration, as young people cannot meet their bills, as young people are forced to live communally in very small quarters, as young people's dreams are systematically crushed one by one. So the entire education system, everything that we've socially engineered, or allowed to be socially engineered, needs to be changed. It needs to return to freedom and godly values. Marriage needs to be something that's esteemed and that people don't try to destroy. In other words, when I was single, and it wasn't that I was any different person. I was who I was, personality-wise, hardworking, and so on and so forth. No propositions. In other words, never got propositioned as a single man from women until I was married. As soon as I was married, all of a sudden, women almost, I wouldn't say, I'm not going to try to exaggerate, but I was propositioned substantially. Anything from dates to outright intimacy. Regularly. So, in other words, people are not valuing marriages. You should be pursuing single people if you're single. Married people you should immediately know are totally off limits. Destroying families is a very evil thing. If you finally found real love, or what you thought was real love on this planet, how would you feel if somebody was actively trying to destroy your relationship? So don't do it to anybody else. Men and women, stop that. If you're that sexually immoral, you should be seeking help, prayerfully from the Almighty above all things. But there's all kinds of groups nowadays for sex addicts. You need help. Stable, happy families and marriages are the bedrock of a stable society, a happy and blessed civilization and nation. And you start destroying everything that's going on is causing systemic failure. In other words, our civilization will collapse if it's not maintained by law and order. If you put evil people in power, it's doomed. Putting anybody in power that's in favor of abortion is insane. you are just begging the wrath of the Almighty to fall on you, your house, and your cities, your states, and your nation. I feel it. Inside my own spirit and soul, I feel divine wrath looming. And I don't want to see it come. Some people preach doom and gloom like as if they actually want it to come. I don't. I am strongly encouraging people to please stop pretending that God isn't real. Please stop deluding and deceiving yourselves, because He most definitely is. Provably so. Provably so. In other words, God is so real that he gave very specific directions on how to meet Him face to face. Real. Now people say, you mean you can just, invite me over and show me Jesus Christ face to face? It's like, well, it's not the way it works, my friend. It's His way. The way He made the directions for meeting God face to face, in other words, divine revelation of who He is by repenting and being baptized in His name. In other words, repenting of thinking you know better than He does and being willing to obey Him straight up, to follow the divine commandments in the Holy Bible. If you're not willing to follow those divine commandments of loving God and loving one another, then I don't think you're in your right mind either. What is wrong with loving God and loving each other? Why do you want to hate God and hate each other? Because those are the two commandments He says that all of His other instructions are based on. In other words, if you'll just keep those two commandments, you'll fulfill the rest. It's like a root. You keep this root, then whatever grows out of it is kept. You sustain the foundation, the structure is sustained. Love God, love each other. Now, when I say Muslims are in a demonic cult, I say that most seriously and soberly, and it is out of love, not hatred. It's out of loving concern for them. They are presently headed in the wrong direction. They are worshiping a false god called Allah. Allah is not Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, Yehoshua, Jesus Christ. They are totally different. Allah actually fits the definition of the devil. Straight up. Historically, actually, the name traces to Baal. It's ancient Baal worship. Baal traces to the devil. In other words, all that paganism, all that evil, the whole Muslims still have self-flagellation, cutting themselves. They still have bloodletting festivals, and that's all Baal worship, ancient Baal worship. And it's still in practice to this day. Only it's taken on the name of, instead of Baal, Allah, in Islam. But historically, factually, that idol, that pagan idol, traces all the way back to ancient Baalism. And it found its way into ancient Arab paganism, and Tubal and Allah. Eventually, languages shorten or minimize origins of longer words and false deities over time, but they're one and the same, historically, factually. So Baalism just took on, which again is demonic worship, just took on a new title under Islam. Child rape, slavery, that's all sanctioned in the Quran. Their highest aspirations are to end up in their notion of paradise, which is molesting young boys and girls or something like this. It's nasty. I mean, if again, I'm citing Anne Barnhart's presentation on Islamic sexuality, and she directly quotes right out of the Quran. When she burns the Quran, she's reading things like, about molesting little boys and girls and stuff right out of their own so-called holy book. So I don't want to hear any um, hypocrisy from Muslims, where were in their own perverse minds they try to denigrate the Holy Bible like the Song of Solomon. It's one thing to be adult lovers, okay, to be man and wife in love, and talk about sexual intimacy. That's not pornographic. But when you're talking about slipping little boys and girls your tongue and stuff, molesting little boys and girls, raping little boys and girls, dying little boys and girls, all that nastiness, that's pedophilia, my friends, and that is sexually immoral. That is disgusting. And that's Islam. It's even worse when you read the Ayatollah's dictates of doctrines and decrees about sex with necrophilia, zoophilia, in other words, sex with dead people, animals, infants, babies. Nasty, disgusting crap. And those are decrees by, if an imam in Islam makes a decree, if you look at the Egyptian decrees about sex with the dead, necrophilia and zoophilia and so on and so forth, bestiality and stuff, those carry the weight as if something like the Pope in Catholicism makes a decree and says it's from the God. In other words, those decrees from imams and the Ayatollah carry weight, maybe not exactly as much weight as the Quran, but in certain sects, yes, that those are ongoing decrees from Allah, from their imam spokesmen. So all that perversity is nastily decreed in Islam. Letting these people into our countries and having rates skyrocket, and not putting acts of war to death like that, is evidence that whoever was in power was totally incompetent. Any invading foreigners come into your nation and start raping your women, those are acts of war by definition. All of those people should have been put to death swiftly. So any leaders that did not execute raping Muslims acted in ways to actually encourage that evil on earth. In other words, if it had been up to me, I would have deposed them and charged them with conspiracy to commit those crimes and executed them with the Muslims if it was up to me. Because that level of incompetence in leadership, to me, is that glaring, and that dangerous. Any judges setting them free, setting those rapists free, I would have arrested and charged with conspiracy and executed them with the raping Muslims. I'm just telling you like it should be, because that's how it should be. If your leadership does not recognize foreign invaders raping women en masse as acts of war, they are incompetent. Completely and totally incompetent. Should have been removed from power immediately. I don't want Muslims in our country. I don't want any foreign invaders coming in here with foreign ideologies that are defined as crimes. They're criminals. They belong to a criminal organization by definition. I think I've made myself clear on this issue. But the cost of living cannot be met as long as we have people that evil and that incompetent in power. Do you understand what I'm saying? They have already kowtowed to the damn devil as far as I'm concerned, or they wouldn't be letting these ideologies in our nations. There would be no mosques in our nations. There would be no Muslims in our nations. There would be no private parties taking over our entire national finance. that have foreign links. The World Bank is not on American soil. And the central banks of nations, including our own, are linked to the World Bank. And those are linked to people that are like the WTO, Bilderberg Group, the richest people on earth, that are at the head of international trade and globalism. The multi-billionaires and trillionaires of the world. And then the Rothschilds, again, with unlimited wealth. Anybody in control of the World Bank that issues currency that everybody else works for has unlimited wealth. And unfortunately, that family is pretty much at the head of it all. So if it was up to me, man, they would all be completely under arrest. The Rothschilds and everybody linked to them would be under immediate arrest for crimes against humanity, for oppression and enslavement of billions of innocent people on earth today. Now, I'm not saying they haven't done any good. I'm not saying that there's been no good done under the sun under their watch, technological advances and so on and so forth. But that does not, how do you say, wipe away their obvious crimes. I mean, are you willing to let mass murderers get away with their crimes, provided they've done like even one good deed in their whole life? No. So genocidal maniacs cannot like cite, okay, what good things they've financed and done, when they've been financing death and destruction also, in order to get away with their crimes, in other words, in order to be guiltless, in other words. Now, I'm not saying that there's anybody perfect in flesh and blood, but when their crimes are as open and notorious as they are, and again, my notes clearly cite the many things that should be investigated. Now, you might find it difficult to make the connection between the wealthiest people on earth and corporations like Monsanto. Just because the wealthiest people on earth typically hold their meetings in secret, behind closed doors, no press allowed, etc., etc., etc. I mean, have you ever tried to watch any of these secret groups? Skull and Bones Men, Masons, high-level meetings, Trilateral Commission, Bilderberg Group. Has anybody got any footage that's ever gone public of what the wealthiest people discuss? Now, we can see their propaganda they put out from UN publications and so on and so forth, but do we actually get to hear their minutes, meetings? Do we have any idea what the most powerful people are saying and plotting against the rest of us? Because it does appear to be against the rest of us. It doesn't appear to be in our benefit or favor in any way. It does appear to be in theirs. In other words, wealth concentration has escalated in recent history beyond anything in all history. Wealth concentration on earth has escalated in the past few decades beyond anything that's justifiable, to the point where billions are suffering under crushing poverty on earth today. Now, there's plenty of people living in what's considered a modern society, but we're definitely not living, I don't know any place on earth, not even the wealthy Arab locations like Dubai. Now, they've got holographic technology and entertainment that they've made public, but as far as 21st century living, as far as individual transit, I mean, Jetson type little private aircraft that just park in your own whatever tiered garage on your own tiered buildings and stuff, and you just fly right out and go to your tiered garage at your workplace or something if you have to leave your home at all. Tiered garages everywhere, and wherever you fly into, it automatically recharges your hydroelectric power or whatever completely pollution-free transit device. We have this technology. It is here now, but it's not widespread. It's not in use. What the globalists are planning are to destroy current civilization and then rebuild from the ashes. But that means that all kinds of innocent people are going to suffer and die. Now, I say that's what they're planning. I'm talking about not just from my research, but from divine revelations and knowledge that are gazing into the hearts, minds, and intents of these evil people. Um, it's it's also stated publicly on the Georgia Guidestones, right, about reducing the global population and then maintaining it at a set figure. Well, when you have somebody rich enough and powerful enough to elect in granite such insane guidelines, we should know who those people are. If they're not gutless about their ambitions, we should know who paid to erect those things, to publish that, and to set it in stone as what they consider guidelines for the future of humanity. In other words, if it was up to me, um, um, anybody that's for depopulating the earth by billions of people, as far as I'm concerned, let them swing first. You first. You first, you insane, evil, demonic, unbelievably deluded person. You're not God. If you're for death and destruction of billions of innocent souls, you should be swinging from the end of a rope publicly. You're promoting, when you put something in granite like that, you're the very definition of what is the promotion of mass destruction, genocides, and so on and so forth. In other words, you've used the reason why they haven't gone public about who did that is because they're using their free speech to incite evil. Now, when I say I want to raise mosques, I'm saying I want to protect our nation from those that would destroy it and subvert it unto something as evil as Islam. In other words, the fact that Islam dominates anywhere on earth is unconscionable to me. And I don't want to see it take even one tiny root in our country. It already has. And I want to basically uproot it. I want to raise every mosque, ban publications of the Quran, and send Muslims packing. Get out of our nation. Don't ever come back type packing. They either need to undergo deprogramming from their cult. In other words, consent to be educated. Or if they're intent on practicing the crimes of Islam, they should be arrested. And if they don't want to be arrested, I'm giving them the option, if they think Islam is actually acceptable, of leaving and staying in an Islamic-dominated nation. But I think the rest of the world should absolutely prevent, and I mean in the extreme, prevent any further spread of Islam and anything that evil. It is obviously evil. I have tried to converse and reason with Muslims, but you can't. They're not reasonable. They're not rational. They're not logical. I'm sorry, man. I'm saying this from over 10 years of serious effort of trying to converse with any of them. If they were rational, reasonable, educated people, they wouldn't be Muslims. Straight up. Straight up. So every Muslim I've ever talked to either thinks Islam is something that it isn't. In other words, doesn't know what its own cult teaches. Doesn't know its own history. They say things constantly like Islam has always existed. That's just simply not factually true. The word Islam and Muslim did not exist in history prior to it coming into existence under the auspices of the Antichrist and false prophet Muhammad and his other warmongering cult followers. In other words, 7th century AD. The words Muslim didn't even exist. So when they say Jesus Christ was a Muslim, or when they say any of the prophets of the Bible were a Muslim, that's just fundamentally not true. Not historically true, not metaphorically true, not spiritually true. It's not true in any way, shape, or form at all. The Bible has doctrines that are completely 180 degrees opposite the doctrines of Islam. The Bible calls the doctrines of Islam serious crimes that merit divine consequences. They're completely diametrically opposed. There's absolutely no harmony or connection between the two whatsoever. And I don't understand how anybody can think there is. I once thought, well, since the descendants of Ishmael ended up descending into the regions of Arabia, or what's now Saudi Arabia, and so on and so forth, that the Ishmaelites, are somehow biblically connected that way. But no. The entire cult is actually based on ancient paganism. So there is no how do you say, commendable connection between the two at all. They're what Elijah was dealing with in his days against the false prophets of Baal. That's what Islam is. It's Baalism. It's Satanism. It's demonic. It's thoroughly evil. And it's got just enough of some respectable verses, or something that you can cite out of its contents in order to make it seem like it's wearing a cloak of righteousness. But that's just what the devil does. It's just what politicians do, evil ones, right? They put on a suit and tie and act all respectable, but they're criminals, right? I'm not saying all of them, but the ones guilty of genocides and so on and so forth, and insider trading and bribe taking, capitalism, smooching the butts of the deep state while they lie to the public on TV. All the criminals think that they can put on a facade on TV and fool everybody. And maybe they fool some people, but they definitely don't have to fool everybody. Crime is crime. Now, them having the audacity to call themselves the representatives of the people anymore, no. Certainly aren't representing me. Are they representing you? Are they all you poor and oppressed, suffering masses? Are you feeling represented? They represent their own pocketbooks. They're meeting the cost of living, no problem. And all why this so-called pandemic plays out on television. Now, I'm not saying people don't die and aren't dying of various diseases, and maybe even some of them are actually COVID related. But it has come out from numerous doctors and nurses that they're saying that people that die of even other causes are dying of COVID. In other words, there's a certain amount of lying going on, deception going on about this whole pandemic. And it looks like a method to economically attack nations, which I consider a far more serious threat when you attack personal people and their ability to survive. If you're not working for honest wages, how do you pay your bills? You can't. So that's an attack on our lives to tell anybody that they can't go to work. And when so many businesses are having to close their doors, and the only ones that remain are already the giants, the online giants like Amazon and so on and so forth, that's further concentrating wealth in the hands of a few people at the consequences and costs of the lives of innocent others. So the cost of living rolls on whether or not you have the income to meet that cost of living. So when they declare a pandemic and tell you to stay at home, that is a direct attack on your life. If how else can you pay your bills? And after months of not being able to pay your bills, to throw you some chump change as a stimulus might be better than nothing, but it certainly doesn't meet your lost income for months. So whatever the politicians are doing, as far as I can tell, they're only trying to prevent their own demise under this emergency crisis of of mass millions of understandably outraged citizens that are losing their livelihoods and their lives. And that's why, as far as I can tell, it's been so difficult for many Americans to get a hold of ammunition and such. The truth of the matter is billions of you, even armed with sticks and stones, are enough to depose these people. We need people in charge that understand what it's like to be a hard-working American. Now, yes, you have to take whatever precautions you can during a real pandemic, but as far as I'm concerned, the precautions that should be taken is anybody and everybody involved with genetically modifying the coronavirus. I mean, from decades ago to this day, should be under arrest immediately, and an international ban on genetically modifying any and all diseases perpetually put in place. Anybody financing that crap all should be under arrest. And then whatever infection they've caused due to their genetic meddling, and because that's really what is the cause of many of these diseases today, um, um, should be dealt with reasonably. Yes, we can take whatever precautions we can with sanitization, practicing sanitized procedures, and so on and so forth individually. But you cannot tell people that they cannot earn a living for themselves, or you're basically condemning them to death. So everybody should be able to return to honorable employment of some kind, and as far as I'm concerned, immediately. Or you have to provide for everyone housing and no debt. In other words, at no cost to them. Housing, food, clothing, their monthly bills paid for everybody. And that doesn't happen with a few $100s, my friends. Not at today's cost of living. Basically, if you're going to tell everybody to stay home, um, um, I forget what the average cost of living for an American these days is, but I'm I know it's a lot more than um, giving somebody a $600 check after months and months of no income. In other words, if the average house is at $250,000, the average mortgage at around 2,000 or whatever a month, um, that's just their housing costs. Okay, then you have to factor in food, and you have to factor in power. You have to factor in clothing, all their basic necessities. Basically, you would have to be giving everybody across America from coast to coast like $4,000 a month, minimum. It's more expensive in some places. So you just can't tell everybody, hey, you just can't earn a living, suffer and die. You just can't do that. I don't care what pandemic and how contagious. You have to come up with some other way to deal with that, or you have to financially back them during that so-called mandated quarantine of jobless income. Then, when you finally lift the so-called quarantine off the general public, you have to provide for them means of once again achieving employability. If you make this pandemic go on for years, And for years you're telling people they can't work. I don't know how people are staying alive. This is an overt attack on people's lives. And the far greater danger is economic, not biological. Now, I'm not saying deadly diseases are not terrible. I'm saying that if you won't let people earn a living, that is absolutely certain death, homelessness and death. They have to have a way to feed themselves, clothe themselves, and provide shelter from the elements. So, in my opinion, you stop the pandemics at its source. No more genetic modifying of any diseases. Period. I don't care what their excuses are. I've heard some people say, "Oh, they were only modifying the avian form of the coronavirus, and that's the only patents and so on and so forth." I'm like, I'm sorry, man. If it smells, quacks, looks like a deck, okay. How do you say you've missed the main point of basic um, reality. The fact is, they're taking a contagious disease and genetically modifying it, and the fact remains that during the time that they're genetically meddling with said disease, it somehow suddenly transfers to humans without rational, reasonable explanation while they're genetically meddling with said disease. I'm sorry, your worldview is one of gullibility and naivete if you think that those that were genetically meddling with and patenting the coronavirus have nothing to do with it becoming contagious to humans. That it just happened all on its own. That's not a reasonable, rational worldview. Just like when they were genetically meddling with SARS, or when they were genetically meddling with HIV. What is rational is when you have people that were involved in the whole process telling the world that they are intentionally modifying diseases for the basis of biological warfare, and that biological warfare has not necessarily nothing to do with nation against nation. It has to do with global depopulation under the wealthiest people on earth. When your food, your beverages, even your medications have toxins in it that are harmful to your health, and it's put there by those that control all those wealthy corporations, multinationals. In other words, poisons just didn't end up in your food, beverages, and hygiene products, and even your medications by pure chance, people. They're intentionally put there. They're not put there as part of the, how do you say, the manufacturing process either. Oh, I mean, they are, but in other words, it's not needed. In other words, the the harmful poisons that are added to medications are not needed intrinsically to produce the beneficial effects of said medications. They're added to said medications that actually cause those harmful side effects on purpose. In other words, they'll say it's for your safety to add certain amounts of toxins that cause stomach upset in order to prevent overdoses of certain already highly toxic substances. In other words, if you can overdose on a drug, it means that it is toxic or poisonous to your system. So if they add even another poison, stomach upset, that means that they know that substance is so toxic you could kill yourself if you take too much of it at once. But they're willing to let you take a little bit of it at a little bit of a time in order for it to accumulate in your system over time as a form of plausible deniability as you get sicker and sicker and sicker until you die. Why? Because making you sick and suffering and then causing you to go to doctor after doctor, test after test, and take more of their toxic, poisonous drugs after more of their toxic, poisonous drugs over an extended period of time turns you into a cash producing asset as you suffer and die. And that's the way reality is today. And if you don't think that those are heinous crimes against humanity, I don't know what's wrong with you. Those are heinous crimes against humanity. And it's just part of our everyday reality now. And that's because so many people are putting up with it. It's really evil. Seriously evil. Cost of living. So all these people getting rich off you suffering and dying and taking away your ability to earn the cost of living for yourself, then tell you that Social Security was never meant for you to live on when you become chronically ill, terminally ill, or disabled. So not only do they intentionally attack your life and make you chronically ill and terminally ill in the process, and they profit from it, they get rich, while you suffer and die. But then they make you feel like a loser for having to beg for charity just to try to survive afterwards. Telling you stuff like Social Security was never meant for you to live on. Why they have fat pensions and huge savings and live in mansions and live the good life and play golf and laugh it up. Where they cause mass millions to billions of people to suffer and die prematurely on Earth. And if you're not mad at the wealthiest people on Earth these days in charge of all this, I don't understand you. I am. I'm mad enough to say, hey, I'm Michael Swenson, and I am openly calling for their arrests. All of them. Everybody involved in the so-called regulation committees, too, in government. I want them all. I want them all rounded up and locked up. All of them. And I want sane, decent leadership in their place. People that know what it's like to be a poor, hard-working soul on Earth. People that have been there. To give the billions of us that have been suffering our whole lives a very needed break. And that's financially. You all should be homeowners. You all should have your own place that is yours. Nobody else can take from you. Nobody else can come along and say, well, you're paying me this much this month, but next month I want you to pay me double. Like some greedy landlords are doing these days. Now, I'm not saying all of them, but some of them are that evil. The fact that our laws even allow anybody to be that evil. As far as I'm concerned, anybody that evil should be under immediate arrest for attacking innocent people's lives. If you double the cost of living on somebody, that is absolutely an attack on their life. If you raise it even from one month to the next by 10% or 50%, and many landlords do this kind of thing, at least far too many I've come across in my lifetime. As far as I'm concerned, every single one of them should have been put behind bars immediately. You are definitely attacking someone's life when you raise the cost of living on them. Now, I'm not saying that landlords should pay for other people to live in shelter for free. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is there shouldn't be any landlords. Everybody should be homeowners. Nobody should have the right to or think they have the right to raise the cost of living on anybody else that arbitrarily. And then I go even into government corruption and taxes. Their ability to level taxes. Internet started, there were internet sales. Sales on all kinds of things. Services that are not really taxable services. They're like services in cyberspace. For instance, like you can buy, I don't know, a graphic on the screen that I don't know, um, designs your own little virtual home to live in or something. It's might be a silly game. It, but that graphic might cost you, I don't know, $5, $10 or something like that. But they're taxing stuff like that. They're taxing figments of imagination at this point. There's so many taxes. So what I'm getting at is all those taxes. The reason they're there is because the wealthiest people on earth um, um, basically said to governments, look, we'll take over your central bank and we'll finance your nation. In other words, none of you that are kissing our asses and leaving us in power are going to want for anything. You'll all be rich, and the way you'll all be rich is tax all them poor working slaves underneath you. Tax the crap out of them. In other words, they make money out of thin air, folks. They don't even work for it. And then the governments that are controlled under these people that don't even work for their money um, um, are pawns of theirs. And instead of just getting money from those that make money out of thin air, they're getting money from you, who are getting pitiful wages and live crappy lives for the most part compared to them. Do you have yachts? Are you driving Teslas or sports cars or a new car every month or every year? Can you afford to buy the latest and greatest toys in the world? Not just no, but hell no. 80 to 90% of the people on Earth are well, let's at this point it's 40 to 50% are at poverty or just a hair above poverty, and then there's another 30% that are barely above poverty. Yeah, I won't even say they're middle class, and then there's about, I don't know, 10% maybe that hit middle class that actually are living a somewhat of an acceptable life where they can maybe buy a new car every 5 years or something like that. But very few are that level of wealth that's just like, it's no big deal for them to go to the store and buy whatever they want, whatever clothes they want, whatever food they want, whatever jewelry they want, whatever car or truck they want, that are that rich. In other words, there's people that have virtually unlimited wealth. There's whole neighborhoods of millionaires and multimillionaires here in America. Whole neighborhoods, whole cities, like 10% of the population are millionaires. Whole cities of millionaires and multimillionaires. In other words, $1 million home really isn't. You would think $1 million home these days would qualify as a mansion, but not really. There's all kinds of $1 million homes these days that are kind of like, yeah, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom houses. They're nice. I'm not saying they're not nice. I'm not saying expensive homes are nice, but they're not mansions. So, real estate, because there's um, such a small percentage of people that are ultra wealthy, um, they trade their mansions between themselves basically. Hardly anybody ever works their way up into that level of wealth. There's some that finally bridge that gap, but it is very rare, folks. Very rare. It is not commonplace at all. There are some people that crawl out of, I mean, crushing poverty, slum-like, homeless living, um, to to at least a sheltered standard. But to go from the streets to being a millionaire, a multimillionaire, that is extremely rare. I would have done it if people hadn't attacked my life. I was right there. But it took, I mean, determination. It took me sometimes working without sleep for days. It took extreme determination. I almost made it. I would have made it if people hadn't tried to kill me. I was that determined to break out of poverty because of how crushing it is, how demoralizing it is, how depressing it is. Now, I'm not saying you can't have any happiness or any good life as a poor person at all. If you have hugs and kisses every day, even if you're poor, you're having a pretty good life. If you're loved and really appreciated, that is a very great blessing, and it's priceless. No money can buy that. Money might buy prostitutes, gigolos and stuff, but money doesn't buy real love, trust, and respect. That's priceless if you find it. So I'm not saying that there aren't relatively poor people that are getting by in humble homes, dwellings, and humble, you know, clothes, attire, um, that that aren't happy and having a relatively good life, because of their great personalities, attitude, and mostly because they've got friends and family that really love them. Just having that is, like I said, priceless. Can't put a price on it. Even the multi-trillionaires, man, you can't buy that. So if you have it, you're really rich spiritually, and that can lead to a relatively decent life. But my point being is that we're letting the most evil, selfish, and greedy people maltreat billions of us right now, and that's got to stop. Or, in other words, if we don't stand up to them sooner than later, they're going to get away with even worse crimes against us. Now, I'm sorry that as one individual, I can't, arrest them myself for you. If God empowered me to, I would. I absolutely would. I'd stand in the gap between you and them. But that hasn't happened, or or I haven't heard them all dropping over dead. Needing new elections nationwide, and this time of people that are actually from the working masses, not the wealthy. In other words, I'm tired of only the wealthy getting airtime. Um, do you think the wealthy actually represent any of the poor working masses? There might be maybe one or two of them in the entire government that started out at very, I don't know, impoverished means, that still remember what it's like to be, working as hard as you can and not able to pay your bills. But I can't tell, right? Are they making any laws in our favor? No. They're making laws in their favor, in the favor of the wealthy people on earth. Is your financial burden lessening? They're telling you you can't even go work at your pitiful slave job. So the cost of living is not being met. And what I'm getting at is, since there is a cost of living, in other words, a real price people pay, you have to actually make sure that they have that economic means each month and every month, all during their lifetime, or they're dying. So all this debt that's been created during this time, should be completely wiped away. Should be. And if you put me in power, it would be. And you'd say, Michael, how do you do that? And I'm telling you how I do it. I would sever the ties of our central bank with the World Bank. They're the ones that claim all the nations are in debt. Who else is claiming it? I would get out as President of the United States. Um, if you're saying America is in debt, whoever you are, wherever you are, stand up and speak out. Identify yourself. And that's how I would do away with the charade on television of constantly putting the pressure on your backs like a whip stroke. You're all in debt. You're all in debt. Our nation's in debt. You owe, you owe, you owe. Work, work, slave, work. Really? Did you sign some loan to China? Did you sign indentured servitude to the United States of America, or to the central bank, to the World Bank, to anyone? Now you might have credit card debt, but it's because they who are the wealthiest people on earth have made the cost of living too high and your wages too low. You wouldn't have credit card debt, right? Some of you, they might say, well, some of you are buying whatever luxuries that aren't necessities, and that's why you have all that credit card debt. And I'm like, um, are you willing to give up your mansions, your yachts, your 8-car garages, or your 20-car garages, or your holdings in all the countries around the world? And unless you are, man, stop getting down on people that are in credit card debt for trying to assuage their suicidal depression with whatever, a nice dress for themselves that they happen to have charged, or getting a pizza delivered because they haven't been paid yet, because you don't give people their daily wages, even though God says to in the Holy Bible. You wait until the whole month has expired so you can use every penny that they've earned for your own profiteering and gains. When I was running my company, I paid anybody working for me every day, even though that made me have to work harder. Because God says to give people their daily wages. That way you don't owe anybody anything. If they work for you for a day, you pay them. At any rate, our entire civilization, man, is anti-biblical, anti-Christian. I'm not saying that there's no Christians in our country. Thank God there are. I'm not saying that there's no Christians on earth. Thank God for every one of them. I'm saying that I have not found a nation on earth that comes close to following the commandments that are clearly written in the Holy Bible. And even though our nation once did come close, it is getting further and further away rapidly. And that's very dangerous for everybody in America. Very dangerous. It's one thing for a nation that has never heard the gospel of people, a group of people, to be departed from God because they've just never heard the truth. But once a people becomes enlightened, like the United States of America once was, and then falls away, oh, that's dangerous. That's really dangerous. Because then certain divine commandments and ordinances and prophecies in the law and the prophets come into play. God tends to be merciful to the ignorant, to those that just lack knowledge. But when you have knowledge and reject it, oh, consequences, heavy consequences come. In other words, that's why the scriptures say it's better for you not to have even known the way of truth than to have known it and depart from it. Because you don't have any excuse at that point. And so divine consequences come upon you. And that's our country. America doesn't have excuses. Our Supreme Court during the first at least 100 to 200 years of our nation's history declared that clearly by examining our historic documents, minutes of meetings, and so on and so forth, was apparent that this was a Christian nation. Christian nation, yes. Now, these were people that examined the documents and the evidence that declared this America to be a Christian nation. So at one time, it factually was a Christian nation. Now today, if somehow people are saying it's not a Christian nation, then we have fallen away. And that is extremely dangerous. Israel, for example, after being delivered from the Egyptians and slavery, and that factually occurred, and yes, there are hieroglyphs and Egyptian history that proves that the Israelites were once in Egypt as slaves, yes. If you look up the correlation between Joseph and Imhotep online. Google it. You'll see the hieroglyphs and everything that that show Israel was in Egypt. Furthermore, there's pillars of Solomon on either side of the Red Sea where the crossing was. It's historically, factually. This isn't a story. In other words, when you see the Ten Commandments on TV, that's based on true history. The real Mount Sinai actually exists in Arabia. It's burnt at the top. It's got all the pillars and everything. It's got the the idol altar where they I forget the Egyptian god, but it was a bull or cow or something like that, is graved all over the altar. And again, that's all in the Bible. In other words, there's a real physical place confirming the historic account of the Exodus in the Bible. And furthermore, there's evidence that the Israelites marched through the Arabian desert up into Israel, and so what was Canaan, and so on and so forth. And evidence of the battles there that are all biblical. The archaeological evidence now is so overwhelming for the historicity of the Holy Bible. I can't believe anybody doesn't know that is actual non-fiction, historical, accurate information contained therein in the Holy Bible. It's not mythology, fiction, or anything like that. It's just factual information of how God Almighty has been speaking with and dealing with mankind. So the Israelites come into the Promised Land. The nation of Israel was formed, and every time they sinned, they were crushed by enemies, enslaved, maltreated, until eventually the whole nation suffered the diaspora. They were scattered among all nations, according to prophecy. And recently, they've been gathering back into Israel from all nations, again in fulfillment of prophecy. In fact, when Israel became a nation again in the exact land that it existed in ancient days, was fulfillment of prophecy according to some scholars like Grant Jeffrey to the day. In other words, God said that they would be punished 7 times if they disobeyed Him, and if they continued to disobey Him, it would be 70 times 7. And if they still continued, then it was some other multiple. But at any rate, basically, when you multiplied the years of punishment that God said in the Scriptures, I think it came out to a total of 2,560 years or something like that. And from the very day Israel was annihilated and scattered in the diaspora or something like that, where they were just, the temple was destroyed and everything, to the day it became a nation again was actually, and I don't know if it was 2,100. It's been a while since I read the book, my point being. But regardless, it was actually to the day. The punishment was fulfilled to the day, and they were regathered in the sight of the whole world in their land, in the land of Israel. Never before happened in the entire history of the world, in fulfillment of all kinds of prophecies in modern history. And then, shortly after they were formed, Islamic-dominated countries attacked and were defeated. And I actually spoke with somebody that was in the Six-Day War, or at least he claimed to be. I don't know if he was telling the truth or not. But he said to me that Egyptian tanks were coming at them, and they were out of ammunition. They didn't have any tanks. The Israelites considered themselves defeated during that war. And he testified to me that they saw angels in the clouds or something like this, somehow fighting the Egyptian tanks. I can't remember if it was, I don't know, what he said were projectiles or flames of fire or what, but turned the Egyptian military back, or he said they would have been defeated. I also saw somebody in the Royal Air Force testify that something like that happened during World War II. that the Royal Air Force was down to only a couple planes, that the Germans had basically bombed the crap out of London and out of all of the Air Force bases, that they only had a few planes left, and that they considered they were going to try to defend England on a suicide mission or something like this, go down fighting, so to speak. And they said that they saw the Luftwaffe coming at them. In other words, the German Air Force coming at them, and basically they said that all they could see was like German planes coming at them. And this Royal Air Force pilot testified they thought for sure they were dead. Um, but they said before they even opened fire, the German Air Force entire sky full of German planes turned around and went back to Germany. And it was like a turning point between the Battle of Germany and England. And he said that afterwards, he said he didn't know why they didn't proceed, because they were about to win the war, at least with England. And so this Royal Air Force pilot testified. You can get this from the TBN archives. I believe that's where I saw this Royal Air Force pilot testify, was on one of the TBN productions years ago. Something like more than 20 years ago now. But at any rate, he testified that he finally got to ask one of those German pilots face to face why they turned back. And this is after the war was over. And he actually met one of the German pilots that was flying that day. And so the German pilot said to him that their intel had told them that the Royal Air Force was almost all but completely destroyed, that there was only a handful of planes left, and that they were confident that they were going to be victorious. But that on that day, according to the German pilot, all they could see as from horizon to horizon was Royal Air Force planes coming at them, like with no end of planes in sight. They were convinced that there were far more Royal Air Force planes than even the German fleet, than even though they had filled the skies themselves, and so they turned tail. So what I'm getting at is, you don't hear in schools about any of these facts of history, about how many times God has intervened in history. Because if you did, you would know that He exists, and that He is in fact the biblical God. That's kept from you because antichrists have taken over public education, public indoctrination, and you're spoon-fed whatever crap they want to give you. And that fills your head lifelong with what you think of as knowledge. And that's why some of you believe in the theory of evolution, even though it's not in any way, shape, or form scientific at all. No science behind it whatsoever. None. Zero. Zilch. I don't care who you cite or what papers you cite or whatever. Every single person that's written those papers are brainwashed. They're acolytes of the cult of evolutionists. People that actually believe they came from ponds, scum, and monkeys instead of God. No justification for it whatsoever. None. Not really. It's you taking something like hard evidence like this cone and saying that this was obviously made by a stamped press. You don't know how this was made unless you've actually made one or seen how I made it. What I'm getting at is, You can't pick skulls up out of the ground and tell whatever story you want about those skulls. But that's totally what evolutionists do. Ken Hovind does a whole thing about it. You don't know anything about that dead creature other than that it was a creature that died. You don't know that it had offspring, children. You don't know that it left its genes to anybody or anything. You don't know that for sure. And you can't take a whole bunch of skulls, human skulls, monkey skulls, or whatever, and just fantastically connect them. Pure fantasy. You didn't see an ape-like creature slowly morph or anything like that. All you did was dig up a bunch of various shaped skulls, which exist ubiquitously to this day. In other words, if you were to slay the entire ape kingdom and the entire, every monkey on Earth and every human on Earth, you would find skulls of all shapes and sizes. But to say that means that this monkey morphed into this human is just nothing but a story. Pure imagination. And that's all evolution is. Pure imagination. Straight up. Sometimes it's really bad. Sometimes there have been intentional hoaxes fabricated to try to justify their nonsense. By that I mean they'll intentionally take bones that they know are human bones and mix them in with bones that they know are ape bones, and then create like a false skeleton and call it like Lucy or something, and say that was the link, the missing link. Seriously, the evolutionary hoaxes, lies, deceits, deceptions are that notorious and that bad because of how desperate these people are to somehow prove their nonsense. And it is nonsense. There's no justification for it whatsoever. Genetically, there are some genes that are subject to whatever diseases, epigenetics. In other words, some types of alterations that cause things known as birth defects. But there's never been one beneficial mutation that they can point to and say, see, that's evolution in process. Sometimes our skin gets lighter when it's, not exposed to sunlight, and then gets darker. But the genetics behind skin pigmentation, tanning, all that is built-in information. But one of the strongest bits of genetic code that is virtually unchangeable and unbreakable unless you intentionally genetically modify it, in other words, not altered by any natural, so-called natural methods, are what I call form limiters. In other words, form of a horse, form of a cow, form of a cat, form of a man, form of a dog, form of a monkey. Those parts of the genetic code are the differing parts, and they're hard coded. They're not something that somehow form of a dog somehow genetically from two dogs, somehow genetically two dogs get together and then suddenly have genetically form of a cat. No, doesn't happen. Because God designed all of the creatures on earth to bring forth after their kind. So dogs bring forth dogs. They might bring forth little dogs, big dogs. They might bring forth hairy dogs or hairless dogs. But form of a dog comes from generation to generation by divine design. Doesn't morph, doesn't evolve, doesn't change into a pig or into a whale or into anything else. Anybody that believes that nonsense is calling God a liar and is sinning. Anyone who believes the theory of evolution is putting their faith in the opinions of fallible mortal men over God Almighty, who has never lied. never does lie, and it is a fool. And I'm saying so because God says so. Professing themselves to be wise, who changed the form of their God and likeness into something that is a creature to be worshipped. In other words, you're elevating an opinion of a fallible mortal man above God. You're saying that you come from a monkey instead of God. You are a fool. I'm sorry. By his definition. If you don't want to be a fool, stop acting foolish. Don't believe in the theory of evolution because it is foolish to believe that crap, because that's what it is. Crap, pure crap. What you should be putting your faith in is exactly what God tells us in the Holy Bible, from Genesis to Revelation, because it has never been in error. It has never once been in error. It has been factually true in prophecy over millenniums. In other words, it has accurately foretold the future for millenniums. In fact, prophecies, you can pick up headlines from around the world today, anywhere on earth, just headlines right from any country, and I can point some place in the Holy Bible that speaks of those headlines. For the most part. Now, I'm not talking about minor, inconsequential news like, I don't know, some kind of ad, but for the most part, there's something in the Bible, in God's Word, that relates to anything that's making headlines all over this planet. In other words, major news events. Something. It relates to something straight out of the Holy Bible. So what I'm getting at is the Holy Bible is so intertwined with reality that for you to disdain it in any way makes yourself look extremely ignorant of its contents and to downright foolish. There is a God. He has told us all how to know him. If you don't know him, you have not obeyed him. Straight up. His commandment on how to know him is not that difficult. It's repent of thinking you know better than he does, because you don't. Nobody does. His level of omniscience goes way beyond knowing everything about everything to knowing every possibility and the full ramification of all possibilities for everything, not just for people, but for microbes, for everything in all his creation. And his omniscience and awareness is that acute and that inexhaustible. So nobody on earth knows more than God. And whatever he tells us in the contents of the Holy Bible, you can take to the bank. Absolute, solid, truthful information. If you're going to put your faith in anything, you should put your faith in the contents of the Holy Bible and enough to follow the directions to meet him. And then that's where you should put all your faith and trust, is in him. In him and his word. He describes himself as faithful and true, and he describes his words as faithful and true. So you can put 100% trust in whatever the contents of the Holy Bible are and the God of the Holy Bible. The God who has declared himself in the contents of the Holy Bible, which in English is the one known as Jesus Christ. Now, people try to think that the God of the Old Testament is not Jesus Christ. Yes, it is. Jesus Christ was the one speaking to Adam and Eve, the one who created the heavens and the earth. He was the one that spoke to Moses. He's the one that spoke to all the prophets. In fact, there's hundreds of prophecies about what he would do just when he incarnated. So, yes, Jesus Christ is in fact Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, the self-existent eternal one. And he visibly manifested a form of himself to declare himself to the creatures he made, us. And when he incarnated exactly what he meant to, and he spoke exactly what he told the prophets he would say. Look it up online. Prophecies fulfilled by Jesus Christ. There's one site that cites like 356 prophecies and lists them. It lists them in the Old Testament, and lists the fulfillment in the New Testament. And these are all historic facts. So yeah, Jesus Christ is the one true God. If you want to be saved, you need to call on him. If you're dying on your deathbed and can't be baptized, in other words, you can't move and you can't find anybody, you can't talk, even just think in your thoughts of calling on Jesus Christ to forgive you of your sins and to save your soul and make sure you go to heaven to be with him in a good way. Call on the one true God. He's merciful. Don't take your last breath without making your peace with our Lord Jesus Christ. Straight up. The sooner you do that, the better off your life will be. I'm not saying that suddenly everything will be rosy in this world. I'm saying that you'll have peace with your Creator and you will have absolute certainty in your own soul that you have that peace with Him. In other words, you'll know that whenever you die, however you die, you're going to be with Him forever in a good way. In other words, paradise. And paradise is so wonderful that whatever we suffer down here at the hands of evildoers is not to be compared. We're talking about eternity with God in creation perfected. Perfect creation doesn't have any sorrow, suffering, vices, death, destruction, decay. All those things don't exist in paradise. Paradise, everything is absolutely fully alive forever and ever. And alive in the very best way. Flowers with scents so intense that you can smell them at a distance. You don't have to take a flower and put it underneath your nose to smell it. You can smell it from like 100 yards away or more. A whole field of wildflowers, a fruit tree in bloom. Everything in paradise is perfected, which means everything that smells wonderful down here is amplified there into such incredible perfumes that it's I don't want to say intoxicating because toxins are poisons, but I do want to say it causes a euphoric feeling. Whatever you smell, whatever you see, whatever you taste, it causes joy, and various kinds of joy. each unique and wonderful in its own way, and that's every person too. Everyone's perfected, and they're each unique and wonderful as God designed and created them in their own way, in their own unique way, and it's just so awesome. And that's every flower and every blade of grass and every tree. And there's nothing there that cuts you, bites you, pokes you, causes you harm, anxiety, any type of negative emotion. It's hard to imagine. How do you say, rejoicing, and yet every instant somehow rejoicing even more. But that's paradise. You would think that there would be some type of limit to how much joy you could feel, but as far as I can tell, there isn't. Somehow, you start rejoicing the moment you're there, and it just kind of keeps increasing. As far as I can tell, forever and ever. Your joy just, how do you say, magnifies all the more. The virtues of God flood your soul, and experiencing that just takes on dimensions that are not something we can relate to down here. If you can understand what I'm saying, it's like as if you were able to take a sip of your favorite beverage and yet somehow be able to drink a whole ocean of it over eternity. And with every passing sip, it somehow gets more pleasing to your palate. Everything is like that there. Every color, every sound, every scent, every experience is somehow just wonderful and more wonderful and more wonderful and more wonderful, and inexhaustibly so. And you're never bored. No one's bored there. And as far as I can tell, His virtues are boundless and forever. I try to put it in words, but I think that scriptures are right when they say words really can't describe it. It's not that we're not intellectually able. It's that language fails to convey the actual experience, no matter how fluent you are. in any of them. You have to experience it to understand what I'm saying. So don't miss out on paradise for anyone or anything. Get right with our Lord Jesus Christ. In the meantime, advocate that everybody sensibly is respected as divine creations down here. You don't destroy babies because they're divinely created and gifts of God. They're actually sent by His choosing and His will at whatever time He sends them. In other words, if He sends, a soul into this earth to incarnate, He intends for that soul to do good. In other words, it is His divine intent that we all choose to live righteously. In other words, to be right with Him. To have a desire to be good like He's good. Good, evil, God, devil. That's what that's saying. In other words, if you choose to be good, you should choose God because He is good. In other words, He is what defines good. If you are rejecting what's good, you're actually choosing the devil. It'd be like light, shining into your room and you trying to shut it off just so you can remain in the darkness. That's those that don't want to know and stand on the foundation of sure truth. Those who reject God because they prefer the ignorance of darkness and wickedness. They want to go ahead and define for themselves what they think of as good and right, meaning that they know they want to do things that God tells them not to, meaning they're evil. And He flat out says so. If you were good and righteous, if you were of the light and truth, you would acknowledge and come to the light and truth, which is Jesus Christ. In other words, they're condemned already because they refuse to come, because, as He says it, your deeds are evil by choice. So when He confines those that are deliberately evil, He's just acting righteously. We do the same thing down here. We confine murderers and rapists and so on and so forth if we're a sane people, a sane civilization, because it's not lawful or good to go around abusing other people and killing them. So when God confines them all, the devil and all those that are deliberately evil, He's just acting righteously. But you hear people all day long these days try to blame God as being evil for standing against it. It's like, no, there's nothing He ever did, including the flood, that was evil. It was just merely necessary to confine and destroy evil. In other words, if everybody on earth chooses to reject the one true God, our Lord Jesus Christ, you all will be destroyed. God created the heavens and the earth, all the stars and the galaxies. So He's more powerful than a supernova, folks. So you can't beat Him. So you just need to adopt, okay, this is His game, His plan, His creation, His rules. You either play by them or you will be destroyed. And it won't be pleasant. In other words, methods of destruction, as far as I can tell throughout all history, are not pleasant. Dying isn't pleasant. Now, we all have sinned, so we're in bodies of death, and we all suffer to a greater or lesser extent in the dying process. I'm saying, since we know that, we should mercifully take compassion on the elderly, on the chronically and terminally ill, because it's going to happen to all of us. And if we all are sane, then we simply make retirement communities that are equipped with spas, walk-in tubs, therapists, etc., for everyone, not just the rich. And the way you fund all that, my friends, is just what I'm saying. It's not by taxes. It's not by burdening you. It's by putting people in power that are sane and decent and just um, generate the credits out of your central bank for national solvency. In other words, anything you as a people will agree on can be paid for. You still have to do the work. You still have to get the resources out of the earth, stone, limestone, crush it up, make concrete, build structures, employ people. But as far as paying people respectable wages, as far as providing structures, housing, services, that's all you. That's all everybody that has health and strength to work and do. It's all your choice. And if you have a government of leaders that value you, you get paid for your services. A respectable wage, a livable wage, not a slave wage. So when you're not being paid a livable wage, it means those in power do not respect and value you. It actually means they just the opposite. And that's why everybody should be arresting the wealthiest people on earth at this point. Because it is obvious from the economic disparity on earth at this point that they value themselves and whoever kisses their butts, but they don't value the general population. It's obvious by just ubiquitous observable reality that that's the case. In other words, if you put me in power, um, first thing I'm going to do is be like, okay, I'm going after anybody and everybody involved in biological warfare like COVID. They're all going to get arrested, and this pandemic's going to come to an end. It's going to come to an end one way or another. Either it will run its course, and eventually you will return to God. A cure, a so-called cure, is found. There's never any cure for diseases, really, but they want you to think that by developing vaccines and antidotes and so on and so forth. The cure, the ultimate cure for everything that plagues humanity, death, disease, and destruction, is God. In other words, returning to righteous living all over this world. Now, scientifically speaking, you can try to strengthen your immune system and so on and so forth through vaccines, but really that's what vaccines doing, right? It's introducing you to a weakened strain of an existing disease in order for your identifier leukocytes to identify that invasive harmful organism, whether it's a virus, bacteria, cocci, or whatever. And that your own immune system then kicks into overdrive to fight the real or full disease if you ever come across it. But vaccines are dangerous that way, right? Because if it's not scientifically or engineered correctly, all right, it can lead to autoimmune diseases. In other words, an overwhelmed autoimmune system that begins to incorrectly identify things, including your own cells in your own body, as harmful, and you start to suffer from what's called lupus, autoimmune diseases, and so on and so forth, where your own immune system attacks your own healthy cells. It's extremely painful. It can make you very sick, very weak, very exhausted all the time. Autoimmune diseases are terrible, I know, because unfortunately for me, when I was unconscious, I was given 3 units of incompatible blood by doctors and nurses that were actually trying to murder me. I suffered an acute hemolytic response in which my lungs filled with fluids called pulmonary edema, and that brings on cardiac arrest when you can't breathe. So, and they definitely tried to murder me in that regard, and unfortunately, that causes long-term, very painful effects. Effects so great that there were times I was suffering so much I was thinking, God, when you toss them into the lake of fire, can I watch? Can I listen to them scream for a while, please? Because they deserve it. That's how much suffering they've caused me. And I'm not a wuss. I have been, burned, shot in the head at close range I have experienced strains, breaks, dislocations. I know what pain is, and this is pervasive and excruciating what they've done to me. And I've been feeling it, unfortunately, every single day, even though I've wept, screamed, stood on God's promises, prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed again, begged, and so on and so forth. I don't know why God has left me suffering so intensely that every day is a challenge for me just to stay alive. I have to do the one day at a time thing because if I were to think that the rest of my existence was nothing but this kind of pain and suffering, I would want people to sedate me to death, to put me down, because it's that painful. Now, I'm not screaming or crying or anything like that, but it's not that I don't feel like it. It's that I've just learned that crying and screaming after having done it for months doesn't help. It only hurts my throat and gives me bloodshot eyes. So I just suffer pretty much in silence. But I'm suffering. And it's because of what they did to me. And I haven't been able to get any medical malpractice or just restitution or compensation or anything that I deserve for years of lost wages and excruciating pain and suffering. Where I'm so fatigued that it's difficult for me to do anything. Just getting out of bed to go to the bathroom to use the facilities is something I pray for strength for. To feed myself, to clothe myself, the very basic things. Um, Once a month, I go out to shop for groceries and I lean on the cart, just trying to hold my head up because I don't want to use one of the wheelchairs. Not yet. Not until I just can't stand. If that's my fate or destiny, well, in other words, I'm fighting it with all that I am, and it's very very painful. Like I said, I've been shot in the head, and it's more painful than that. And if you've ever been shot in the head or shot anywhere in your body, um, especially at close range, it's something akin to like getting hit with a baseball bat as hard as somebody can swing it. It's in other words, it's bone breaking concussion. It's painful, very painful. Recovering from a head wound like that, my head swelled up to almost 50% of its size. I looked like something like Frankenstein with stitches and stuff. Um, just the smell of somebody's perfume made me scream in agony. Just recovering from that head wound. So it's not that I'm a wuss, man. Like I said, I've suffered all kinds of scrapes, breaks, dislocations, injuries in my life. Um, Back injury that put me in 5 years of rehab. So I'm well acquainted with pain and suffering. And and yet there were times I was suffering so much that I thought I would enjoy listening to those that did this to me, screaming in hellfire. And then I was suffering for so long that much that I began to think that I don't want anybody to suffer like this, even those that wronged me. And these thoughts go through my head because I just don't want to suffer anymore. I've been suffering so long and so intensely that I can't imagine anybody would want to suffer hellishly like this. Don't ever let anybody give you an incompatible blood transfusion. It can cause unbelievable amounts of agony. Now, I'm somebody that apparently has the genetic trait that they call Wilson's disease. I don't believe it's a disease at all. I believe it's a genetic trait that really exists. Um, and an incompatible blood transfusion, if somebody survives it that has this trait, apparently, according to, experts that research this and so on and so forth, that it's documented as one of the slowest, most painful ways to die. And I hate to say it, but that's exactly how I feel. Um, all I can do is confirm. And that's coming from somebody that had divine revelations about ways to die, including various forms of crucifixion. Um, because this is every waking moment, and it can last for years and years, and you just can't get relief. It's it's a it's a horrible. I wouldn't say it's as bad as something like ALS or something. Hey, because that, yeah, I mean, your system is shutting down on you in very painful ways. This is just pervasive, excruciating pain that deprives you of your ability to even get um, needed rest, to the point where you're constantly so extremely exhausted that you can't function. Not that it impairs your ability to do virtually anything, because of the level of pain. People say, well, why don't you take painkillers? I'm like, I went to 4 states trying to explain to doctors and nurses what happened to me. Um, Even when they had medical evidence of it, it's to trained professionals, it's almost unbelievable. They're like, they don't want to think that there's other trained professionals that are homicidal maniacs that are intentionally killing people. They don't want to think that they're working in the hospital next to mass murderers. So so you can't tell decent doctors and nurses the truth, because they have a psychological tendency to disbelieve anything like that, even though historically it's factually true that some of the very worst crimes against humanity have been committed by so-called medical professionals. In other words, psychological denial is a very powerful thing, even for professionals. So even when I tried not telling the truth, when I just tried to explain to them that I'm really suffering, then you get people that are so whacked in the head that they just think you're a drug addict. That you're just trying to get drugs because you've got some habit or something. So somebody that's really suffering can't get medical care because of all the massive amounts of medical malpractice, incompetence, and bad opinions. I mean, I went to 4 states. I exhausted the last of my financial reserves trying to get any competent medical care, and I couldn't find it. It looked to me like the entire country is plagued by massive amounts of incompetence due to the fact that there's been demoralization going on in our education system, to the point where the only people that apparently get medical degrees are those rich enough to get them. And there's hardly any of them that actually deserve them. In other words, most of the medical professionals I met were not kind, caring, competent professionals at all. They were people that just had enough money. Either mommy and daddy funded their college education, and they were just seeking a high-paying job for themselves, or they were just downright evil, to just plain totally ignorant and incompetent. That, to the point where I couldn't even believe they were wearing, you know, a medical coat as a professional. I just couldn't believe they even had a lab coat or something. In other words, they looked to me like absolute quacks. They were so incompetent. And I'm not trying to insult the medical professionals that are decent. I'm just saying I personally could not get any proper medical care in 4 states. I drove on several thousand miles trying to find anybody that could. It turns out that people with this genetic trait, that there's only 12 centers on the whole planet, at least listed on the internet, that have knowledgeable medical professionals about this. And from my perspective, that is totally inexcusable. From my research, I estimate that at least 10% of the population has this trait. So it is totally unacceptable that only 12 facilities on the entire planet have people that understand anything about it. Totally unacceptable. Massive ignorance, massive incompetence. And it's, again, due to coerced public indoctrination being taken over by people that don't care about our lives, that are more concerned about their financial bottom line and preserving the system because it works so well for them. Make everybody sick and make them pay, as they're struggling for their health and their life through the nose while they get rich and the public suffers and dies prematurely. That's reality. I'm sorry, that's not pessimism speaking. That's realism. That's objectively looking at our entire system as it is today. It is evil and horrible, and everybody at the highest level should be under arrest. Absolutely, positively. Absolutely, positively. No exceptions. They all should be under arrest. Then, once nations take back control of your central banks, you can restore paying people, anybody doing an honorable job across the country, honorable wages. The way you deal with inflation, unfortunately, has to be dealt with by law. There's no such thing as free market supply and demand. Very little has anything to do with reality. When there's people ending up homeless and dying in the streets, eventually, if enough citizens get angry enough about it, then the cost of living comes down when you finally um, justly retaliate in the form of a very needed revolution. But if you have sane leadership that is in charge of your national solvency, then they have the ability to generate currency to pay for whatever national services you, the people, tell your leaders that you want and need. This thing about them enslaving you, whipping you, dictating to you laws that are only in their favor at your expense, taxing you lifelong, enslaving you, abusing you, maltreating you. Why? Why is the rest of humanity putting up with this crap? Our government is no longer under God. I mean, the whole world is under God. But what I'm getting at is people are criminals have taken over our nation. They're corrupt. They have ties to people like Epstein and his pedophile ways. Now, it's one thing to be attracted to, young adults. There's no age in the scriptures for marriage, holy matrimony, as far as I can tell. I think the youngest age cited was when David was dying, they took a 12-year-old virgin. Now, I personally think that that's too young, but there are some, very few, 12-year-olds that are rather physically precocious. In other words, even in my lifetime, I've come across some 13, 14, and 15-year-olds that if they hadn't told me their age, um, I thought were in their 20s. They were that tall and that physically developed. They were physically mature, and of course with makeup and certain clothes on and so on and so forth, they looked college age to me. And they didn't even look like freshmen, like 18 or 19. They looked like mid 20s. So there are some very young, very precocious people that are physically um, mature before, you know, the average of the vast majority. In the scriptures, the age of 20 is given for war. And I think that that should also be generally the age for marriage, personally. But what I'm getting at is, it's one thing to be attracted to um, young men or women that are in their late teens that actually look a lot older than they are. It's another thing to be attracted to prepubescent um, children that have not physically matured at all. Now, if you're going to have a modern civilization that addresses marital relations by age, then again, I think the biblical justification of that is 20, actually. That's the age of when, you know, men can go to war. If you're not willing to, or if you're not mature enough to live and fight to the death for what you believe in, then I don't see how you can possibly be ready for marriage. So I think biblically the age is 20. But when David was dying, and again, this wasn't ordered by God. It's just an historic fact of what other men did. They brought him a 12-year-old virgin, trying to, I don't know. I suppose they thought that that might entice David to try to live another day or so. And I'm like, if you brought me a 12-year-old child, I'd have been pissed, even as an old dying man. I wanted to smack you across your face and stuff for being perverts. But but again, there's some 12-year-olds that are very precocious. They look like they're 20 or older. In other words, it's very rare, but it does occur. So they might have brought him a very, very precocious 12-year-old, but I still think I still think 20 on average is the age of when people are physically, emotionally, and spiritually, intellectually begin to be ready for something as serious as holy matrimony. But there's all kinds of people that have married much younger, and some of those marriages, not all, but some of those marriages actually last lifelong. So I'm just speaking generally. There is no actually thou shalt not marry until such and such an age in the Bible. But but sexual immorality, in my opinion, is forcing yourself upon another. In other words, that's a form of rape. And in my opinion, since scientifically speaking, we do not biologically mature, mentally mature, emotionally mature until a much later date, that there is no way you should be marrying or having sexual relations with children. No way, no way. Uh-uh. So, a child molesting cult like Islam is something that is, in my opinion, totally unacceptable. Muhammad took a 6-year-old child still playing with dolls, and some people say he didn't consummate or penetrate her vagina until she was 9, but even so, that's disgusting. Um, but but the hadiths, in other words, the oldest biographies about what Muhammad did, state that he took that 6-year-old child still playing with dolls and molested her. Basically, rubbed himself in a process of what is known in Islam as thighing. I don't even like to talk about it because I find it extremely disgusting and totally unacceptable. But I do talk about it because I think people need to know that that's how perverse Islam is, and how fundamentally evil it is. That is totally unacceptable. You do not force yourself upon children. Children are not mature enough to give their consent. They're not physically able. They're not physically ready. Biblically speaking, it talks about past the flower of age. I believe that's when they begin to menstruate regularly. But even young women, even in their late teens, might not be menstruating regularly. I've heard some women talk about that they were menstruating like totally irregularly. Sometimes, um, one time a month, sometimes 4 times a month, sometimes for one day, sometimes for 4 or 5 days, sometimes for longer, sometimes for shorter, totally irregularly. That they didn't achieve a regular cycle until like their mid 20s even. What I'm getting at is that there's no, I think, general age given in that regard because everybody is absolutely totally unique. But if generally God determines that, generally speaking, men are not ready to go to war until they're 20, that means to me, in my thinking, that a man is not ready to live and fight to the death for what he believes in under God's own watch and his own word until they're that age. And if that's the case, that means that they're generally not mature enough for marriage. Because if you marry somebody, you've got to be ready to live and, if necessary, fight to the death for what you love and believe in, your wife and your family. So I think children are engaging in sex because we have a perverse culture that starts teaching them about sexual and even deviant sexuality, immoral sexuality in our public indoctrination system. If I was raising children at this point, I couldn't, with a clear conscience, send them to public education at all. First and foremost, because they're forcing that crap theory of evolution in the name of science on them, which is total nonsense. It's not science, it's not scientific, it's not true, it doesn't have any basis of being taught children at all. It's cultic beliefs being forced upon innocent children that are entirely against reality, the truth, God, and common sense. So for that reason, I couldn't send them to public education system. But for the second reason, that they are perverting children, teaching them that abortion is okay, except it's never okay to kill your own babies. That is never acceptable. It is never acceptable to destroy what God has created and made, especially an innocent babe, a child. No, that is not acceptable under any circumstances. No way. Uh-uh. Any nation doing that is I mean, I don't know how to express how serious a violation of divine um, righteousness, virtue, purity, holiness that is. It's like one of the most grievous things you could possibly do. You're you're tempting divine wrath, serious consequences, like massive death and destruction consequences by doing that. I mean, if you hate yourselves and if you want to, I mean, be destroyed by fiery wrath and stuff, just continue being that wicked because it most definitely will come. I'm saying that, please don't. Stop that. I don't want to see y'all destroyed horribly. And you will be if you continue to be that wicked. If I was in power, abortion would be declared exactly what it is, premeditated homicide. And anybody and everybody committing it would be under arrest for premeditated homicide because that's exactly what it is. Those promoting it, who have been promoting it, I would arrest for crimes against humanity, and I personally would be advocating their executions. They've overseen genocides. They've overseen mass millions of innocent lives slain. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what else to say to you people that are committing this heinous act. You are committing a serious crime, very serious crime. I can't believe the rest of humanity is tolerating it at all. It's one thing if you know you're going to engage in premarital sex, or even sex during marriage. Um, to have the good sense to use birth control, but it's another thing to actually, with premeditation, kill your own child. To me, that's so evil, so unbelievably evil, such an act of betrayal for that poor infant. And the people that are supposed to be loving and nurturing and protecting and cherishing them instead rip them limb from limb. It's so evil. So evil. It's a sad thing that that's allowed. That that it even came into existence. I think in the past, some mothers that thought they couldn't take care of their child or children would kill them in other ways. Maybe, I don't know, smash their tiny skulls with a rock or something. It's so sad that people are that messed up. But if you've ever had an abortion, man, you really need to confess that as a sin to God, and ask Him to forgive you. Don't think that it's acceptable behavior. It's not. Just because genocidal maniacs are currently in power telling you that it's okay, and it's all because, again, they hate you. They hate you and your children. They don't love you and your children. How is paying you slave wages and making your life so hellish that you're willing to kill your own children loving you? You're not loved. You are seriously hated by them. If I had all the money in the world, or if you had all the money in the world, would you make life so hellish and so miserable for billions of innocent people that they kill their own babies? So they are genocidal maniacs. They are evil, like as evil as they come. Selfish, greedy, living in palaces themselves, luxuriating themselves with the finest of everything, while the rest of humanity suffers under their auspices. At least everybody that's not kissing their butts and telling them how wonderful they are. If you're afraid of deposing these people, of arresting them for their crimes against humanity, if you think somebody else worse is going to come along, then you don't have much faith in yourselves, right? If you arrest them and somebody else worse does come along, you arrest that maniac as well. And you just keep doing that until you have somebody in power that's sane and decent. There's billions of you and only a handful of them. And they're hoarding the entire wealth of the world to themselves, while you all suffer. Why? Is it because we're all so poor we can't even travel to their mansions? We can't even march on them? I don't believe that. There's plenty of people that are living right nearby where these wealthy people live, that have cars, that have access to, I mean, if you can't buy ammunition, then get yourselves whatever, sticks, stones, swords. There are ways to make projectiles and weapons of warfare out of just almost anything. He just takes enough of you to depose them in their evil rule, because it is evil. The entire stock market, all that trading, okay, they pay somebody, to speak their lingo on television. It's an entire rigged system. Okay, they already are in control of governments and your central banks, finances, and insider trading for them is at a level where they actually, even in America, tell all these corporate monoculture driven enterprises what crops to grow, when to grow them, when not to grow them. So they know all of your options. In other words, when to buy, when to sell, and so on and so forth. So insider trading is just ubiquitous. So whenever they arrest somebody like Martha Stewart, it's because they're putting on a charade for the public to draw attention away from the fact that they all are involved in that whole shebang. Insider, in other words, once you're in the know, once you're in that group of the ultra wealthy, um, water rights, mineral rights, they're the ones digging up the earth, drilling wells, going after all the natural resources that everyone else pays for and that they lay claim to and profit from. Do any of us profit from it? No. Instead, we pay for all those natural resources that God Almighty Himself placed there. And just a handful of people get rich off of, while the rest of us suffer. Do we need to be running fossil fuel burning combustion engines anymore? No. We have electric transit, hydroelectric transit. Hydroelectric makes much more sense than fossil fuel burning polluting motors. And hydroelectric engines now generate every bit as much horse, or sufficiently to run extremely economically, long distances, etc., etc., etc. So we're not crossing over to 21st century technology, not because it doesn't exist, but because those that have all the wealth of the world are operating under the system of, it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're obstructing technological advancements in that regard because they're profiting so intensely from elevated crude prices linked to all goods and services, because crude is linked to all transit worldwide. So to break free of their stranglehold, they either have to embrace new technology or they have to be removed from power. Again, for crimes against humanity. They're holding on to archaic technology that's polluting the world, that's harming the very air that we breathe and life on Earth. Those are crimes against humanity. When we have alternative, clean, green technology that should be in use now, them not crossing over, them preventing the crossover, them obstructing that crossover, are actually crimes against humanity, because they are excessively polluting the very air that we breathe, making more and more people sick, more and more children born with asthma and lung-related diseases all over this planet, due to everything that the wealthy are doing in their selfishness and greed. Pretty much. And they're blaming all of us. They're blaming all the poor masses for having too many children, when they're the ones to blame for the socially engineered world in which we exist. We don't have all the wealth. We aren't the ones that are creating the curriculum taught in coerced, forced public indoctrination. We aren't the ones changing laws and stating national agendas and so on and so forth. It's the wealthy, so-called ruling elite of the world. They're to blame. Now, whenever something goes right, they want to take a bow and take all the credit, right? But whenever something goes wrong, they don't want to take any responsibility. Decent leadership, man, does both. Decent leadership acknowledges if they make a bad decision or a decision that turns out wrong, they acknowledge, hey, man, you know, I'm not perfect. I'm trying my hardest to, govern this nation responsibly and so on and so forth. But we make mistakes. Decent leadership accepts responsibility for their decisions. And decent public, doesn't have to be told that they're doing a good job. Um, a decent public recognizes when leaders are doing a good job because their lives are changed for the better. They're not told to stay at home and suffer and die. They're told, yes, there's a pandemic. Yes, we have to take precautions, but it's more life-threatening to deprive you of your earnings than the chances of you dying from this disease. In other words, it's certain you're going to suffer and die if you don't have any money to feed yourselves with, to clothe yourselves with, and to provide shelter for you and your family. But it's not certain you're going to die if you catch this particular strain. You might get very sick, you might die, but it's not certain. So it's dangerous. The pandemic is, as far as I can tell, even though they're lying about the way certain people die, I believe, based on my research, that there is a very real strain that is infectious and causing serious ailment and even death in some people. I don't believe it's statistically so high that it warrants telling people not to work and to stay at home and not be able to earn a living for themselves. In other words, as far as I can tell, based on all the other contagious diseases there are in the world and from which mankind died from, of which it's various percentages, that we didn't ever have a quarantine for any and all those other infectious diseases that can kill you, but this one. Now, far as I can tell, there are a few locations on Earth where certain hospitals were overwhelmed, based on how many sick people there were. My response to that is, look, train or hire more trained professionals in said regions to address the need. Don't tell everybody on Earth to stay at home and you can't earn a living unless you intend to feed, clothe, house them during that time period. In other words, at no cost to them. Otherwise, you're telling them to go into debt and or to suffer and die homeless. So the cost of living is the very real price people pay to stay alive these days. And in America, as far as I can tell, that's somewhere conservatively between $2,000 and $3,000 a month, conservatively, and on average between $4,000 and $5,000, and comfortably at something that's close to six figures a year for even just a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house, a mom, a dad, and a couple kids. People are struggling so much that they're depressed. Some commit suicide. Some commit crimes. Some families end in divorce, and it's all over difficult financial circumstances. So what I'm getting at is, you need to stop blaming yourselves Stop fighting amongst yourselves and recognize what the real problem is. It's the fact that only 1% of the world controls over 90% of the wealth on earth. That 1% is oppressing, enslaving, and maltreating the rest of us. They are being selfish, greedy, viceful, nasty people. Now they think they've earned it. No, they haven't. If you were born into that 1% where you already control a multinational with multiple corporations and so on and so forth, how difficult would it be for you to actually expand that wealth? In other words, I know right now if I had even $1 million to start with, and $1 million in America these days is actually a pretty conservative figure. If the average house is just a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, rural home is $250,000, $1 million is basically the net worth of your average American at this point. You know, not much more than. But I'm saying if I had that much, I could increase that tenfold in probably under 5 years. Maybe it might take me a little longer, but I doubt it. In other words, once you have a certain amount of wealth, it is so easy to grow it. It is not difficult. But you have to have that certain amount of wealth. It's breaking out of poverty, crushing poverty, that is so difficult. It's getting that first million that is just monumentally difficult from ground zero. So these people born into multi-million dollars worth of wealth grow it so easily, and the way they grow it is they hire not just an attorney, but a whole firm of attorneys that represents one corporation that they control, and another firm of attorney represents a hospital that they control, and another firm of attorneys. In other words, they're not just hiring 1 or 2 people; they are employing certain people as their own private army when they're that wealthy. And that's why when they come to town, they're driving limos with police escorts and stuff as if they were like the president of some country, because they're that wealthy. In other words, the Bilderberg Group, WTO, the multi-billionaires and trillionaires on earth. Okay, so if you're born into an ilk like that, or close to that, even a family that has multi-millions in wealth already, it is so easy to maintain and grow that wealth. So easy. You start an insurance company that everybody pays into, and yet because of your control on firms of attorneys, you know that you've written so many clauses and so many exclusions into your so-called insurance that you provide that you end up paying pennies out for all the dollars that are coming in. So insurance companies are actually just wealthy people or a wealthy person. And they get more wealthy by taking your hard-earned dollars and promising you XYZ, but delivering not even ABC. And when you try to fight them, they know you're so poor, so pitifully poor, that that there's a good chance that you won't even get them into court. That you won't get past their armies of attorneys that they employ in order to get away with scamming the public and calling it legitimate business. And it happens rather routinely. And the bottom line is that these people get wealthy not by legitimate means, but by illegitimate means. Even though getting wealthy once you reach a certain state of wealth, increasing that wealth by legitimate means is so easy. Right now, and it's a terrible thing. Right now, wealthy people can buy up virtually all the real estate on earth, and then make poor people basically beg for shelter. And they beg in ways of paying elevated housing costs in the forms of elevated rent. So So rents are not affordable. They're actually elevated due to the fact that people don't want to suffer and die homeless. And that's why I argue in some of my other presentations and notes that um, the best way to end this amount of economic disparity and absolute power that's crushing people to death is to make everybody, and I mean everybody, a homeowner by law. Now, even if they're mentally incapacitated, even if they're in a vegetative state, they still have a right to their own personal dwelling and to not die homeless in the streets. Now, somebody in that much need and that disabled would be in a specialized facility because they require, um, daily medical care. But my point being is that even if people are not mentally and physically capable of maintaining their own premises, they still need to have the absolute right by law to affordable housing, or we are crushing people to death and we are not meeting the cost of living for the public. The cost of living, the number one factor in modern civilization that is driving the cost of living too high is elevated housing costs. Straight up. If we make affordable housing an absolute right for everybody, then we take away that number one factor. And right away, people are empowered to live a better quality of life and under much less stress. Just stress alone is life threatening, especially when you're stressing about being homeless, dying homeless. Making affordable housing an absolute right takes away that threat, which is a very real threat, and why just the notion of a residential landlord, especially for primary residences, is absolutely a criminal profession by definition. You are extorting money by dire threat to innocent people. Even if you're a reasonable landlord, even if you're a virtuous one, I don't know of any. I don't know of anyone across America that has lowered rents to what they should be for 50% of Americans now. In other words, for their dwelling, rent should be no more than $300 to $400 a month, based on the fact that 40 to 50% of Americans are in that um, area of monthly income. That for housing to be affordable for them, it would have to be between $300 and $400 a month, whatever they're living in. I don't know of any landlords that have rent that low. There might be some. There might be some somewhere in our country, coast to coast. I just don't know any. So instead, what we have is a demand on the housing and finance authorities of states to supplement elevated rents across our country. By supplementing elevated rents, we're actually feeding the greed of these already wealthy people that are actually committing crimes against humanity themselves. I believe we're doing that because many politicians are involved in real estate and are married to realtors. Many wealthy people in America are realtors and landlords, and they don't want to hear that they are abusing and even murdering innocent people by their greed, but they are. When rents are housing costs in general are 4 times higher than uh, than what half of Americans can afford, that's evidence that their greed is crushing us, enslaving us, maltreating us, and even killing us prematurely, driving up homelessness and stress, depression, because hardworking people can't keep up with these greedy, elevated costs. I'm just trying to tell you like it is. I'm sorry if you're a decent person, imagine yourself as decent, and you're a landlord currently, but what you think of as cheap because you're a millionaire or multimillionaire is not cheap to over half of the general population at all. It's excessively high, like 4 times excessively high. It, whoever you are, landlord in America, let this sink in. Average Social Security for the elderly and disabled is somewhere between $1,000 and $1,200 a month. That's all they get each month to try to survive on. That's it. If you can, try to figure out how you would survive on that. It is not easy. It is not easy. Some people commit suicide. It's so difficult. Some people die homeless. And some people live in their cars, kicked around from place to place, sometimes arrested for vagrancy. They have to look for places they can park without being harassed just to try to get a few hours of uninterrupted sleep as they freeze in their car from the elements. It's uncomfortable. It's life-threatening. It's damn near impossible for those that are already chronically ill or terminally ill, and it kills people. Housing costs are too high. The demand for affordable housing is so outrageous. People are fighting over available units. New constructions take deposits months in advance before they've even finished construction. The demand is that high. Affordable. And when I say affordable, it's not really affordable. We're talking waiting lists on units that are like $700 or $800 a month from people that only get $1,000 to $1,200 a month. Housing is taking almost everything. So you see them buy potatoes, you see them beg at food banks, just trying to stay alive. They can't afford to have a car. If they don't have friends or family help them, they are really hurting if they're elderly and disabled and can't walk very far. It's bad. Mass millions of people are really suffering. Now I hear a whole bunch of people say, "Well, we're not in the Great Depression yet." You know, I don't know. I don't know what these people are thinking. Are they thinking that billions of corpses have to be lying in the streets before they? Well, that's Great Tribulation. Yeah, that's really bad. As I see it, and when he said you'll have tribulation in the world, and he talks about Great Tribulation, yes, he does. Um, and I'm not saying that it's not going to get really really bad right before he comes. I'm just saying that from my perspective, when you look at Martyr's Mirror, Fox's Book of Martyrs, when you read how people have suffered and died all the way from Adam to this very day on the planet, to say those people didn't come through great tribulation individually. Now, I'm not saying it. There's all kinds of people that don't suffer that much. But my point being is there have been plenty of people that have suffered so horribly it's almost impossible to even conceive of how much they suffered. When I read some of the historic accounts, when I first read them, I was just like weeping. I couldn't stop weeping. I was like, to think anybody suffered so much. And I think that just incarnating, unless you're very blessed, have been loved on, really loved on your whole life, and really sheltered from the evil in this world somehow, miraculously, that everybody to a greater or lesser extent endures some kind of tribulation. And some people, what I would call great tribulation. Um, I'm sad to say that I've seen horrific violence in my lifetime. Um, Sometimes online, you'll never see it, you know, on the mainstream media because I suppose it's too graphic to put on the mainstream media. Certain kinds of violence and suffering and deaths. But on alternative media, sometimes people will post footage of horrific things taking place on this planet. So horrible that you can't even imagine people would even think about doing those things, let alone do them. So what I'm getting at is if it weren't for God and decent people restraining evil and evil doers on earth, they would turn this world into a living hell, and the point where there would be massive death and destruction. Cities burning, people burning, corpses everywhere. And the longer you leave such evil in power, the more dangerous it is for all the rest of us. I suppose I've titled this The Cost of Living because it does cost some of us everything. I cannot maintain my silence when I know what the problem really is, and it's the wealthiest people on earth for the most part. If you, the rest of humanity, want better lives for yourselves, then you need to just unite and arrest them all. Arrest them all. Now, I'm not saying do away completely with the banking system or anything like that. I'm not saying do away with governments or anything like that either. I'm not saying do away with law enforcement or anything like that. I'm saying put people in power that know what it's like to be you, the hard-working masses, and that demonstrate it by showing compassion upon you, by lifting the crushing burdens that are on your backs. Massive credit card debt, massive mortgages, all that, man, is just slave masters just whipping you to death and liberates you. In other words, distributes the wealth of the world, where it belongs, in all your hands. Now, I'm not saying makes you all instantly millionaires, but I'm saying gives all of you affordable shelter from the elements. So none of you are dying homeless. Nobody. Once you have that basic nest egg of wealth, don't sell it. In other words, if I had my way, laws would be passed that you could not ever completely do away with your primary residence. The only way you could ever sell your primary residence or give it by inheritance or anything like that is either at your estate sale and your death, or that you are acquiring another primary residence that is yours by law. In other words, no more homelessness. If you wanted to be homeless or experience homelessness, You could just walk out of your home and whatever, tour the world as a homeless person. But you would have a retreat someplace on earth that's yours, that you own by law. For all the people that either economically or physically or mentally could not maintain their own property, that would become, again, something that is done the same way corporations maintain their grounds by hiring window cleaners and whatever, landscapers, and etc., etc. In other words, a certain part of civilization would end up in housing that is not not a palace, not a mansion, but but shelter from the elements that is an agreed minimum standard of quality of life for everybody. And if you were whatever economically, physically, or mentally unable to maintain your property, it would be maintained for you. And again, that by law and that by national solvency, by the people just owning the right to mint your own currency. It's necessary to have some jobs pay better than other jobs, some homes be larger than other homes, A, for need, in other words, if you have children and need such space, and B, as incentive to improve yourself, to seek higher education, higher learning, better paying careers, etc., etc. So I'm not saying do away with capitalism. I'm saying minimize the consequences of the poorest among us. Don't make it acceptable for people to be dying homeless. Have a civilization that is ethical and moral enough to say that is not acceptable. That there will be nobody dying homeless, especially if they're injured, chronically ill, terminally ill, elderly. In other words, no fault of their own. Can't obtain employable work, wages for themselves, are on Social Security or are on disability insurance. These people are at below poverty level income and and are in fear for their lives. You shouldn't be punished if you become injured by crime, war, natural disaster, no fault of your own whatsoever. You especially shouldn't be sentenced to death by homelessness. Our laws are not protecting innocent citizens, is my point. We're actually treating the people that committed crimes against those injured innocent citizens better by housing and feeding them in prisons. An injured poor person is reduced to disability insurance if they can even get it. Nowadays, there's so many people that are elderly, chronically ill, terminally ill, injured, and disabled that the system is systematically postponing and turning them away, and even judges are denying truly disabled people disability. I can speak from personal experience on that. My brother went in with medical reports from um, medical professionals with an entire work history behind him of an inability to maintain any job he's ever tried. Um, he is disabled through no fault of his own. He was injured basically from birth, from a tiny child. Um, I've spoke about his personal situation before, but the point being he was injured as a small child and no fault of his own, and he has suffered his whole life for it. And even though he's really been disabled, he has tried. The man has heart. He has tried and tried and tried again. I don't know how many jobs he's held in his lifetime, different jobs, um, probably more than 100. because I know it's been dozens just in recent history. And it's not that he wants to be poor or he wants to be somebody that can't um, maintain a job. It's just that he is actually factually truly disabled, and as such gets fired, gets terminated from anything he's ever tried. It's very sad. I'm not saying he can't do anything right or anything good. Um, I'm saying he requires the kind of supervision in order to do um, anything, pretty much, that professional employers are not willing to provide somebody that disabled. Um, Injured to the point where some days he just try as he might, just can't show up on time. Maybe he forgets that he even has to go to work that day. Um, in other words, serious brain injury, and suffered for it lifelong. And it's not that he can't think or obtain good grades or anything like that. It's just that as far as longevity goes, that brain injury keeps creeping up and depriving him of employability. And after years of just trying and trying and trying, he's reaching an age where on top of his disability, his age and other disabilities, hearing losses and so on and so forth, have just all combined make him virtually completely unemployable. Or if he is employable, again, the hope of him ever keeping a job for any length of time whatsoever would be at almost the mercy of whoever employs him. In other words, somebody with great understanding and compassion. I tried to be that person for him. I wanted to actually make him, when I was in real estate, I was going to try to buy a multi-unit structure in which I would give as part of his payment his own, apartment, basically a life estate for him to live in, so that he would never have to worry about being homeless. And on top of that, I was going to give him wages. So for doing things like whatever, mowing the lawn in the summertime. So see, that's something he can do. And occasional repairs, of which I planned on having to personally supervise. But I was willing to do that because he's my brother. Um, my point being is he's factually, truly, certifiably, medically, um, clearly disabled, and even though a judge had that medical finding and record and work history and everything right in front of her, still denied the poor guy. So he can't even get disability insurance, even though he's factually disabled. And I'm not even going into all of his disabilities or challenges. I'm just saying that he's been disabled his whole life, and it's obvious. So what I'm getting at is the system is failing people and killing people because it is not run by people that are actually familiar with disabilities, challenges, financial challenges. It's all run by the rich, by the wealthy, by people that mostly have lived extremely sheltered and blessed, wonderful lives. And they write rules, like ridiculous rules. For instance, if you get any type of housing assistance at all, again, all the poor and the suffering, dying masses are grateful for any help they can get from anywhere. But but they write these rules that from that are obviously from a rich and healthy perspective. In other words, if you're a poor person that's disabled and you require a certain amount of square footage for therapeutic equipment for your injuries or for your or for your health challenges or for your disabilities, then you'll only get that space if you can dedicate that whole room to exclusively to your therapeutic equipment. You cannot use it for anything else whatsoever. Now that is not written by a poor person, by a disabled person, by a person that is experiencing that level of disability and suffering. It's written by somebody that's rich. And the way you can tell that is the rich live in a home in which they have a study or an office, in which they have a gym, a room for all their exercise equipment, a room for just watching movies, a whole theater that's just a theater room that's just exclusively for watching movies and eating popcorn in theater seats and watching their movies on a big screen and so on and so forth. They have a room for a bedroom for each and every person living in the house, and even extra bedrooms for the potential of ever having any guests over, whether or not they ever do. And they have a room for a conservatory for their herbs and for their fruits and vegetables and for their tropical plants and so on and so forth. And they have a room for their arts and crafts and so on and so forth, the sewing room. And in other words, they have a room dedicated for every purpose and function of their personal and private lives. But when you're a poor person living in an efficiency, and say you've got a massive back injury, and say the equipment that you found that helps your back the best is an inversion table, but your efficiency is so small you don't even have room for that. So you're asking for extra space just so you can have some pain relieving equipment that you can use every day for your injury. Well, if you're able to get that extra space, that room has to contain only therapy equipment. It can't contain a computer desk. It can't contain excess storage supplies from your cramped living quarters. That's how ridiculous the laws they write are. They don't hire people that are disabled, that are poor, that understand what it's like as consultants. And as far as I can tell, every lawmaker should. You should have a whole committee of the elderly, of the disabled, and anytime you're thinking about introducing a bill for the general population, that you consult, so you absolutely know what it's like to be them, because they're sitting there telling you to your face. When you're injured, chronically ill, terminally ill, or disabled, and you're relegated to try to survive on $1,000 a month, that actually only how do you say, hastens their death. Now, sure, they're grateful for any help they can get, but when it's inadequate for them to survive on, you're killing them. You're killing somebody because they got injured by war or by crime or by natural disaster or some accident. You're sentencing people to cruel deaths by making disability and Social Security that pathetic. It's not in any way, shape, or form keeping up with the cost of living, and it needs to. You can't blame the general population for being fiscally irresponsible or anything like that when they're giving minimum wage to try to survive on to begin with, and then get injured at these grueling jobs that pay such pitiful wages. And you say, well, that's what workers' comp is for, or something like that. And you act like as if poor people are able to get legal representation just by making phone calls. When I was injured, serious medical malpractice. But my first concern was it was so serious that I went to authorities. So I went to authorities reporting homicide attempts because that's what they were. And the authorities, um, some of them laughed at me, thought it was funny. It's, these people are not mentally equipped to handle the general population just reporting crimes. The authorities that I met were strange. They didn't even act like they were sane, let alone knowledgeable professionals. I had I had one of them accuse me of being a mental case or something like this for trying to report these crimes. Um, if you're lazy, apathetic, um, I could list a whole string of expletives of what I think about those people. None of them are good. They're derogatory terms in the extreme. The general population needs to have access to professionals that are trained on taking every single complaint that comes into law enforcement absolutely, positively, seriously. Dead serious. I can't believe how many authorities I went to that, I mean, behaved in ways that were unethical, incompetent, apathetic, and to just downright cruel. So that's another thing, if I was in power, I would address. That there needs to be trained professionals that deal with all public complaints. That anytime any police department gets a phone call incoming from citizens about reporting a crime, a tip, or anything, it goes to trained professionals that are under an absolute mandate to take every single complaint seriously. If in any way, shape, or form at any time they doubt what they're hearing, they can inform the informant that it is absolutely an offense, an arrestable offense, to make a false report. So if they're making a true report, um, they need to be A, sincere, not a prank, not an imagination, not anything like that, and B, hopefully have some kind of circumstantial evidence. And that needs to come out in that conversation. Do you have any corroborating evidence, whether it's eyewitness testimony from other people or circumstantial evidence that can support your claims and allegations? Anything. I'm not saying, sir or ma'am, that you're reporting anything false, but in order to take your complaint seriously and act on it, we have to have corroborating evidence when you have an allegation that's that serious and something that we're not used to, like hospital homicides. I was reporting doctors and nurses tried to murder me, and I suppose that sounds strange to somebody hearing it the first time, right? Because most of the time, people don't survive hospital homicides. I was reporting it because I knew that. So few survive it that it needed to be reported. But it didn't mean I wasn't lying. It didn't mean I was crazy or nuts or imagined it or anything. It just meant that they had never heard of anything like that. But they still needed to take my complaint seriously because I did have corroborating evidence, circumstantial evidence supporting my claims. And even when I mentioned it to higher authorities like the FBI, I was still threatened. I was threatened by them because the person who threatened me knew that some of the law enforcement in this area were that corrupt. In other words, by the time I went to the FBI, it wasn't that they had just maltreated me, laughed at me, or whatever, slandered and libeled me. It was that they had participated in further crimes against my person, of which I was trying to report to the FBI, because that's what you're supposed to do when you're aware of local authorities committing crimes. But again, the FBI, the local FBI here that I met with, was aware that some of the local authorities were that corrupt. and threatened me for trying to report them. So the bottom line is that when corruption is within governing authorities, it's very hard to obtain any kind of justice because you're asking them to investigate themselves. You're asking what you're really seeking, somebody like myself, is for the existence of honorable authorities within the system, because I believe that there are still some honorable authorities within the system, or I wouldn't be going public. I would just be trying to figure out a way by myself to go to war, because that's what's ultimately required if everyone in government is corrupt, is that the public themselves have to pick up arms and and arrest the criminals in power. That's what's required when corruption is that pervasive and that bad. When a government goes that wrong, citizens have to take the ultimate measure. I believe there's still honorable authorities, which is why I'm still verbally going public about all these things. I'm hoping that eventually my video, my complaints will reach the ears of somebody that is outraged by my statements enough to investigate. Now I am very sick and in a lot of pain, but I am still trying for public safety after all these years, to warn the public about hospital homicides and corruption in government, including police powers, including within the FBI, including even prosecutors and attorney generals. All of them. Nobody's perfect, but man, the way some of these people treated me, if I had been in power, they'd been fired at the very least and facing charges at the worst of conspiracy, of negligence of their duties. It was that bad. I had a U.S. prosecutor laugh in my face too. He was all like, "Well, did you file a civil complaint?" And I'm like, "Yes, I did." And he's like, "Well, who was your attorney?" And I said, "I had to file it myself because I was so poor I couldn't afford to hire anybody, and nobody would take my case pro bono." And well, he said, "Nobody took your case pro bono. Well, that means you don't have a very good case." Blah 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 blah. Stefan just proceeded to dismiss it out of hand. Wouldn't even try to listen to me or investigate the circumstantial evidence to see if I had enough to warrant any type of government investigation, which I believe I do, or I wouldn't be talking about it. But I haven't met anybody competent in all my years of trying. Nobody. No competent professionals. So if I were president, that's something I would address. That any office of the government that is open to the public to submit a criminal complaint to must be staffed with professionals that are trained, absolutely trained, to take every single complaint of any citizen about any crime, even things that they think are extreme or something they've never heard about, absolutely seriously. That includes SRA, satanic ritual abuse crimes, and other serious cultic crimes and stuff like that. Things that are uncommon. They still have to take seriously. If somebody has the guts to step forward and report crimes that are serious, like murder, that they've never heard of, you don't laugh at them. You don't ridicule them. You don't send them away because you're a lazy, apathetic, incompetent. Now, excuse my French, but I'm not angry about the way I was treated by far too many of these people. Seriously, if I had been in charge, they at the very least would have been fired, or in the very worst would have been facing charges on negligence and or conspiracy. Because nobody reporting homicide should be laughed at. Slandered or libeled, dismissed, no investigations. In other words, either I just had the incredibly worst luck of anybody I've ever known, or there are just too many incompetent, lazy, apathetic people employed in government that aren't grateful for their jobs and don't take them seriously. I did exactly what a concerned citizen should do. So, on the one hand, because I was poor, I was left destitute because of the crimes that had taken place against me, involved my now ex-wife. She drained our joint bank account. I didn't have a personal separate bank account. I trusted my wife when I shouldn't have, and so she had access to all of my earnings. She drained our bank account, left me with like $100 in our joint account, something less than $100, and she had her own private account, and she bought herself, I don't know, it was a home in excess of $350,000 or something. In our area, it was a very nice home, and nicer than anything I've ever lived in, off my earnings pretty much, and left me to be foreclosed on, to suffer and die. And she was involved in the crimes against my person. I didn't know it at the time. Um, as time went on, it became more and more apparent of how sinister and how diabolical her own part in all of the crimes that took place against me were. When I finally realized the whole thing, and again, that was through um, continued conversations and with her, and watching everything that was taking place, and praying to God about what had happened to me. How was I losing my entire estate? Why was I being left to suffer and die? Um, all of it. And I finally got the full revelation and put it all together, or at least what I think of as a full revelation. I probably still don't know everything, but enough of it that it's just, even I would find it somewhat unbelievable if I didn't know I was telling the absolute truth. I mean, for somebody to have so many, even strangers, basically join in devastating his life, loss of his whole estate. It's it's hard to believe that people are that corrupt these days, and that selfish and corrupt, uh, basically greedy, desperate. But if they think they can get ahead, um, marry a rich divorcee that just robbed her husband of his estate, type thing. It's amazing, you know. You go to authorities to report homicide, and what they take away of it is, oh boy, man, um, there's a rich woman that's available. So the next thing you know, their entire department's trying to screw your ex-wife, and just because they're greedy and corrupt, instead of actually investigating the homicide that you were reporting. At least one of them, if not two or three of them, became aware of her involvement in what she had done. Um, I know that for a fact. So they by conspiracy were involved in my attempted homicide and estate theft, and I list those in other videos and by name, of the officers involved that I know by name that were involved. But she said it was over 2 dozen officers altogether that were involved in sexual relations with her to to let her go free for what she did to me, poisoning me and conspiring to have me killed with doctors and nurses for the life insurance, and then robbing me of my estate, and them all basically going to bed with her instead of arresting her. But I know at least three of them by name. I know there was more involved than that. Um, I don't think it was as much as she was boasting of. I think she was just saying that to me because she's that evil. But, or at least was. Maybe she's changed by now. I don't know. For all I know, this she could be poisoning some poor guy out there today. Um, I wasn't successful in getting her arrested. And that was due to, like I said, massive police corruption. And people so corrupt, and that they'd rather get their private sucked on than actually perform the duties of their jobs. Sorry to say it, but that's actually what happened. Um, it's hard to believe that there's just so many corrupt, incompetent, apathetic people these days, but unfortunately there is. We have an epidemic of people of that low quality because our education system has removed the Bible and prayer out of public schools. That's what I attribute it to. In other words, our whole nation is departing from God and righteous living, and it's creating criminals in government and in police powers. It's going to erode law and order completely if our nation doesn't return to the Almighty. Seriously, if nobody has any absolute moral standing because they have all immorally departed from our eternal Creator, then that means everybody's a criminal. And if everybody's a criminal, that means nobody's trustworthy. So when I went to authorities to try to get an investigation, it was basically, I ended up finding out that I was basically asking criminals to investigate themselves. And I couldn't get any justice, no restitution. And the people that might have had power to order an investigation, like the prosecutor I talked with face to face, were so caught in their own psychological disbelief that they wouldn't even consider that I could possibly have circumstantial evidence proving I was telling the truth enough to warrant an investigation. And I most definitely do. At least the knowledge in my head and in my hands that I possess, from my perspective, is sufficient to warrant an investigation if I was in their shoes. I am absolutely 100% telling the truth. I am not some type of extrovert. This is extremely hard for me to go public. I'm going public about this not because I'm attention seeking at all, but because my conscience demands that I do so. That we have reached a level of unacceptable corruption in our country. That illegal organ harvesting is a problem worldwide, including America. That doctors and nurses have been getting away with murdering innocent citizens for decades. As far as I can tell, there have been millions of victims in the United States alone, and millions more worldwide of hospital homicides, illegal organ harvesting, people being murdered in their local hospitals, people going in for something minor and ending up dead, and not by accident, on purpose. Doctors and nurses getting away with murder for decades. In other words, what I survived is not an uncommon thing. It's just that most people don't survive it. In fact, millions have been murdered that way, as far as I can tell. And if other people, if there are any other rare survivors like myself, um, experience anything like what I experienced when I went to authorities, it's enough to almost drive you completely out of your mind with frustration. It's not like it didn't occur to me that I might have to take matters into my own hands. It's that what they did to me injured me so much and left me so poor that I just basically don't have that ability. I mean, I was angry enough to go after everybody involved personally. I was angry enough. I just wasn't given the strength and resources from the Almighty to do it. So I apologize to my fellow citizens, to innocent men and women and children out there, um, about that, even though maybe there's nothing to apologize for because I just physically couldn't do it. I was left too disabled. Part of me feels like I should apologize because I feel like I should have some that just determination should be enough. But it hasn't been. I haven't been able to recover good health. I've prayed. It's not like I haven't tried. I'm still trying. In other words, I know that the odds aren't necessarily that good or in my favor, but I think in this case, um, just knowing that you're on the side of right with God gives you a fighting edge even against what would otherwise be against odds. One citizen against numerous armed authorities and mass murdering doctors and nurses and stuff like that. Trying to get them all, trying to work out the logistics where you go after all of them one at a time or en masse. Just one person, a one-man army. Yeah, that does sound a bit against the odds. But in my thinking, somebody that's on the side of right, has actually has the advantage. I'm still trying to work within the system because that's all I can do. I'm still trying to warn the public because that's all I can do. In other words, I don't have the physical strength and I don't have the weapons and I don't have the intel. I don't have the means to go arrest these people myself. To make citizens arrest by myself. And frankly, the system's so corrupt at this point, what would involve a citizen's arrest for criminals that have committed crimes as bad as they did against me would mean their deaths, basically, their executions. What else can innocent citizens do when the authorities themselves are the murderers, or conspiracies to estate theft and murderers? I don't know any other remedy. In other words, we can't just make a citizen's arrest where we cuff them and then ask other authorities to haul them in for a trial when other authorities won't even take our complaint or won't take it seriously. What can the innocent public do when they've lost their whole estate, their health, and everything due to criminals, and there is no justice for them, no restitution, because those are crimes of state, or that the state is covering up, won't investigate, won't make arrests? What can I do to save other people's lives? I can do what I'm doing, tell everyone that, look, man, this is the case. There's mass murdering doctors and nurses loose working in hospitals, that if you ever go into a hospital, you might be fortunate to meet the kind, caring, compassionate, competent professional that we all dream of. But from my experience, never leave a loved one unattended in a hospital. If you have to, in other words, if you have no choice, pray fervently that God watches over them for good, that no evil befalls them. That includes just incompetence and medical malpractice from people that just are either too tired or just not knowledgeable enough and yet still hold those jobs. I mean, it's kind of a sad thing when you think about it that we are trusting people with our lives when we go into hospitals, and they parade around like and pretend like they think they know what they're doing, but not always. Not every situation. Not everybody in medical profession has been exposed to every type of injury and every type of illness. So you're just hoping you find somebody that knows what the heck they're doing, really. And that's why just don't ever leave your loved ones unattended. And any type of counsel, opinion for treatment or whatever, you should not just double check, but triple check and then some to make sure you're getting accurate, good advice and information. Seriously, your life is at stake. They don't care about your life the way you do. And there are people that are just downright evil, not just incompetent, but murderers operating in healthcare. Um, Unfortunately, um, organ transplant um, operations generate a lot of revenue for hospitals. So if they think they can get away with killing you and hacking you up for your organs, um, you might be one of those that died prematurely. And I am sorry to say, but that is a fact. That's a fact worldwide. It, to me, my experience with dealing with these people was so horrible and so horrific. Um, I don't ever want to go into a hospital again. And it's not that I'm a coward. It's just that they have given me that level of distaste for the entire setting, the entire environment. Point where I just don't ever want to go in a hospital again. I wanted to either change everybody to make everybody good and decent, or to remove. Seriously, I'm praying for their removal extremely strongly. If they're genocidal maniacs, if they're so selfish and greedy that they're creating economic collapses of nations in which whole millions of people suffer horrifically. All the things I've seen taking place on Earth in my lifetime, um, I, I see orchestrated by the people that have the wealth of the world, that could alleviate the suffering of humanity but refuse to, because they're insane, selfish, greedy, viceful, delusional, evil, wicked people that need to be arrested by the rest of us. In other words, pain so great it deprives me of sleep every single day. I fall asleep when I'm so exhausted that that it overcomes the pain finally, only to wake up maybe an hour or 90 minutes later still in excruciating pain, and be in so much pain that it's hard to go back to sleep. And when you can't get not even one day of uninterrupted prolonged rest for years, it wears hard on you. It's worn hard on me. I cannot remember the last time I ever had even 6 hours straight of rest, uninterrupted. It's been many years. It leaves you very weary. And the pain, physical pain, um, like I said, sometimes, not always, but sometimes it's so severe, man, that it's all I can do to keep from screaming at the top of my lungs. And the only reason I don't is because I know it doesn't help. So I just quietly meditate and pray for God to have mercy. And I don't know why He won't heal me. I had a dream one time where He sat down with me face to face, and He told me why. And it made sense in the dream, but He also told me when I woke up, I wouldn't remember what that reason or reasons were, or it would defeat the very reason why I was suffering. So I don't understand that. I really don't understand it. It was it was somewhat comforting for him to give me that dream, though. I return to it often, knowing that he knows I'm suffering. Um, I'm not trying to be a big baby about it. Pray for me, please. I also don't want people to condemn people that elect sedative palliative care for themselves. Um, Weep and pray for those that suffer that much, that they choose sedation rather than to live another day in agony. Look at that as compassionate. Um, we put our pets down when they're whimpering every waking moment in their dying days, and we hug them, we love them, we feed them their favorite treats or whatever, and we say goodbye. God, show me those pets are waiting for us in paradise. So I just don't see how that's wrong to do for our loved ones that have reached either old age or were injured beyond um, repair in a way that causes them daily so much suffering that they'd rather be dead. Uh, I think if I could get sedation, sleeping pills, sleep aids that were powerful enough to give me, I don't know, a month or two of good rest, 8, 10 hours of uninterrupted sleep, I might feel better. I don't know. In other words, at this point, I don't know if the pain is being exacerbated by my lack of sleep, or if it's just that the pain is just there regardless. Sorry to go off on a tangent about my personal suffering. Uh, I kind of throw that in because there's a very real cost of living, a very real price people pay to stay alive. And I think if we really have a compassionate, caring civilization, I think they should listen to those people that are either injured, chronically, or terminally ill enough to realize that maybe they've done everything they can do, said everything they can say, prayed everything they can pray, and that it shouldn't be a bad testimony for them to say, "Hey, man, I've been poured out. I'm giving everything I have to give." It shouldn't be looked at like a terrible thing for them to say, "I love you. I'll see you when I see you. Good night." Push a button and go to sleep. Leave this world, especially if their take on it has been something akin to pure hell. Now, I am grateful for all the kind, caring, compassionate people that try to perform their jobs to the best of their abilities, whatever they do. But how many people are like that? How many people are like that every single day? How many people try their hardest at whatever they do? I often try my hardest, but I can't honestly say that I have always tried my hardest at every single thing every day. all my life. I can say that I've tried my hardest at anything and everything I consider to be important my whole life. Um, Giving it my best. Um, I actually have tried my hardest about this scenario that I've encountered. Mass murdering doctors and nurses, sex offending cops, corruption in government. I've given it my best. It's not that I hate those people. I don't want those people to end up in hell or in the lake of fire or anything, even though they've caused me unbelievable amounts of suffering. Um, I actually want everybody to be saved. Straight up, I want everybody to know our Lord Jesus Christ and to end up in paradise. Um, I kind of can't help that, right? I mean, I know the devil's going to be thrown in the lake of fire, um, but I know that the reason why he's going to be thrown in the lake of fire is because he refuses to repent. In other words, he refuses to stop being evil. And God, even God, um, has a level to his virtuous patience where it's like, that's enough. You've maltreated, my creation, my sons and daughters, enough. No more. Now, some people wonder why God allows evil, and especially evil so great that some people beg to die. You know, it's that if God drew the line at no evil, then none of us would be saved. We wouldn't even have a chance. We've all thought and said and done something that God considers evil. And it might not be as evil as, what some people have done as evil, but to a holy God, anything evil, anything below holy purity and righteousness is unacceptable. And that's why everyone suffers and dies. Some people in their final moments suffer more than others. So don't think that because your loved ones, your elders, your grandparents or parents or whatever, didn't complain about intense suffering when they were dying or so on and so forth, that other people don't suffer. In other words, try not to judge people based on your limited knowledge. Try to listen to them. If somebody is saying they are in unbearable pain, they might have had an injury that you had or that someone you knew had, and for whatever reason, you were able to tolerate it better than this person who's saying they're in unbearable pain. When someone says they're in unbearable pain, other people need to take them seriously. That for that person, whatever they're experiencing is intolerable and unbearable to them. It's the same kind of thing with law enforcement. When a citizen comes forward reporting a crime, you have to treat every citizen seriously. Don't laugh at them, don't mock them, don't slander them, don't libel them. Take the report. Don't be lazy, don't be apathetic, don't make excuses. Take the report. If I was in charge and I found out that somebody tried to report a crime, especially something as serious as homicide, and officers refused to even take a report of the complaint, I would make sure that they were fired. Fired. It's that wrong. At that point, you're so negligent in your duty that you're guilty of a crime by conspiracy. That's totally unacceptable. And I'd make that very clear as president. You will take every single complaint seriously from any and all citizens. You will file a report even if they don't have circumstantial evidence, just so you have it logged in your system in case somebody else comes forward with a similar complaint. Now you've got two witnesses. But there will be no laughing, mocking, name calling, slandering, refusing to do your duties unless you want to be fired. If I was in charge, the officers I met would all be fired for negligence of their duties, criminal negligence. It's criminal negligence when a citizen is coming forward reporting homicide and you refuse to even take the report. That's criminal negligence. You're enabling homicides to go on and murderers to run loose and free by being lazy or apathetic or just cruel. So I'm sorry if that sounds harsh to you, but yeah, you'd be fired at the very least. That's why I'm saying I want people trained that answer the phones from citizens, 911 calls, etc. Um, every single one of them trained to treat every single call seriously. Absolutely seriously. No slandering anybody. No mocking them, no laughing at them. I don't care how crazy their complaint sounds. Seriously, you put that crap in check. Especially if they're reporting homicides or homicide attempts. Like I was. Still am. Still haven't found anybody competent after all these years. There's no statutes of limitations on homicide or attempted homicides. It's a very serious felony. If I had gotten anybody that would have done their dang jobs, I might have had access to civil remedies and not be impoverished and in under threat of dying impoverished. Poverty, extreme poverty, is life-threatening. I'm speaking from experience. First of all, you're under extreme stress just trying to pay your bills, even buy basic groceries. Then you're under the threat of homelessness constantly. Then you're under the threat of landlords arbitrarily raising your rents, forcing you to move from place to place to place, desperation looking for any affordable shelter anywhere. It gets to be extremely depressing. It gets to be assaultive when you're already chronically or terminally ill. To have that level of stress and that level of assault on your life, and forced, coerced moves and relocations when you're so sick you can barely crap on your own, you can barely bathe yourself, clothe yourself, and feed yourself. To be under that kind of duress from other citizens just because of their personal greed is life-threatening. So the cost of living is the very real price people pay to live. And sometimes that price is far more than money. It costs them everything. I'm giving my all. I know my videos are long, but I'm trying to address very real problems that people face in our so-called civilization that they shouldn't. Victims of crime should not be treated worse than the criminals. Victims of crime shouldn't be under constant threat of dying homeless due to crushing poverty, while their criminals are housed and fed 3 squares a day. Victims of crime shouldn't lose their whole estate, even if it's a crime by the state, or it's a crime that the state refuses to investigate, which is again makes the state guilty by negligence and conspiracy. of those crimes. The fact that nobody has contacted me after years of trying, I don't know what to think. I contacted law firms, um, people in government, in the executive, legislative, and even judicial branches. I don't understand. I don't understand how all these people don't care that there's mass murdering doctors and nurses loose. I don't understand that. You should be concerned about that, everybody, because anybody can end up in a hospital or have loved ones that end up in a hospital. And if they don't know who you are, and and there's mass murdering doctors and nurses that are getting away with killing people and hacking them up for their organs, it could be you or your friend or a relative, somebody you love and care about. You should be concerned about that. In other words, if nobody's investigating hospital homicides, there needs to be. Hundreds of thousands of iatrogenic deaths, hospital caused deaths, are reported annually just in the United States. Those are the ones reported. Mass millions of deaths in hospitals occur, and not from what people went in for, but for medical malpractice. With that much medical malpractice and that many deaths, coupled with my testimony and circumstantial evidence, there needs to be investigations coast to coast in all hospitals. Any and all persons that die there prematurely. In other words, if they're not dying at age 70 or 80 or whatever the average age is, if they're dying at age 40, 30, 50 in a hospital, there should be routine examinations, routine, but not so routine that you get apathetic, lazy individuals just writing off things and just accepting whatever doctors and nurses say. There needs to be serious investigations to prevent hospital homicides from continuing. I don't know what else to say. That needs to become a standard part of law enforcement because, as far as I can tell, mass millions of innocent citizens have been murdered in hospitals, not just in America, but all over this world. In other words, what I'm saying is, based on my life experience, based on the number of iatrogenic deaths just reported, let alone the many questionable deaths of premature citizens dying in hospitals from malpractice. When you add all those statistics and all those figures up, they just cannot be all accidental. It defies reasoning. It defies reasoning that some of the most trained professionals on earth that are trained to do no harm to their patients are harming patients on that level at those numbers. Mass millions of innocent dead caused by medical malpractice. When you add those statistics up, there's no way all those deaths are accidental. Not unless you believe that some of the supposedly most brightest, intelligent people on earth are nothing but bumbling idiots. So incompetent, so unprofessional, um, so mistake-ridden that that tens of millions of innocent people are dead at their hands, all by accident. I'm sorry, man. That defies rational reason. That defies logic. What is more believable is that highly trained, highly intelligent people are murdering their patients and for their organs and for profit and for other reasons, just because they can, just because they're egomaniacs. Hannibal Lecter is out there for real, egomaniacs, diabolical sociopaths. and parading around like they're doctors and nurses and thinking themselves as all wonderful and so on and so forth, and laughing about how they've been getting away their entire lives with murder. There's people that evil out there, yes. And unfortunately, um, um, the number one aspect I've found that is a common factor in all surgical procedures is the anesthesiologist. So, as far as I'm concerned, any and all premature deaths, um, you want to look at the anesthesiologists. And that's a common factor in all surgeries. If if I was in law enforcement or investigations, or I have a little bit of an advantage there. I I think you shouldn't absolutely rely on, but I think all cold cases um, should absolutely um, include hiring what people think of as psychics. I'm not saying all psychics have real talents, gifts, and abilities, but there's definitely some that do. What I'm getting at is I've had experiences where I've touched things or spoken to somebody, and it doesn't happen always, but a thing or a location or a person, something, some trigger, and I'll have a vision or divine revelation about something hidden about that situation, that thing, or that person. It doesn't happen always, but it does happen enough that I recognize that if I asked God and if I prayed God for more insight on certain things, just kind of like what happened to me, I was left suffering and dying, and it happened all so fast to me I didn't even know what had happened. I prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed, and finally God put it all together for me where it's like that's exactly what happened. Might sound unbelievable, but it's absolutely true. Wife poisoned me. I was getting sicker and sicker and sicker. Um, all the doctors, nurses, and tests couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. I was developing jaundice-like symptoms, huge bruising. I was having internal bleeding issues from all the poison, warfarin she was giving me. It's thinning my blood out. And but they didn't test for that, right? I mean, how many people go into doctors and nurses, we're gonna run a talk screen on you. We're gonna check you for poisonings. Yeah. How many doctors and nurses immediately think their patient is actually being poisoned? It's not common. It's definitely not common. None of the ones I went to thought of it. It was only after all this happened to me that I realized that's exactly what had been going on. Um, even I didn't. I mean, even if you're confronted with the fact that somebody you know is poisoning you. I mean, when I look back on it, it's like I was confronted with it. Things she would say, like we had in the first home that we purchased together. Um, Field mice stuff were starting to gnaw the insulation under doors, trying to break into the house, and into the garage they had already succeeded in just a few months of brand new construction, gnawing their way right into the home. Um, and so I was traps and everything trying to get them, and it was like a ground attack or something. I mean, it was unbelievable how many ground mice and everything were in this area that we built our home. It wasn't just mice and squirrels and rodents. Massive infestation. And any rate, so eventually I was just like um, going to the hardware store and getting some rat poison pellets myself, and for the rodent infestation. And she picked up one of the boxes that I'd purchased from this hardware store, and she goes, "Wow, these aren't dyed. They've been dyeing, rat poison for years." And I was like, "Why?" Well, I dated this, you know, guy who worked in the an emergency room, and you'd be surprised how many people are poisoned. Um, and so they started dyeing all of the pellets and stuff. So that was a tidbit of information I didn't know about poison, rat poison, and things, but she did. And so, at any rate, I put a brand new full box um, in the garage near where um, the infestation was at its worst, and and I checked it the very next day, and the entire box was empty. The very next day, and I was thinking, holy mackerel, we must have an army of rodents and stuff already in our home. I mean, it was a good sized box, completely empty in just one just overnight, in just one day. I didn't think anything of it and stuff, so I bought some more boxes and placed them all around, and slowly but surely, there were less and less rodents invading our house. Um, but during that time, one day, one of the professors at school. I was going to work all day, and then I was going to school at night, trying to improve myself and get a better career and things. And one of the professors at night school had an emergency or something, and so I came home earlier than usual on that particular day. And when I walked in, there was something boiling on the stove, and I thought that was unusual because I did all the cooking um, between us. Um, so I was curious as to what she was, cooking on the stove. And I looked down into this pot, and I saw boiling water with a bunch of brown pellets. And I have no idea. Maybe it was because I was working so much, or because I was so tired, or because you just don't think, you know, at least I didn't think, heck, that's that rat poison. I looked right at it, and I still didn't make the connection. And I know some people might think that I must be stupid or something, but I mean, boiling. If you ever seen really boiling water and stuff, I mean, it optically um, is not clear at what's at the very bottom. So I could just see the color and some of the shapes, and it looked like the brown pellets. But if I'd had in my hand the rat poison pellets in one hand and looking at that, then I would have understood. She's boiling rat poison on the stove. Why is she doing that? But instead, and what I thought was, my wife was into making unusual tinctures and salves, and she was kind of an alchemist that way. Um, she had a whole collection of Bach flower remedies and things like that. So I was thinking that she was making one of her tinctures or something, and I didn't even know what those. In other words, at the time, my brain didn't make the connection of what those pellets really were. I just thought it was some type of ingredient that she was using for to make some type of tincture or salve. What she was doing, when I realized later what she was doing, was she was boiling the rat poisoning, extracting the poison into the water, and then watering down my orange juice with it because I don't like fruit juice fully concentrated. It spikes blood sugar too high. So I always watered down, or typically I've always watered down my fruit juice. In other words, at least 50%, if not more. In other words, see this container? I'll put like one 12-ounce can of vegetable or fruit juice in it, and the rest of it's all water. And that's because if it's fruit juice, especially fruit juice from concentrate, I'll add cinnamon and then the rest water. And that gives you a certain amount of nutrition over an extended period of time for sustainable energy without spiking blood sugar too high, too fast. And same thing with vegetable juice. It's mostly water is what I'm getting at, but it's flavored. And so it's more palatable to drink, plus it provides nutrients over a long period of sustainability. It's actually good for you that way. Drinking it highly concentrated, unless you're just really healthy and really depleted, it spikes blood sugar so fast if you drink it that way. So I really watered down. I seriously watered down my fruit juices. But at any rate, she knew that, so she was watering down my orange juice, and she marked, even though we had the same brand orange juice, she would mark it, one for me and one for her. And during that time, there were several times when she would say something like she's thirsty, and I'd hand her my orange juice, and she wouldn't drink it. I'm like, you're thirsty? Here. She's like, no, I'm not in the mood for orange juice. I'll drink something else and stuff. She'd always make some kind of excuse. But what I realized later on was that there were times prior to that moment when she was poisoning me that she did used to drink my juice no problem. But it was during that time when the rat poisoning was disappearing out of the boxes so fast, and I thought we had a massive infestation, that she was actually extracting the poison by boiling it and watering down my orange juice with it. And that was during the time I started developing bruises, jaundice. She was freaking out. I was working all day and going to school, at night, and hardly getting any sleep. And I didn't realize how much she was freaking out about how difficult her financial situation was. So it was just prior to all that she had suckered me into a very sizable life insurance policy. She's like, well, now that we have our own home and stuff, it would be terrible if we lost it and stuff. If something happened to you, and we need to get a good life insurance policy, man, something that's sufficient to pay this off if something happens to you. I mean, you don't want me to be homeless or something, things. So she talked me into a very sizable life insurance policy just prior to poisoning me. And any rate, I was getting sicker and sicker, but I still managed to complete my education and transfer into a better paying career. And I started making more money, and our stated net worth grew rapidly because I increased my earnings significantly within just a few years, due to my training, education, licensing in real estate, and hard work and investments, in which I increased our net worth rapidly. But I was getting sicker and sicker and sicker during that whole time, and started seeing doctors, specialists, internists, everything, trying to find out what was wrong. None of them figured it out that she was poisoning me. Turns out that finally, one of the naturopaths recommended that I get a septoplasty done, because I'd broken my nose when I was younger, and so I got this surgery scheduled. Um, During the pre-screening surgery, they took her aside out of my presence, talked to her for a while, and were upset when I said no negative blood um, in the transfusion permission form, and except under extreme emergency, O positive only, because I had been told that O negative blood could kill me previously by another laboratory technician at another hospital. And so that I wrote that on the transfusion permission form, and they were upset by that. What I'm getting at is they had planned to give me an incompatible transfusion during surgery, um, even prior to my pre-screening, um, even prior to the signing of that transfusion form. They had done pre-screening laboratory tests, so they already knew I had antibodies to the negative Rh factor, and that's why they were upset when I stated that on the form in writing. And furthermore, it was revealed to me by the Lord that that's when they confronted my wife about the fact that they had found out during the pre-screening lab testing that she had been poisoning me, and that she had a choice to make. Either they would report her and basically for attempted homicide and poisoning her husband, or that they would actually help her finish me off during surgery for proceeds of the life insurance. In other words, it turned into conspiracy. It wasn't planned. It's just that there's so much evil in this world and so much corruption, and the fact that doctors and nurses actually have been getting away with hospital homicides already and murdering people for their organs, that they saw this as a golden opportunity. You know, a man comes in that's being poisoned by his wife, isn't going to have anybody sue them for malpractice. So they basically had her blackmailed for cash to go through with killing me. What bummed me out about the revelation was how fast she was jumping on the bandwagon of having them do that. And as soon as they offered, she was like, "Do it." She didn't think about it. And the look on her face, I was just like, I married somebody so evil. It was really, it's really sad to me. I had friends that told me not to marry her. That told me they thought she was dangerous. I should have listened to them. Sometimes we have clear divine discernment from the Almighty about certain people and certain things, and sometimes we don't. Sometimes it's hidden from us. I suppose that was a time when I needed to listen to my friends. And I just thought they were being prejudiced. I mean, can you imagine, right? Um, you take your, I don't know, your fiance to meet your friends, and and you walk up, um, they look at each other, say hi, and then this is how it happened. I brought her up. I'm like, this is Jane, my fiance and stuff, and they said hi, and then that fast they pulled me aside. I don't know if she went in to walk into their house. I can't remember what she was doing at this point. I just remember that it was that fast that they pulled me aside, and I think she was standing. I don't even know if she was in earshot or not. But that fast they pulled me aside and was like, "Michael, don't marry her." I mean, all he did was meet her and say hi. What would you think? I mean, I'm a Christian, so I know that some people have the gift of discernment, but just meeting somebody, just meeting them face to face for a second, just saying hi, and then they pull me aside and say, "Don't marry her." Um, they didn't just say she was bad news. They said, quote unquote, we both feel. And how could they both feel it? Whatever it is they felt. That 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 she's dangerous. Dangerous person. And I was like, man, you guys are being prejudiced. I mean, what else could I think? How many people? What would you think? How many people can just walk up to somebody in their presence and just instantly know that they're dangerous just by standing there within a few feet of each other, just by saying hi. No conversation, no banter, just somebody coming into their presence and instantly aware that that person's dangerous. There's something off about them, bad. I mean, I've heard of the gift of discernment, but I didn't know it could be like that acute. Regardless, after what happened to me, I was like, God, I want whatever you gave them for the rest of my life. I want that kind of discernment. Because as far as I was concerned, that was amazing. How do you just how can you just walk up to somebody's? I mean, it's one thing if somebody is like, I don't know, giving off, I mean, demonic possession vibes type thing. But she wasn't, you know, tatted with horns growing out of her head or anything like that. She just looked like a normal professional woman, pretty much. She didn't have any like telltale signs of demonic possession or influence, at least that were visible at all. Later on, I found that she had been in the occult, and she had occult items in her even in her nightstands, runes and things, and even an occult um, dagger. I mean, nasty dagger, the kind of dagger that's not straight edge. It's a trine. In other words, puts a hole in you. Doesn't slice. It puts a big hole in you if you're stabbed by something like that. It's actually a form of a sacrificial dagger used in occult practices. So when I saw some of the things she had later after I married her, I was just like red alert big time. Some of the books she had, some of the things she had, finding out a little bit about her work history and past. And when she started to get openly antagonistic with me, she would say things like, you have no idea who I am or what connections I have," things like that, um, in a very sinister way. So after she attacked my life and did what she did and everything, got away with what she did, it became apparent to me that she did have some kind of nefarious connections, even with certain people in government. Something. I don't know exactly what those were, but I but I know they exist. Um, I'm not saying that she was some kind of, I don't know, retired agent or anything like that. I'm saying either by her many travels or by her many conquests or sexual partners or whatever, she had somebody that was in some type of government agency that was able to help her get away with these crimes. Um, Besides just being, I don't know, purely demonically lucky of finding so much evil everywhere she went, like the mass murdering doctors and nurses, kill people and hack them up for their organs, sex offending cops who'd rather get their penises sucked than actually do their jobs. Um, when I examined the whole thing that took place, I was just like, either she's unbelievably lucky, or this world is at this point, it's got so many evil, corrupt people in it that we're on the verge of a total collapse of civilization and end of law enforcement. If law and order fails, massive death and destruction will ensue. In other words, I'm not against government or law enforcement. I'm against criminals in government and criminals in law enforcement. Absolutely. I want the most honorable from among us to be in those positions of such incredible public trust. And unfortunately, that just isn't the case. I believe that there are some decent authorities left, or I wouldn't be speaking out publicly at this point about everything that happened to me. I would just be praying that God would enable me to somehow go to war against them all. That I'd be given some type of spiritual authority to make them all drop dead, so that the rest of humanity is safe from such attacks, such unbelievable evil, such incredible betrayal from those we trust with our lives. At any rate, I don't know why all that personal came out again, but I try to put it out now and then over these years, just because I'm still hoping. I can't help but hope that either God changes all those people radically for the better, so they never do what they did to me to anyone else again, or that finally there'll be some honorable authorities that contact me, perform a proper investigation, and realize that indeed I have been telling the truth and make the necessary arrests. I don't know what else to do. I'm going to just keep praying, keep hoping, and keep doing what I'm doing. And maybe by God's grace, something good will come of it. I think at the very least, maybe some people will realize I'm telling the truth, and will be wiser for it. Might save your life or that of your loved ones. Never leave somebody you love and care for unattended at a hospital if at all possible. Make sure, if you can, that you have legal representation anytime somebody is in a hospital. Show up at the hospital. Just letting doctors and nurses know that they're, skilled in medical malpractice, and that there better not be any. Now, decent practitioners might be offended by it, but just have them say, look, the statistics are factually that high, that it's nothing more than a precaution, a sadly necessary precaution. We have all kinds of jobs that are under camera surveillance these days. All kinds of jobs. Everywhere there's money, for the most part. Anywhere money is dispensed, banks or even ATMs and so on and so forth, cameras everywhere. Cameras even in your fast food joints, monitoring cash registers, etc., 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 from employee theft. Cameras almost everywhere. Okay? But there are no cameras when your life is on the line during surgery, when medical malpractice is statistically one of the highest ways people die prematurely. There's no surveillance, there's no accountability, virtually none. And if doctors and nurses can't work with cameras rolling, can't do their jobs when people are anesthetized and praying for their lives, then as far as I'm concerned, they need to find a new career. Either they're competent, caring professionals, or they're not. If they're so afraid of being sued for malpractice because they know themselves that they're that incompetent, well, then they shouldn't be in the medical profession. In other words, this is another suggestion of mine. Now we have firms of attorneys nationwide, worldwide, that monitored especially not just all surgeries, but especially all anesthetized procedures, whether it's dental or surgical. In other words, anytime somebody is unconscious, there needs to be cameras rolling that are linked to legal representatives of medical malpractice to make sure and nobody is taking advantage of innocent people. Crime in medical malpractice is that statistically that high. Okay. I want to improve medical care to the point where we have a global intranet that has all diseases, all chronic and terminal conditions, everything that ails mankind in that database, coupled with video footage, photographs, everything that shows the signs and symptoms associated with all those ailments respectively, coupled with all known diagnostic tests confirming each and every one of those ailments from all the many other ailments that might show similar signs and symptoms, but you have to start eliminating. In other words, the database automatically starts eliminating just from the presence of signs and symptoms associated with various known ailments to mankind. It propagates continually to document any new signs or symptoms of any new ailments. So we have a global database that's propagating whatever daily even. And with globally with all diagnostic tests regarding that specific condition, even if it's new on the scene or seemingly new on the scene. It's there in a global database. I want that intranet connected to personal medical records and living wills that are automatically updated. I don't care if you want to make it by law or not, but it needs to become a matter of routine. Because what happens is people go about living their daily lives. They get in a car accident. They're unconscious. They end up in a hospital. Nobody knows their past medical history, their medical records, insurance, anything like that. Especially if you're traveling all over the world, your life is in the hands of people that might be able to give you competent medical care if they just had knowledge about your existing medical records, past history, not just your present circumstances. A global intranet that's accessible by your biometrics. In other words, your fingerprint, even if you're unconscious, scan of your eye, whatever. And not just your password, but by your biometrics, so that if you're unconscious, medical professionals all over the world can still access your medical records in a life and death situation. And your living will. What you want done or what you don't want done as far as life-saving procedures. I want that just to be routine. I don't want that just for the rich. I want that to be for everybody. Now, some people might be against having their records on the cloud or on the internet or whatever. But if it's secure and encrypted, secure to your own biometrics, your voice, your thumb or whatever. Let me explain the benefit of that. You become older. It might be a car accident. It might be crime. You might be the victim of mugging, some kind of other injury that leaves you unable physically or mentally to maybe speak for yourself. But you might still be able to type finger by finger your living will, somehow record your living will, your last will and testament, everything routinely. You might be able to put into the computer important medical information like any types of allergies, to medications, or in my case, to O negative blood, seriously life threatening, that type of thing. Things that medical experts may or may not um, discover in an emergency, in emergency medical care in which your life is on the line. But if you already have that record available to them, it can save your life. Okay, it's not just in a medical emergency that those records are important. Um, at least in America, and I imagine this is in other countries, developed countries all over the world, um, you get to a state, and it can happen to anybody, of disability where you're no longer employable, um, not earning a wage. You're on whatever Social Security your country provides, or whatever disability insurance, private or is provided by your country. In America, it's Social Security or Social Security disability, and they often want medical records, some type of proof, some type of evidence, something um, to deal with accommodations. In other words, once somebody becomes disabled, there are laws written that deal with reasonable accommodations for to be made for the disabled, and that includes um, um, not just your living space, your living quarters, whatever your medical needs are due to your disability, but also due to certain kinds of financial assistance available through various programs like Medicare or Medicaid, or certain medical insurances associated with Medicare and Medicaid, and or state-run or charitable assistances, constantly asking you for receipts, records, proofs, insurance. I'm saying that could be a self-propagating database that not only propagates with whatever new diseases are found, new signs and symptoms are found, new diagnostic tests are invented, um, new treatments. Okay, so medical care is constantly improved rapidly that way, worldwide, just by sharing knowledge. And then furthermore, each individual, when you become disabled, chronically ill, terminally ill, or disabled in any way, what used to be extremely easy for you can be monumentally difficult to virtually impossible. In other words, you might be so sick that you're just laying there in bed every day for a while, suffering. And in the meantime, in order to get financial assistance, you've got to fill out forms, you've got to make phone calls, you've got to provide records, receipts, all kinds of things that government red tape wants, charities want, or whatever people in general want. If you had, by just your thumbprint, the ability to access all those important files that are routinely asked for in such circumstances and situations, even when you become chronically ill, terminally ill, or extremely disabled, you'd be able to provide via your biometric scan or typing in a password or whatever such requested information. No matter if you moved, if there was a hurricane or tornado and destroyed all your personal files and records, your house, everything, that important information would still be accessible worldwide by you at your permission to whatever the authorities needed to provide you whatever financial assistance they could. I'm speaking from experience here. There's 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 assistance with housing for the poor, the elderly, and disabled in America and all over this world. Not in every country, but in most developed countries. But they typically require certain documentation and so on and so forth that you may or may not be able to provide them due to your actual disability or chronic or terminal condition. And it's extremely frustrating for you to be legitimately in need but unable to meet all the red tape requirements that they request in order to get the assistance that you need to even try to survive or try to recover good health. It's extremely frustrating, and I'm speaking from personal experience. In other words, what happened to me was a type of crime that I can't get investigated. I can't get restitution, justice. I'm left extremely impoverished. I've lost my whole estate. And when you apply to whatever assistance is available through the government, they want proof. And how do you provide proof when you go to doctors and nurses and they either disbelieve you or misdiagnose you, think you're mental, or won't provide confirmation of the fact that you're telling the truth, just because they just outright just disbelieve you, so much so that they won't even perform the necessary tests or diagnostics that would confirm or deny you're telling the truth. I mean, I went to 4 states, and when I told people or didn't tell people, when I tried to tell them part of the story or not part of the story, I could not get, even when I had the money, tests run that I wanted run, that would have given me more medical evidence and support that I'm absolutely telling the truth. But they wouldn't listen to me. One doctor said warfarin's undetectable, and I'm like, that's a lie. That's a lie. Either she didn't know what she was talking about, or she was just too lazy to run the talk screen. It's not undetectable. Otherwise, how would they know that people were poisoned by it? In other words, it is detectable. Yes, it is detectable, most definitely. And any chemical, any toxin is absolutely detectable, provided you know how to detect it, run the right tests. So one doctor just lied to me, or just didn't want to appear like she didn't know what the hell she was talking about, so just ran her mouth and lied to me. In other words, she just was clueless. And doctors and nurses routinely do that. They lie, just like any and all professionals lie under certain circumstances, because it's something that you think or imagine that they should know, but they just don't. They're totally clueless about. But they still like to try to pretend like they do. Otherwise, they know that they're coming across as somebody that is ignorant, does not have that knowledge. And that happens in all professions. Um, you'll ask somebody, say, about a certain construction technique. Say they're a general contractor, and you'll say, well, are you familiar with concrete foam style of construction? Are you familiar with straw bale stucco construction? Are you familiar with whatever type of construction you might think of? Dome, yurt, you name it. Um, Plastic, airborne. They've got air blown models and so on and so forth. They've got new constructions like at um, Denver International Airport. If you look at the canopy form constructions there, again, um, there's all types of different architectural styles and methods of construction these days. And not every general contractor is aware of every single form of construction, of all the different types of mini building materials that are available these days, and so on and so forth. They're not, how do you say, 100% knowledgeable about their own profession. Virtually everybody. In other words, everybody you meet, even if they're a professional in their area of expertise, is not 100% knowledgeable about their area of expertise for the most part. So lots of people, because of pride, lie to cover up the fact that you brought up something about their profession that they have no knowledge of whatsoever, never encountered, never had to deal with. And it happens with doctors and nurses too. And what I'm getting at is people need to give everybody a break and allow for honesty. If you don't know something, if you have not encountered something, even if it's in your so-called field of expertise, you just need to be honest, sober, humble enough to say so. I have never encountered that situation before. I'll look into it. Or, I'm not familiar with that situation. I think I might know somebody who is. Or, I don't know anybody that's familiar with that situation. It's so unique. You're going to have to probably do some research on your own and try to find somebody that might know what you're talking about. Unfortunately for me, I encounter that more and more and more because with the internet, um, persons like myself, whose life is on the line, their own life is on the line. Um, Sometimes patients that are suffering with something actually know more than your general practitioners, your healthcare providers, really about their condition, straight up. I've found that to be true, and the reason for that is because they're fighting for their life, and if they're intelligent at all, they're doing as much research as they can, trying to stay alive, trying to recover good health. When you lose good health, you realize how precious it is. How much, if you have good health, you should thank God Almighty every single day. Because if you lose it, man, and you're suffering, really suffering, oh, it's a bummer. It is a bummer. Especially if you ever had good health, because you miss it. You really miss it. At any rate, so what I'm getting at is I encounter that more and more. That I try to speak to people about certain things of which I think they might be knowledgeable about, but they just aren't. And most people will not admit it. People, for some reason, just hate admitting that they don't know something. It's like, look, it's not something to be ashamed of. You're not omniscient. You're not God. People don't know everything about everything, and not even about their own fields of expertise. No, they don't. An expert in a certain field might know more than most people, and that's why they're considered an expert in their field, is they know more than most people that are even in that field. But that doesn't mean they know everything in that field. And so doctors and nurses and all professionals need to get used to saying, hey, I'm not familiar with that. No, I'm not. And just be honest and not be ashamed about it. And you can either determine that it's something you find interesting enough to want to learn yourself, or you can, like I said, deflect to someone else and determine that you only want to specialize in whatever you presently know and don't want to learn whatever that is that the other person is suggesting or talking about. In other words, um, you can't know everything about everything. You can't even know everything about your so-called own choice or profession. It's there's just too much knowledge at this point. In other words, if you type anything on any topic of any subject on the internet, typically millions to hundreds of millions of pages come up within less than a second of information. Now it can be truthful information, helpful information, or just a whole bunch of disinformation and wasted information. But regardless, even if you read through the first page of all the different sites that come up, even on the first page, like let's say the top 10 websites on any given topic, you've now read anywhere from um, 1 page to 10 page, or sometimes it's hundreds or thousands of pages per website, depending on what topic it is. So if you read even 10 of those websites that have that much information, so how many people do you think have that much information in their head in any profession? They might have the majority of what's considered the most important, the gist of all that information you just read, but not all of it. So somebody like myself that's suffering and dying and is reading, you know, all types of the latest medical knowledge worldwide, um, trying to find anything that might help them, might ease their suffering, might cause them to regain good health. Typically, um, is going to know more about their own personal ailment than any general practitioner. So when I go into a general practitioner knowing that I want such and such tests done, such and such diagnostics, such and such treatment, and so on and so forth, it's based on more research in that area than they've typically put in, um, with rare exceptions. In other words, if you happen to find a world expert on that area, because typically you have read what the world experts have published online about any topic at that point. So you now have expert knowledge. Now, it might not be expert experience, but you still have expert knowledge about a certain topic or subject when you glean through that many pages of information on any subject online. So if you've spent years to a decade or more of full-time research online on the world's largest database at this point, basically it's like cramming a lifetime of being able to sort through not just a public library, but a global database, of which generally the most concise and important and expert information tends to rise to the top of any topical search in a matter of seconds. And if you can read very quickly, it's one thing to read out of a book that's filled with a lot of fluff. It's another thing to sort through many thousands to millions of pages of concise information, scanning for the very most important of it, and to do that for years. So yeah, there's a term that psychologists have called it that says that some people suffer from. They've got a name for it. An effect in which you think you've got more knowledge than you really have, based on the internet, and that's because they imagine that the internet is full of so much disinformation that even if you read every single day information on it, you haven't necessarily filled your head with accurate, truthful knowledge. But the truth of the matter is, um, when you go to college, um, you are given curriculum, textbooks. In other words, you acquire knowledge, but at a much slower rate and from less authoritative resources than the world's leading experts on any topic. So the effect only applies if the knowledge you've acquired is either incorrect or is less than you think it is. But when you actually go in and talk with professionals on any given topic, and because of your research, know things that they haven't even heard of, doesn't mean that you're suffering from some type of delusion or ignorance at all. It just means that they are. They're suffering from lack of knowledge. So when I say I can't get medical care, I'm just saying the truth. I'm aware at this point that even going to one of these so-called 12 bases of experts for Wilson's, the chances of them ever having encountered somebody like myself that survived an incompatible blood transfusion for as long as I have are slim, very slim. There might have been one or two in all history, maybe, that has crossed their doors. But what I'm getting at is none of those people have personal expertise with my situation, and I know that, and I realize that. So I have to look at what I think, since nobody cares about my life more than God and myself. I have to look at what I think is best for me under these circumstances. And I have to realize that at best, people are even medical experts are giving me their professional opinion. It's not accurate, tried and true treatment for anything, because virtually nobody has endured what I've endured and lived as long as I've lived to tell about it. And I'm not trying to say I'm a special case or anything like that. I'm just trying to say that's truthfully, factually true. In other words, I've done enough research, reading, to know that that's true. That people die from what was done to me. And very few make it out of their hospital even that first day. And anybody that has survived something like this dies within a relatively short time period thereafter. In other words, based on all my research, I'm one of the longest survivors of attempted hospital homicide in history by an incompatible blood transfusion that has the genetic trait of Wilson's. In other words, when you add all the parameters in, I'm not saying that there haven't been other people that have survived incompatible blood transfusions. I'm saying with Wilson's disease. Now, I don't like to call it a disease. I call it a genetic trait, because I would think a disease is only detrimental. But I know many people with Wilson's genetic trait that actually are very successful people. Hollywood's full of people with the trait. In other words, rich and famous people. World-class athletes. Super fast, super strong people. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of people that have this trait, and they don't think they're diseased at all. It's just that's the label that's been given by medical practitioners, just because it's not universal to everybody. So when they discover abnormal genetics in a certain percentage of the population, and provided they've only discovered and they only think that it's a very small percentage, when in fact it's at least 10% of the global population based on my research. Now, I'm not saying that I'm a know-it-all or absolutely correct. I'm saying I don't know anybody that's done as much research. I really don't. So when I say these things, I'm not speaking out of some type of inflated ego. I'm just speaking out of straight up knowledge that I don't know anybody that's done as much research into these subjects as I have. That's just a statement of truth. Now, if I ever meet anybody that's done as much research as I have, I'll say otherwise. But I have never met anybody that's done as much research as I have into these subjects. So when I say that based on my research, I can see that there's at least 10% of the global population affected by this genetic trait, I mean it. And I say that from people who say, well, how can you sample the entire globe's population? And I'm like, with the internet, it's not that difficult, believe it or not. There's virtual tours of almost every continent, in which they show cities, major cities, large populations of people doing all kinds of things, dancing, martial arts, etc. And the signs and symptoms of this genetic trait, once you understand how to recognize it, are something so obvious that to me, I don't have to run a medical laboratory tests. I can just practically look at a person, have them do a few things, say a few things. In other words, run some just physical observation on them, and provided they're not acting, in other words, intentionally deceiving me, provided that they do what I say when I ask them to do it, I can pretty much tell within a very short time period who has the trait and who doesn't, almost instantly, just by looking into their eyes. And I don't even need a magnifying glass. I don't need any special optics to identify Kayser-Fleischer rings. To me, they're very visible. Kayser-Fleischer rings are almost given telltale sign of people that have this genetic trait. But there's mannerisms. It's the way they talk. It's the way they move. There's certain types of physical tests in the way their skeletal muscles move, in the way their reflexes work, and all combined, even in the shape of their body and the shape of their skull, there's all kinds of just physical attributes of people that have this genetic trait that I can just look at and almost that fast know who has it and who doesn't. Within a very short time period, I believe that I can accurately, I mean, I'm not saying with 100% certainty every time, but probably more accurately than just about any medical professional you'll see on planet Earth, straight up tell who has the trait and who doesn't. Because I've done that much research on it, and I'm not boasting. I'm not um, um, inflating my ego on this. I know how many years of intense research I've looked into this now. So I'm not saying I'm a world class expert, but I am saying that I have read, at least online, virtually any and all publications on the subject, um, from people that are considered to be experts on the subject, including tests that have been suppressed about it, like um, false positives for mononucleosis. That was a laboratory finding from some lab out east, but it's been removed from the internet after I started going public about this whole thing. False positives for mononucleosis is one of the lab indicators for Wilson's. Now, I'm not saying that it's not also an indicator for some other things, but combined with other signs, symptoms, um, and diagnostics, yeah, it is an indicator for sure. So there's all kinds of things that give it away, but through research you can know how to identify. And virtually none of the medical practitioners I've ever met in general practice, no, not even at hospitals, not even not how do you say, family doctors or anything like that. Almost almost nobody I encountered in 4 states knew diddly squat about Wilson's. There's only 12 centers in the whole world that are supposedly experts on it. That is alarming to me. I've said it before and I'll say it again. At least 10% of the global population has this genetic trait. It's a crying shame that it's not commonly known. People need to know they have this trait. It's beneficial, but it can also be very harmful for them not to know it, especially when it comes to blood transfusions. As far as I'm concerned, based on what I know about blood transfusions now, O negative blood should never be considered a universal donor. Period. You should always um, ask for exact match only. As far as I'm concerned, down to the genetic haplotype. In other words, since we have stem cell research, and since we can genetically implant these stem cells to make organs, hearts, um, livers, whatever, there should be an end of organ transplants worldwide, and there should be an end of blood transfusions worldwide, except by lab grown, totally genetically compatible organs and blood. In other words, since with the advent of stem cells and genetic implants of stem cells into forming lab grown genetically compatible organs, why would you put an organ that's in an animal or another person in your body when you can have an absolute DNA compatible lab grown organ, perfect, totally 100% compatible, not just with your blood type, but with all of your genetics? with every cell in your body because it's grown from your own DNA. Why why are we still doing organ transplants? Why is this technology not global? Why do only the rich, the absolute wealthiest people on earth have access to the best medical care? Why the masses suffer this type of ongoing barbaric treatment and human experimentation? Why do only certain locations on earth have spray-on skin? In other words, burn down to your muscles, third degree burns, second degree, first degree, layers of burns, because any burn typically has, especially if it's severe, has all the different stages and degrees of burns. In other words, at the edges might be less, but down in the most severe regions where you burn the worst. So you have varying levels of tissue damage, is my point. And they now have DNA compatible technology to just basically like airbrush on DNA compatible cells that regenerate brand new skin without scarring. That technology actually really exists. A spray on skin. Google it. My point being is, if you go into your local hospital or your local practitioner and mention technologies like that, they may or may not be aware of it. It doesn't mean that they're unprofessional and incompetent. It just means that factually, not everybody can keep up with the latest and greatest technologies, even in their own area of expertise. So what I'm getting at is that fact is just yet another label of psychoquacks that get away with slandering and libeling their patients routinely. Because if you're doing serious in-depth research online, you're not acquiring useless, baseless knowledge, especially if your life is on the line. So what I'm getting at is the cost of living is more than just money. It's people's lives. It's me saying, look, I was just a poor, hardworking soul like you who can't get competent medical care because I'm not rich. Is that right? Is it right for the poor, hardworking masses to get injured or disabled and to know that there's help for them, but to be systematically denied it because they're poor? Is that right? Do you think that's fair? Do you think if the poor were representing the masses in government instead of the rich, that that laws would only favor them? I mean, think about it. Utility companies, when I was younger, if you were a landowner or a homeowner or whatever, and you wanted conventional power on your property and didn't have it, you could hire excavators and electricians to do all the work, and the power company would give you a credit of whatever that cost you if they were unable to provide the power themselves to you. In other words, if they were unable to hire the excavators and the electricians and so forth and get it done themselves just because, I don't know, the demand was too high, they were too busy, or whatever excuse they could come up with. But the reason why they gave you credit was because that now became part of their network that they owned and controlled, maintained, and were able to actually charge any and all future customers from. You paid to expand their business, but they repaid you in the form of a credit um, off your monthly bill. Now, you might then basically had your electricity paid for the rest of your life, depending on how much that cost you. And that was pretty fair. It would have been more fair for them to um, reimburse you whatever the expenses were right away. But in a small growing power company, they might not have that kind of capital to expand that fast. So if you at your own expense expanded it and were willing to accept monthly payments as credit off your bill every month until the full amount was paid, I suppose even without interest, but it's still at least you were able to recoup your investment dollar for dollar. But what's happened is the utility and power companies lobbied Congress, and now if you want power and it's not already there at your land site or home site or whatever, you can still pay for it, but you're not reimbursed one penny. And even if you um, paid tens of thousands of dollars to make that power company that much more profitable, um, you get not one penny reimbursed. And furthermore, even if um, um, you should fall on hard times and not be able to pay your monthly bill, for as little as $100, that power company that you paid tens of thousands of dollars to expand will threaten you to shut your power off. That's what I mean about corrupt politics, crap like that going down, where lobbyists are bribing politicians to make laws in their favor, that at the expense of innocent citizens. And that's just one example. So the cost of living changes from day to day based on things like that, just political corruption, bribes, pandering to the wealthy, and at the expense of crushing the poor, oppressing and enslaving the rest of us, creating a system of incredible injustice. Examples go on and on and on. A wealthy person like O.J. Simpson, right, was able to hire attorneys that actually represented his interests in court, and so he didn't go to prison. But if that had been a poor person who couldn't hire the dream team, guilty or not, almost guaranteed they would have gone to prison. Happens to poor people all the time. A poor person gets arrested, whether the charges are true or not, can't get legal representation, even though we have laws about um, having court-appointed attorneys and public. They're called public pretenders because they're that pathetic. They're definitely not the dream team. So all over this world, there's a discrepancy between the haves and the have-nots, and the haves are actually the ones in charge of that cost of living upon the have-nots. Now, the haves are only 1% of the population or less. The have-nots are at least 50% of the population. And then there's the some haves. The have-nots don't have legal representation, don't have judicial representation, don't have executive representation. They have no representation. They have no voice. The haves control all of the mainstream media, everything you're told on the news, everything that you see and hear on television. The have-nots have no say there. They have no airtime there. The haves are seeking to take over the internet and control everything that you see and hear on the internet as well. Alternative media. growing censorship is a global problem, not just by nations, but by private wealthy people that control corporations like Google or YouTube or anything like that. If they deem that they don't want to let you speak on their forum, post on their forum, there's virtually nothing you can do about it. So much for free speech. So much for championing values of what the internet was founded for, which is the free exchange of information, whether or not you like that information. Now I'm talking about things that really matter to me. Very important things, matters of life and death. And the greatest form of discrimination that I see worldwide today isn't racism, isn't nationalism, it's the caste system. It's the discrepancy between the rich and the poor. Quality of life is so radically different for mass billions of innocent people on earth compared to those that live lives of luxury. Radically different. In my opinion, totally unacceptable. I'm not arguing for socialism. Capitalism can be a good thing provided we have a moral and ethical society that dictates that there is a minimum standard of wealth that we can have capitalism, but we cannot have poverty so great it crushes people to death. We can't have greed so intense that it takes the wealth of the world in the hands of just a few people and says that's okay. It's not okay. When a few people own the wealth of the world, own the airways, own the multinationals, and all the rest of us are enslaved and oppressed by them and even dying in the streets homeless, then they're guilty of crimes against humanity. That's greed and selfishness out of control. Now, I don't mind people living lives of luxury, provided they're not killing innocent people in the process. When you have CEOs making hundreds of millions a year, and people in the lowest levels of their corporation making minimum wage, begging for food, and are even homeless, that kind of disparity becomes a crime. That is greed that is killing people, enslaving and oppressing them, making them suicidally depressed, increasing crime, desperate acts of desperation. They're contributing to societal collapse. So wealth concentration at this point shouldn't be cheered or championed or anything like that, but seen for what it is. People who are so greedy that they're now committing crimes against humanity by stripping the entire world of what's necessary to stay alive. In other words, the poorest among us are not meeting the cost of living, and it's due to the greediest among us. So, capitalism, yes, but mandate by law minimum wealth that ensures the right to life, right to affordable housing lifelong, and wages that are commensurate to the cost of living lifelong. And no more of this crap of people suffering and dying in the streets. No more of this crap of people losing their homes and everything they worked for all because they were injured by a catastrophe or by crime or by war or became chronically ill or terminally ill when the globalists themselves are responsible for an increase in all these things. Geoengineering is a very real thing. Destabilizing the weather is a very real thing. In other words, weather warfare. Technologies that cause tsunamis, tornadoes, etc., any and all patents along with the entire topic of geoengineering, research it. It goes beyond creating just fog and everything as a screen cover. It goes into actual weather warfare. And I know because I saw the military patents that go back decades. Geoengineering has been growing for decades. And it's causing problems. Problems with the weather, disasters, provably. There's actual footage. There's actual specialized footage of infrared technology and so on and so forth that shows artificially induced energy stimulated tropical storms and so on and so forth. There's footage of that now on the alternative media. So bottom line is that we have ionospheric heaters in the form of HAARP technologies that are part of geoengineering and weather warfare or weather manipulation. And weather manipulation, when it can cause a tropical storm, a tsunami, any type of destructive power upon another nation, becomes weather warfare. These types of technologies are in fact being used. And I write about, again, in my Crimes Against Humanity, about geoengineering, about this cost of living is not being met for so many people, and instead the technologies that are being developed are actually harmful to life on Earth. Those are crimes against humanity, folks. I don't know how to say it or spell it out any more plainly. So between economic warfare of the haves against the have-nots and everything they're investing in that they do without asking us permission at all, that they just think they have the right to do because they have all the wealth on Earth, that they just feel they can do whatever they want, even if it kills us, without any consequence. I'm saying to the rest of humanity, you need to let them know that that's not the case. I am calling for their arrest. There is enough evidence against them to arrest them. It needs to happen. I mean, for your own lives and that of your children, it needs to happen. And then put people in power that will make sure you and your children, every honorable, honest, working citizen on Earth, is able to meet the cost of living. I hope you understand what I'm saying between the lines in this video. I'm saying the cost of living is far more than money. It involves citizens that know. You know who you are, journalists and so on and so forth. Those within the existing system that know what I'm talking about. When you can see that the people who have money are investing the most of their assets in the military industrial complex, which is now shifting towards not just bioweapons, but in other words WMDs, but it's shifting to AI, robotics, drones. Um, Machines don't have the, how do you say, the spiritual connection, the not just your emotions, not just your conscience, and so on and so forth, but the spiritual connection with the Almighty. Now, the Almighty is actually in control, ultimately, of all spirits. Even the devil has to go to God to ask permission to do the things he does. All right? Now, there are people that rebel against God's commandments, and rebellion is, of course, a great sin. So if you're avoiding the commandment to repent and get baptized in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and get filled with His Spirit, just that alone, in other words, just rebelling against the commandment to seek God, to know God, to learn from God when He has declared Himself, just that alone, just rebellion alone, is a very great sin. So you don't have to commit murder per se, or rape, or anything that mankind thinks is a very great sin. The worst sin is when you are told how to know the Almighty, and you thinking you know better than Him. And the reason for that is because that's the sin of the devil. That's the sin of evil. It's an arrogant, unbelievably arrogant presumption, um, to think that you know better than the one who created and made you and gives you every breath you take. And when you see those people, the Antichrist, in other words, if you're not repenting and being baptized in the name of Jesus Christ, and you're actually rebelling against that commandment, you're presently in control by the spirit of Antichrist. In other words, the devil. You're in control of evil, and evil actually ultimately sows destruction and death. So when you see the wealthiest people on earth investing in R&D, artificial intelligence, armed with militant might, in other words, weapons, so on and so forth, what you're being told you're doing is actually saving lives from the battlefield of wars, and so on and so forth. And they're able to send in drones and machines to do the dirty work, so to speak, of actually killing other people. But in reality, what you're actually investing in is your own destruction and death, that of mankind. Because ultimately, any weapon you can devise that actually is used by evil people to do their evil deeds, even if it is remotely, sowing destruction and death, actually has the effect of sowing destruction and death upon yourselves. Now, some people call it karma, but God says whatever you sow, you'll reap. So if you're preoccupied with weapons, with destruction, with death, and so on and so forth, that's your mentality. That's coming your way. In other words, I'm trying not to go into specifics about the terrible things I saw in the future of mankind being oppressed and enslaved, remotely controlled by a few people in control of artificial intelligence drones that would be going around doing all kinds of things, bioscans, not just making arrests, just sowing death and destruction everywhere. While the people that are in control imagine that they're sheltered in whatever underground caverns, someplace safe, and so on and so forth. But what happens is that everything that you think is for your safety, in other words, what evil people are imagining for their safety, whether it's underground bunkers, whether it's some type of isolated fortress or something like this, and they think they're just sowing death and destruction to everybody else. What ultimately happens is whatever evil, wicked people put their trust in, lean on, so on and so forth, is like a broken crutch to them. In other words, God pulls it out from under them in the end. So let's say they're in an underground bunker. Then what happens is whatever they're using for artificial power goes away, and and their final moments are groping around in the darkness amidst, I don't know, scurrying rodents or whatever and stuff that might be trying to take a bite out of them before they're even dead. So, and what I'm getting at is you cannot hide from the Almighty, and you can't escape the consequences of your evil actions. So I'm pleading with mankind, if you're involved in genetically modifying diseases or creating bioweapons or chemical weapons or WMDs, all these things are actually worse than nukes. AI, the drones, that's already out of the basket. But the drones I saw coming, if you leave these people in power, um, are terrible. And what I'm getting at is, when I'm asking you to arrest the wealthiest people on earth at this moment in time in history, I'm not just asking you to arrest them for the crimes against humanity that they're already guilty of, but that they're in process of in other words, all their R&D into all these methods of destruction and death is harmful to not just mankind as a whole, but life on earth in general. And I know the Almighty will draw the line somewhere, but how many people have to suffer and die before mankind acts in a way that's reasonable and rational? It's obvious that these people, the wealthiest people on earth, are not in their right minds. You're in your right mind when you're concerned with life, when you're concerned with quality of life, not just for yourself but for everyone, when you're concerned with life on planet Earth in general, when you're not focused on destruction and death. You're not in your right mind when you're focused on evil. You need to be focused on good. God defines himself as the way, the truth, and the life. If you're focused on God, you're concerned about life. If you're focused on death, if your research and development is in methods of death and destruction, you are under control of the spirit of air, the devil. And he laughs because you think that all those things you're working on will be used against somebody else. But the devil laughs knowing that it's against you, your progeny. He's got you as a slave, and he's pulling the puppet strings of your evil thoughts without you even realizing it. It's just like the people that imagine that by genetically modifying things they're doing something good, and when in fact virtually every case of genetic modification I have researched causes harm to the ecosystem of Earth in one way or another. And the entire practice of corporate genetically modified monocultures with herbicides and pesticides is sowing death and destruction, is even turning food that God designed for your nutrition, health, and life into something that's inherently toxic to eat. And I'm not even talking about the herbicides and pesticides that are sprayed on it. I'm talking about the genetic modification itself that is designed to make whatever plant or vegetable, fruit harmful to what's considered pests, life. If you genetically modify something that is ingested by living organisms for their health and it causes death, then it's not edible for mankind either long term. You've inherently made that thing poisonous. Even if you think it's only poisonous to insects, ultimately the toxins are poisonous to higher life forms, including us. So genetically modifying anything to make it inherently toxic when it's considered to be food is actually a crime against humanity and life on Earth in general. And all those people are guilty. Everybody involved in that whole process is guilty. Monsanto is guilty of crimes against humanity at this point. Genetically modifying insects in a way that you think you're going to, I don't know, somehow genetically modified pest control of certain mosquitoes or something like this. Um, all the birds that feed on them are harmed. Everything that feeds on them is harmed. Um, Even when they're decomposing, it's harmful to life. If you inject a genetically modified code into a living organism, the entire ecosystem of Earth is adversely affected if you're sowing death and destruction. It's like putting a virus into um, well-written code of your operating systems on your computers. If if the computers are all connected, just like the ecosystem of Earth is all connected, they risk all becoming infected and all becoming corrupted. And if you're sowing death and destruction into one living organism that you think is isolated, you're wrong. The entire ecosystem of Earth is not isolated. It's all interdependent, all woven together. You can't with isolation just genetically modify one organism to start showing death and destruction and not have the ecosystem of Earth adversely affected. Just like um, a computer system that's connected to the World Wide Web gets a virus, you risk corrupting every system that's connected to the web. So the bottom line is mankind does not know better than God, and I'm pleading with you for the sakes of not only your own quality of life but that of generations to come, to stop focusing on the military-industrial complex, death and destruction, weapons of mass destruction, um, all forms of creating suffering for mankind, for yourselves, and really start focusing on a good quality of life for yourselves. In other words, get rid of the devil out of your thoughts. Get rid of evil thoughts, imaginations. And the way that's done is by calling upon the Lord Jesus Christ and getting baptized in his name and getting filled with his Holy Spirit. And then the good Lord comes in and upon your life. And your thoughts then change from being preoccupied with death and destruction, oppression and slavery, constant evil imaginations, to imagining good things, and then putting your time and energy into good things, life, and quality of life for everyone. And that'll improve your own quality of life when you focus on improving the quality of life of others. So my videos, when I'm talking about end homelessness and so on and so forth, and create retirement communities for rich and poor alike, because at the end of your days, when you've spent all your years working hard, you're going to want a decent retirement. In other words, you're starting to transition from this world to the next. You're growing old and you're dying. And in those moments of those years, there's varying degrees of pain and suffering that are accompanied to the dying process. And that means you should be focusing while you're still healthy and living a good life on the fact that we're all mortal. Down here, everybody in flesh and blood is going to die. So, with the exception of those that are alive at the coming of the Lord Jesus Christ, in which case, if you're right with Him, you'll be transformed, and if you're not right with Him, you might be turned into a pile of ash, because God's glory shines brighter than the sun. So, when He returns in glory, His enemies, it's not going to be a good thing for them. And that's everybody that's rejecting Him. That's everybody that's not obeying His commandment to repent and get baptized in His name and get filled with His Holy Spirit. You are rebelling against your own Creator, and that's not wise. It's in other words, it's not good for you. It's self-destructive. God intends to be one with his creation in perfect harmony, and his creation perfected. But in that process, he's given us the free will to choose between good and evil. If you choose to be good, he will transform you into something truly good. You'll be your perfect self, all virtuous, but no vices. And if you reject him, in other words, if you choose to be evil, you're going to be destroyed. So, in other words, you're either going to exist harmoniously with our eternal creator, the one who created and made us all, gives us every breath we take, or you're not. And if you choose not to, then he chooses to do away with you. He created and made you. He's given you a choice, but nobody's free from the consequences of their choice. If you choose to be good, you will exist with him in perfect harmony forever and ever, eternal life, and you will rejoice. God created the virtues, including joy, happiness, that euphoric feeling. So nobody can make you higher than God. No artificial drug or any tool of the devil compares to the joy that God himself gives you. So when you turn your back on God, you're turning your back on everything that is good and the very best in order to pursue what is the worst: evil. Evil thoughts, words, and deeds, evil imaginations, death and destruction, and ultimately is your own. So that's why I'm saying you got to change your focus down here. Instead of constant greed, money, vice, focus on life as much as possible. The cost of living ultimately is what we think of as our life down here in fighting evil. But it's actually a very temporal thing. In other words, no one who loses their life for God's sake, for what's good and right, actually does lose it. They end up saving it. In other words, to life eternal. In other words, you just leave this evil world for a far better place, paradise with God. If you're giving your existence for the right reasons, in other words, fighting evil down here with all that you have, with all your strength by God's grace, with all that you are. Now, I might not do it in a perfect way. Sometimes I'm harsh with my words and so on and so forth. But that's because I'm not perfected yet. But it comes from genuine love and concern, not just for myself, but for everyone. We are in God's creation. It's his way and only his way. Trying to do it any other way automatically brings nothing but suffering, death, and destruction. Because rebellion from the one who is perfect is everything that's not perfect. And what's not perfect is mankind imagining that they know better than Almighty God. It's like the little child, that's, learning. The parent is not trying to harm the child by saying, don't do this or do that. In other words, don't touch that stove, it's hot. And that's every commandment of God when he's saying not to be sexually immoral. He's trying to save you from sexually immoral transmitted diseases. In other words, he's trying to save you from hurting yourselves, causing yourself to suffer and die, and sometimes in very horrible ways. He's trying to save you from all kinds of evils. Um, People that use each other, con and scam each other. People that are just selfishly seeking their next orgasm, regardless of who they hurt in the process. Destroying families, and then walking away to destroy another and another and another, because um, lust is purely self-oriented. It's purely selfish. It's not love. And you need to build your relationships on love, not lust. You need to build your relationships on giving, on considering the other, not yourself. If both of you are loving each other, then you're listening to each other, and you're helping each other. But if you're just acting out of lust, you don't care. You're just using each other. And it inevitably leaves people hurt, and sometimes dead. And that's all the vices. That's everything evil. It's everything the devil has to offer. He's very selfish. He's very self-oriented. So if you're a very selfish person, you are more than likely ruled by the spirit of the devil, the spirit of air, vices. Now, they have all kinds of lingo for it in psychology and psychiatry these days. Lots of times they're called narcissists or whatever. Narcissistic sociopaths, psychopaths. Very selfish, very greedy, very viceful people are the ones that are putting all that money in death and destruction. If we had decent people in charge, they'd be putting their billions and billions into life and quality of life for everyone. Can you imagine if the United States took their trillions of dollars they spend each year on death and destruction and instead invested it in life and quality of life for all the rest of us? How much better our lives would be? How much better the lives of many people on earth would be? Now, I'm not saying be foolish and don't take preparations to defend yourselves against those that just refuse to come to their senses and are doing evil things on the planet. But I'm saying there's no reason to be focused to the point of spending trillions and trillions of dollars on weapons of mass destruction of various kinds while spending pennies in comparison upon life and quality of life for everyone. Pitiful wages, slave wages, oppression worldwide. Instead, all these things that I'm saying could be done, should be done. Affordable housing has a right lifelong for everybody, so nobody's stressing about dying homeless in the streets. Just that alone would give everybody a big sigh of relief. Because currently the cost of living just feels like a whip, just whipping us lifelong. Lifelong trying to pay our bills and working every waking moment. We're not having any of the fun in the sun they show us on television of the lifestyles of the rich and famous. We're not having any of that. We're having nothing but lives of hard work every single day. We come home and we're too tired to do anything but flip on the television, and what do we see? The lifestyles of the rich and famous, living corrupt uh, lives on TV in order to try to corrupt the rest of humanity to be every bit as wicked as the most selfish, greedy, and viceful people on earth. I mean, if you look at programming just over the last century, from what it was to what it is today, it has gone downhill in quality and content from decent morals. Um, I'm not saying perfect, but decent, like the Andy Griffith Show and so on and so forth, just in 50s and 60s and so on and so forth, and then to what it is today, Modern Family. When you compare the morals and ethics, um, programming on television has gone so far down in quality that there's hardly even words to describe it. We're letting very evil, wicked people have way too much influence on us in all kinds of negative ways. And if we leave these people in power, um, leave such families in power, it's not going to get better. Decent men and women need to stop. Um, how do you say? Letting them manipulate and control you into creating death and destruction, not just for yourselves today, but for what's coming in the future. If you're working on any of these things like genetic modification, weapons, weapons of mass destruction, bioweapons, um, anything, militarized AI, artificial intelligence, robots, and so on and so forth, any of that stuff, you are sowing a miserable, hellish existence for the future of mankind. And their blood won't just be what you did in your lifetime here, but you're sowing the seeds of the blood of innocent men, women, and children in the future when you pander to devils today. In other words, your life either sows destruction and death, or it sows life and quality of life, and that's dependent upon whether or not God is in your life or not, in truth, not just in some kind of vain cultic beliefs or religion. When the one true God's in your life, He's with you always, and you and the one true good Lord are in communication, and you're learning from Him, and He's guiding you in life, and you're not occupied with death and destruction. You're not taking your time and energy to hurt and harm other people. You're taking your time and energy to do the will of the one who is the way, the truth, and the life, tending His creation properly, taking care of each other. So the cost of living is more than just what the socially engineered world under the greediest people have become, which is paying real money to stay alive. The cost of living is ultimately you being willing to give everything, your time, your energy, your resources, your life, for what's right, for what's good. No one who lays down their life for the Lord Jesus Christ for righteousness' sake loses it. Instead, they save it unto life eternal.